Perhaps, at this very moment, somewhere in your kitchen, there is a small jar of black pepper, a fragrant cinnamon stick, a few slices of dried ginger, or a pinch of golden turmeric. They rest so quietly on a familiar shelf that we rarely pause to ask ourselves, how did these pieces of tree bark, these tiny seeds, or these dried flower buds once captivate kings, inspire fleets to cross vast oceans, reshape the map of the world, and write some of the most turbulent chapters in human history? And perhaps even more curious, why is it that the faintest trace of a familiar aroma can carry us back to a memory we believed had long since fallen asleep? Carl Gustav Jung believed that beneath every person's conscious mind lies a profound inner world, where memories, symbols, and emotions are quietly connected in ways that we ourselves often fail to recognize. The fragrance of spices seems to possess a remarkably similar power. It does more than awaken our sense of taste. It gently opens invisible doors leading back to childhood, to the warmth of the family kitchen, and to distant lands that perhaps we have never even visited. A tiny peppercorn, a delicate thread of saffron, or a single fragrant star anise pod is telling a story far longer and richer than its humble appearance would ever suggest. On tonight's journey, we will explore some of the most fascinating truths hidden within the world of spices. You will discover why black pepper was once used as a form of currency, why powerful nations launched great voyages across the seas, and even fought wars simply to gain control of a handful of islands where cloves and nutmeg were grown. We will also step into the world of science to understand what makes chili peppers burn with heat, why mint creates its refreshing cool sensation, and how every aroma has the remarkable ability to reach the deepest layers of the human mind. So, if you are looking for a gentle story to bring a long day to a peaceful close, find a comfortable position, take a slow, deep breath, and allow your mind to settle into stillness. Tonight, there will be no rush and no noise, only quiet stories, fascinating discoveries, and the timeless fragrances that have silently accompanied the history of humanity for thousands of years. Welcome to our channel, where every evening becomes a journey through knowledge, history, and the hidden depths of the human mind, told with a calm and peaceful rhythm. If you enjoy stories like these and would like to join us on many more journeys ahead, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. And now, gently close your eyes, relax your shoulders, and let us step together into the extraordinary world of spices, a world where the smallest things sometimes hold the greatest stories of all. The wonderful world of spices. There is something rather curious that we rarely stop to notice. Every day, as we step into the kitchen, our eyes casually drift across the small glass jars neatly arranged on a shelf. A handful of black peppercorns, a few dark cinnamon sticks, several star-shaped pods of star anise, a pinch of golden turmeric, or a few tiny dried cloves. They rest there so quietly that they have become almost invisible, a familiar part of everyday life. We use them almost without thinking, sprinkling a little into a meal, stirring them into a pot of broth, or adding a gentle fragrance to a warm cup of tea, rarely pausing to wonder how these tiny treasures found their way into our kitchens. If, one day, you could turn back the wheel of time by hundreds, even thousands of years, you would discover that every spice before you has traveled a journey far longer than we could ever imagine. Some peppercorns crossed humid tropical forests before being carefully packed onto the backs of camel caravans that made their way across scorching deserts. Cinnamon sticks drifted aboard wooden ships through storm-filled seas. Cloves were once locked away inside chests, as carefully guarded as gold and silver. And delicate strands of saffron, so light that even the gentlest breeze could carry them away, were once weighed with a value equal to that of precious metals. At first, all of this may sound like a fairy tale. How could pieces of dried bark, tiny roots, or countless little seeds possibly change the course of the world? Yet the history of humanity often begins with the smallest and most ordinary things. A single seed can become an entire forest. A single drop of water can give birth to a mighty river. And sometimes, the faintest fragrance is enough to alter the course of an entire civilization. Perhaps this is what Carl Gustav Jung was hinting at when he spoke about the power of symbols. According to Jung, the human mind does not respond only to what the eyes can see. We are also guided by images, memories, and feelings that have quietly accumulated within the deepest layers of the unconscious. A single symbol can open the doorway to an entire inner world. A familiar scent can awaken memories that seem to have been asleep for years. Try to remember the last time you smelled cinnamon gently simmering in a small pot. Almost instantly, you may no longer have been standing in the room around you. In your mind, you had already returned to a winter long ago, where soft golden lights glowed above a warm kitchen filled with the laughter and voices of loved ones. Or perhaps the delicate aroma of ginger rising from a cup of tea was enough to carry you back to a rainy afternoon when someone quietly placed a warm drink into your hands. What makes these memories so remarkable is that they do not appear because we deliberately try to remember them. They arrive naturally, like a hidden door, quietly opening within the mind. Jung believed that every human being carries a treasury of memories and symbols deep within. They never truly disappear. They simply wait in silence for the right signal to awaken them. And scent is one of the most powerful keys of all. Perhaps that is why, for thousands of years, people have given spices such a special place in their lives. At first, they sought them simply to make food more delicious. But before long, they realized that every spice carried another story within it. Each one belonged to the land where it was born, to its climate, its tropical rains, its dense forests, its distant mountains, and to the generations of people who carefully nurtured it. If you listen closely enough, every jar of spices resting on a kitchen shelf resembles a small book waiting patiently to be opened. Inside lies not only fragrance, but also time. There are journeys, there are civilizations, there are encounters between people who never spoke the same language, yet somehow understood one another through the flavors of a shared meal. Tonight, we will not rush to open all of those books at once. Instead, we will move slowly, one page at a time, as though strolling through a peaceful garden beneath the moonlight. Each step will bring us a little closer to things that seem simple yet are wonderfully extraordinary, until we begin to realize that the world's greatest secrets sometimes rest quietly in the palm of our hand, taking the form of a tiny peppercorn or a delicate dried flower. And this is only the beginning of our journey. Behind these gentle fragrances lie stories that once transformed commerce, reshaped history, and even changed the way humanity understood the world. But before we turn those pages, allow yourself to slow down just a little more. Take one deep breath and let your thoughts drift gently alongside the fragrances that have accompanied humankind for thousands of years. Perhaps what makes the world so extraordinary is not the grandeur of great things, but the quiet way that small things change everything. A grain of sand can become a pearl after years of silent waiting beneath the sea. A tiny seed can grow into a vast forest when blessed with enough sunlight and rain. And a single spice, small enough to slip through the fingers, once possessed the power to change the direction of human history. It is difficult to imagine that in today's world, we need only walk into a supermarket or a neighborhood grocery store to find dozens of spices gathered from every corner of the globe. Black pepper from Vietnam, cinnamon from Sri Lanka or Indonesia, turmeric from India, star anise from the mountains of Asia, vanilla from Madagascar. They all rest quietly on brightly lit shelves, waiting to be carried home to someone's kitchen. That very convenience sometimes makes us forget that there was once a time when obtaining even a handful of pepper or a single cinnamon stick required months upon months at sea, journeys with no promise of return, and sometimes even the sacrifice of human lives. Yet what is most fascinating is not the material value of spices themselves. It is the extraordinary attraction they have always held over the human imagination. What inspired countless generations to cross vast oceans in search of nothing more than a fragrance? Why did things that could never be eaten on their own, that could never become a meal by themselves, become the driving force behind some of history's greatest voyages? Perhaps the answer lies not only in history, but also within human nature itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings do not live by survival alone. Beneath even our most practical actions lies a deeper layer of meaning. We are constantly drawn toward symbols, toward experiences that awaken emotion, and toward the longing to discover what remains unknown. It was precisely this longing that led humanity away from familiar lands, beyond the fear of immense oceans, and toward new horizons. In a way, spices became symbols of the unknown. An unfamiliar fragrance from the East could inspire a merchant in Europe to imagine mysterious tropical forests waiting beyond the horizon. A cinnamon stick was never merely a piece of tree bark. It was also a promise of a distant land where nature followed different rhythms, where unfamiliar cultures quietly waited to be discovered. Human beings have always been drawn toward what lies beyond the reach of their eyes. That is true in psychology, and it is equally true in history. Jung described it as the journey toward one's own unconscious. In the physical world, however, that journey sometimes began with nothing more than stepping aboard a ship and sailing toward the distant horizon. Seen from this perspective, the history of spices mirrors the history of the human mind. Both are journeys of exploration. One searches for new lands, the other searches for the meaning of existence itself. There is something deeply thought-provoking about this. We often believe that history is shaped by kings, great battles, or extraordinary inventions. Yet sometimes, history changes course because of things far more ordinary. A plant growing in a tropical forest, a climbing vine winding itself around the trunk of a tree, a small flower blooming at the beginning of the rainy season. Nature never knew that what it created would one day become the longing of the entire world. Perhaps nature never intended to create spices for the sake of humankind. Every fragrance, every hint of heat, every essential oil came into being for the plant's own purpose. Yet through our innate curiosity, human beings discovered them, preserved them, and gradually gave them entirely new meanings. There is something truly remarkable about the relationship between humanity and nature. We do not simply use nature in order to survive. We tell stories about it. We transform a fragrance into a memory, a plant into a symbol, and a single seed into a bridge connecting cultures separated by thousands of miles. Perhaps that is why spices have never belonged solely to the kitchen. They belong to the roads, to sails filled with the wind, to the sound of waves striking the sides of ships beneath moonless skies, to ancient marketplaces where dozens of different languages echoed together amid the fragrances of cinnamon, star anise, and pepper, to the hands that planted, harvested, and carefully treasured every tiny seed through countless generations. And on an even deeper level, they belong to the collective memory of humanity. Jung introduced the concept of the collective unconscious to describe the images and experiences carried across generations. Though people may live in different lands, they continue to share common symbols, common emotions, and remarkably similar responses to the beauty of the world. Perhaps fragrance is also part of that collective memory. In every culture, the aroma of freshly prepared food tends to evoke a sense of comfort and safety. The smell of freshly baked bread, a steaming cup of tea, the warmth of cinnamon or ginger on a cold day, all of these carry a quiet feeling of being cared for. They remind us that, despite our different languages and the many shades of our skin, human beings have always shared the same fundamental needs: to be nourished, to feel connected, and to find our way home. Perhaps that is why the journey of discovering spices is not merely a journey across distant lands, it is also a journey back to the deepest and most essential parts of the human soul. And now, as the night grows quieter, As the rhythm of the world beyond our windows gradually slows, perhaps this is the perfect moment to open yet another door in our story. For behind every tiny spice still waits a world of quiet wonders, stories that will carry us farther not only across the map of the world, but into the hidden depths of our own minds. If we spend just a little more time observing, we may notice that human beings possess a truly remarkable gift. We do not simply see the world as it is. We continually give meaning to things far beyond their original form. A stone may become a treasure. A leaf may become a symbol of hope. A flame offers more than warmth. It comes to represent life itself, the light of knowledge and faith in tomorrow. Spices are no different. From a botanical perspective, they are merely small parts of plants. Some are seeds, others are bark, roots, flower buds, dried fruits, or tree resins. They come into being according to the ordinary rhythms of nature, growing beneath the sun, drinking in the rain, and waiting patiently for harvest. To the eye of a botanist, they are simply another part of life's natural cycle. But humanity has never looked upon nature through the eyes of biology alone. We see it through memory, through emotion, through imagination, and through the countless symbols our minds have quietly woven over thousands of years. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every symbol serves as a bridge between the visible world and the inner one. What we see on the surface is only the outer layer. Its true meaning lies deeper, in what that symbol awakens within the soul of each individual. Perhaps that is why a cinnamon stick is no longer merely a piece of bark. A peppercorn is no longer simply a seed. A single star anise pod is no longer only a dried flower. They become keys that unlock emotion. Every fragrance tells a story without speaking a single word. Some stories belong to family. Some belong to home. Others belong to distant places we have never visited, yet somehow recognize with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is what Jung described as the power of the collective unconscious. Although we are born into different cultures, human beings remain capable of sharing remarkably similar experiences in the presence of nature. A warm meal almost always evokes a feeling of abundance. A pleasant fragrance often brings a sense of peace. A brightly lit kitchen in the middle of the night almost always symbolizes shelter and safety. Perhaps that is why the fragrance of spices has always felt so familiar. Not because we have tasted every spice in the world, but because the experience of being nourished is something shared by all of humanity. When a child is very young, the world begins with scent long before it begins with words. The scent of a mother, the scent of home, the aroma of food gently cooking. Those first experiences settle quietly into memory without ever needing language. They remain there for years, only to awaken unexpectedly when a familiar fragrance drifts by. Modern science has shown that our sense of smell is uniquely connected to the regions of the brain responsible for memory and emotion. Yet long before science could explain this relationship, human beings had already sensed the extraordinary power of fragrance through intuition alone. They brought aromas into sacred rituals, festivals, celebrations, and the most meaningful moments of life. Spices, therefore, have never merely transformed food. They have transformed the way people experience life itself. There is a beautiful paradox here. The smallest things often leave the deepest impressions. A gentle sentence can change an entire day. A smile can dissolve the distance between two strangers. A passing fragrance can bring an entire chapter of life back to the surface. Spices follow this same quiet principle. They do not replace a meal. They simply add a little fragrance, a touch of warmth, a hint of sweetness, a lingering note that remains after everything else has faded. And yet, it is precisely that little touch that people remember forever. Perhaps life itself is much the same. We often imagine that happiness comes from great achievements. Yet when we look back, what remains in our memory are usually the smallest moments. The sound of water beginning to boil in the kitchen on a winter morning, steam rising gently from a bowl of hot soup, the delicate fragrance of cinnamon drifting through the room. the soft clink of a spoon against the side of a teacup. All of these things are wonderfully ordinary. Yet it is those ordinary moments that quietly weave together the sense of peace that every human being spends a lifetime searching for. Perhaps that is why spices have never disappeared from human history. Civilizations have flourished and fallen. Trade routes have shifted with time. Wooden sailing ships have given way to airplanes and enormous container vessels. Yet jars of spices continue to rest quietly in the kitchens of billions of people throughout the world. They are like silent storytellers. They never speak. They never seek attention. Yet every time the lid of a spice jar is lifted, a journey thousands of years in the making quietly begins once again. And perhaps, if you listen slowly enough, you will discover that the fragrance carries with it not only the taste of earth, sunlight, and the rains that nurtured its birth. It also carries with it the footprints of merchants, sailors, farmers, cooks, and countless generations of people who carefully preserved those tiny seeds for thousands of years. And it was through those quiet stories that the history of humanity unfolded in ways no one could have imagined. In just a few moments, we will step aboard the first great ships, following courageous explorers across vast oceans, to discover why spices once became the driving force behind the voyages that reshaped the map of the world. Now, as night has gently draped everything in softer colors, imagine that we are standing in an ancient harbor many centuries ago. There are no towering buildings, no electric lights, only the quiet rhythm of waves lapping against weathered wooden pilings, the soft creak of rigging brushing against tall masts in the evening breeze, and a remarkably distinctive fragrance drifting through the air. It is not the scent of the sea, nor the smell of timber or pine resin. It is the aroma of freshly opened sacks filled with black pepper, the gentle fragrance of cinnamon rising from bundles of bark carefully tied with coarse hemp rope, the rich scents of cloves, dried ginger, and nutmeg blending together into a perfume that few people in Europe at that time would ever have the opportunity to experience. To us today, those may seem like ordinary aromas found in any kitchen, but to those who lived centuries ago, they were the scent of wealth, the scent of hope, the scent of distant lands that no one truly knew existed beyond the horizon. Some merchants needed only to catch that fragrance to know that an entire fortune lay before them. Some sailors willingly set out on voyages lasting months, even years, simply because they had heard stories of islands where clove trees grew in endless forests. Some kings believed that whoever controlled the spice trade would also control the prosperity of an entire kingdom. The remarkable thing is that all of it began with nature. A tree growing quietly in a tropical forest could never have known that its fragrance would inspire fleets to sail thousands of miles across the sea. A pepper vine climbing silently around the trunk of a tree could never have imagined that its tiny berries would one day be weighed with the same care as gold and silver. Nature remained as it always had. The sun continued to rise, the rain continued to fall, the forests remained green. Only humanity continued weaving new stories around the gifts that nature had quietly offered. Perhaps this is the most beautiful part of the history of spices. It is not merely the history of commerce, not merely the history of wealth, not merely the history of great voyages. It is also the history of curiosity, the story of the instinct to explore that has lived within humanity since the very beginning. Carl Gustav Jung believed that deep within every soul there exists a quiet calling toward the unknown. Human beings are not content to remain only within what is familiar. We naturally feel drawn beyond our own boundaries, searching for new lands, new knowledge, and new experiences. It is this very journey that allows us to grow, both in the outer world and within ourselves. Seen in this light, the ships that sailed in search of spices were not merely crossing oceans. They were crossing the boundaries of fear itself. Those sailors had no certainty about what awaited them ahead. Perhaps prosperous lands, perhaps violent storms, perhaps disease, or perhaps a voyage from which they would never return. And yet they sailed. because sometimes curiosity is stronger than fear. Perhaps each of us has experienced that feeling at some point, standing before a door we have never opened, a road we have never traveled, a book we have never read, or a story we have never heard. We do not know what lies ahead, yet we still long to take the next step. It is the very instinct that has carried humanity forward for thousands of years. And it is the same instinct that is gently guiding us through tonight's journey. There is no need to hurry. There is no need to remember every date or every name. Simply allow these stories to flow naturally, like a quiet stream. Let your imagination carry you gently into tropical forests, where the fragrance of cinnamon drifts upon the breeze, into colorful ancient marketplaces, and onto graceful sailing ships slipping silently away from the harbor while the sky is still filled with stars. If your eyes begin to feel just a little heavier, that is perfectly all right. If you gently close them while continuing to listen, those scenes may become even more vivid within your mind. Because sometimes, we do not need to see with open eyes. We only need to listen, to imagine, and to allow the stories to find their own way to us. Perhaps that is the greatest gift of history. It does not merely tell us what happened. It reminds us that the world is always far larger than what we see each day. That behind every small object may lie a journey stretching across thousands of years. That a spice no larger than the tip of a finger can connect tropical forests with ancient cities half a world away. And that sometimes, to understand the history of an entire civilization, all we need to do is quietly hold a peppercorn, a cinnamon stick, or a single clove in our hand and ask one simple question. What brought you here? In the next part of our journey, we will step aboard the first ships to leave the harbor, following brave navigators across the vast oceans in search of these precious fragrances. From voyages that seemed to pursue nothing more than a handful of spices, the map of the world was redrawn, new trade routes were opened, and the course of human history began to turn in an entirely different direction. Spices that drove the great age of exploration. Allow your imagination to continue drifting with the small ship that has just departed from the harbor. Behind us, the glow of oil lamps slowly fades into the distance until only tiny points of light remain, dissolving into the night. Ahead lies the endless ocean, where the horizon seems to melt into a sky filled with stars. The wind slips gently through the billowing sails, while the timbers of the ship softly creak with each passing wave, blending into a slow, steady rhythm like the breathing of the sea itself. The people standing upon the deck have no clear idea what awaits them ahead. They have no complete maps, no satellites, no electronic navigation systems. What they do have is a sky filled with stars, simple magnetic compasses, knowledge passed down from generations of experienced sailors, and an unwavering belief that somewhere beyond the ocean lie lands where the world's most precious spices are waiting. Today, when we think about the great voyages of exploration, we often imagine an inspiring desire to discover the world. But if we journey back several centuries, the reasons that led many ships to leave their harbors were far simpler and far more practical. They sailed in search of pepper, in search of cinnamon, in search of cloves, in search of nutmeg, and in search of fragrances that Europe once valued almost as highly as gold itself. It may sound difficult to believe. How could a tiny peppercorn persuade people to risk their entire lives upon the open sea? Yet had we lived in that age, perhaps we would have made the very same choice. For spices did far more than improve the flavor of food. In a world without refrigeration or modern methods of preservation, many spices enhanced the taste of foods preserved with salt or dried for long periods. They also became symbols of prosperity, social status, and access to rare treasures brought from distant lands. What people were truly pursuing was never only spices. They were pursuing distance, pursuing what lay beyond the horizon, pursuing the promise that somewhere beyond the edge of the known world, there would always be something worthy of discovery. Perhaps Carl Gustav Jung would have smiled at such a scene. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every human being carries within them an instinctive pull toward the unknown. We do not seek only food or shelter. Deep within us, there is a quiet longing to expand the boundaries of our world. It is not merely a journey of the feet, but a journey of the soul. Each time human beings step into a new land, they also step into a new part of themselves. The sailors of centuries past probably never imagined that they were embarking upon a journey with such profound psychological meaning. Yet in truth, every time a ship left the harbor, they were leaving behind the safety of the familiar, and every journey of growth begins in exactly that way. Across many cultures, the sea has always been a powerful symbol. By day, its surface may appear calm, shimmering peacefully beneath the sunlight. But when night falls, it becomes deep, mysterious, and impossible to predict. In Jungian psychology, water often symbolizes the unconscious, the vastest part of the human mind, where everything yet to be discovered quietly resides. Perhaps that is why the image of ships crossing the sea stirs such deep emotion. They are not merely crossing an ocean, they are crossing into the unknown. What is fascinating is that these tiny spices became the invisible lighthouse guiding that journey. No sailor could see them from the open sea. No light shone from the forests where pepper vines climbed or cinnamon trees quietly grew. Yet within the minds of those who sailed, the image of those distant spices was always present. They were like an invitation, a promise that if they possessed enough patience, enough courage, and enough fortune, they would eventually discover what they had been searching for. Human beings have always been this way. Sometimes we believe we are searching for an object, yet in the end, what we truly discover is a new version of ourselves. The voyages undertaken in search of spices were no exception. At first, the goal was simply to establish a more efficient trade route, but voyage after voyage brought encounters between civilizations, new understanding of geography, nature, and the astonishing vastness of the world itself. A ship departed in search of pepper, but when it returned, it carried stories of distant lands, unfamiliar skies, newly discovered ocean currents, plants no one had ever seen before, and entirely different ways of living. That is the beauty of exploration. We rarely find exactly what we expected, yet almost always, we discover something even more valuable along the way. Tonight, as you listen to these stories in the stillness of the evening, perhaps you will realize that each of us carries an ocean of our own. It may be a fear we have never faced, a dream left unfinished, a question that still has no answer, or simply a longing to understand the world and ourselves a little more deeply. Long ago, those sailors chose to raise their sails and cross the sea. Tonight, in the quiet peace of this moment, we will raise the sails of our imagination and return to the time when the fragrance of pepper, cinnamon, and cloves first began guiding humanity into a new age. An age in which only a handful of humble spices gradually gave birth to the first great trade routes connecting continents, opening an entirely new chapter in human history. Once the ship had disappeared beyond the familiar coastline, nothing lay ahead except an endless expanse of blue stretching toward infinity. By day, the sea reflected the sunlight like a vast mirror. By night, the stars became the only map guiding the sailors onward. In that world, time itself seemed to move more slowly. Every shift of the wind could determine the fate of an entire voyage. Every cloud appearing upon the horizon drew every eye on deck, for no one knew whether it foretold a violent storm or simply another peaceful day at sea. It is easy for us to forget that throughout most of human history, the ocean was not the bridge connecting continents that it is today. It was an immense distance, mysterious, dangerous, and deeply intimidating. For many people, the sea marked the boundary between the known world and the unknown. To cross that boundary meant accepting a future with no certainty whatsoever. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that human beings truly mature only when they dare to face the unknown. According to him, the unknown is both deeply attractive and deeply frightening. It resembles the darkness within a forest we have never entered. We cannot know whether danger or wonder awaits beyond those trees. Yet it is precisely that uncertainty which awakens the ancient desire for discovery that has lived within the human soul since the beginning of time. Viewed from this perspective, those great voyages were never merely commercial expeditions. They were expressions of one of humanity's deepest instincts, the instinct to seek new horizons. What is remarkable is that those horizons were not guided by gold, silver, or precious stones. They were guided by fragrance, a fragrance that could not be seen, could not be held in the hand, yet possessed enough power to draw ships across thousands of miles of open ocean. Today, when we open a jar of pepper in our kitchen, it takes only a few seconds for its aroma to fill the air. But 5 or 6 centuries ago, that same fragrance marked the end of a journey lasting many months, sometimes even years. Before reaching the dining table of a family in Europe, those peppercorns had passed through countless hands. They were harvested in tropical regions, carried by small boats along winding rivers, loaded onto caravans and great ships, and transported across immense distances before finally arriving in the bustling markets of the West. Each stage of that journey made the spice more valuable, not because the pepper itself had changed, but because of the distance it had traveled. Perhaps life is much the same. The value of an experience often lies not in its destination, but in the journey that shaped it. A gift received after years of waiting carries a different meaning than one received immediately. Knowledge earned through repeated failure is far more precious than knowledge simply handed to us. Spices in those days were no different. They carried the value of distance, of time, and of the countless efforts people devoted to bringing them halfway around the world. For that reason, cities gradually began to flourish along the spice routes. At first, they were little more than modest harbors, where ships stopped to replenish fresh water, repair their sails, or exchange goods. But over time, those ports grew increasingly busy. Merchants from distant lands gathered together, exchanging not only merchandise but also languages, customs, and knowledge. Someone from the Mediterranean might taste the flavors of the East for the very first time. A merchant from India might admire the exquisite craftsmanship of Europe. A sailor from the Arabian Peninsula might describe the seasonal monsoon winds he had learned to read as effortlessly as the pages of a familiar book. In this way, spices traveled far beyond geography. They carried stories, they carried ideas, they carried entirely new ways of seeing the world. There is a beautiful image that comes to mind when we think about the ancient trade routes. Viewed from above, they resemble invisible rivers flowing quietly across the entire planet. No water moves within those rivers. Instead, ships, camel caravans, merchants, and countless treasures travel silently through the changing seasons. In Jungian psychology, all life naturally moves toward connection. Human beings cannot truly grow if they remain enclosed within their own small worlds. We mature through encounters with others, through new experiences, and through learning from cultures different from our own. The history of spices offers a beautiful example of this truth. Every trade route that opened did far more than move goods. It helped civilizations understand one another. A spice arriving in a new land transformed the way people cooked. A new dish gradually changed everyday habits. Those habits slowly became culture, and that culture continued spreading along the next trade route. It was an endless chain of connection, like ripples spreading across a quiet lake after a single pebble touches the water. One tiny peppercorn could send ripples echoing through centuries. Perhaps that is why, when we look back upon history, we discover that the search for spices was never merely an economic story. It was also a story of connection between human beings, between East and West, between different climates, between civilizations that once seemed impossibly distant, yet ultimately found themselves gathered around the same table. And as those trade routes grew ever busier, something new gradually emerged. Certain nations began to realize that whoever controlled these routes would possess not only wealth, but also power and influence over much of the known world. From that realization, the first great trading empires slowly began to take shape, opening another fascinating chapter in the history of spices and in the story of humanity itself. As time continued to flow, paths that had once served only as merchants' trails gradually became the lifeblood of the world. Every ship arriving at port carried far more than fragrant sacks of spices. It also brought new discoveries, new inventions, new stories, and new dreams of lands that had yet to be given names on any map. There is something deeply fascinating about observing history from the distance of many centuries. Human beings often believe that they are the ones directing history. Yet sometimes history is guided by things so small that no one could possibly expect them. A peppercorn, a sail, a seasonal wind, an ocean current, or simply the decision of a single merchant who wished to find a shorter route to the lands of cinnamon and cloves. Each of those seemingly insignificant decisions, woven together over time, created movements vast enough to reshape entire civilizations. Carl Gustav Jung viewed life as a web of invisible connections. He believed that many events, appearing to be mere coincidence, were, in truth, deeply connected in ways that only become visible when we look back. The history of spices reflects that same pattern. No single event transformed the world. The world changed because of countless small choices, repeated patiently across generations. One person planted the seeds, another harvested them, another loaded the cargo aboard a ship, another guided that ship across the open sea, another established a new marketplace, another cook decided to add an unfamiliar spice to a meal. Each contributed only a small part. Yet together, those countless small acts formed the vast picture that today we call global history. As the great voyages became increasingly successful, the coastal kingdoms gradually recognized something of profound importance. The most valuable treasure was no longer the spices themselves. The greatest treasure was the road that led to the spices, for whoever controlled that road would also control the flow of commerce itself. If they controlled the flow of goods, they would command immense wealth. And if they held that wealth for generations, they would become great powers. It was in this way that the first great trading empires gradually emerged. Unlike the ancient empires that expanded through armies marching across land, these new empires rose to prominence through the sea. Their strength was measured not only by the size of their armies, but by the number of their ships, their ability to read the wind, their understanding of the ocean currents, their increasingly accurate maps, and the chain of harbors stretching from one continent to another. The oceans slowly became the world's great highways, and upon those highways, spices were among the most precious travelers of all. What is truly remarkable is that every ship carried far more than merchandise. It carried knowledge. A navigator learned to read the stars from sailors who had crossed those waters before him. A merchant returned home with unfamiliar plants. A scholar encountered books written in languages he had never seen before. A cook discovered flavors that had never before existed in the kitchen of his homeland. Little by little, the world became more deeply connected, not only through treaties, not only through conquest, but also through shared meals. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful truths in history. Many of humanity's greatest encounters began with the simplest of needs. People wanted to preserve their food more effectively. They wanted meals to be richer in flavor. They wanted to soften the cold of winter with a warm drink scented with cinnamon and ginger. They wanted to bring home a precious gift for their families. Those humble desires brought together people who had once lived worlds apart. Viewed through Jung's perspective, this too reflects humanity's gradual expansion of consciousness. He believed that the soul grows only when it encounters what is different. A person who remains confined within the familiar rarely discovers new possibilities within themselves. The same is true of civilizations. When civilizations began exchanging goods, they exchanged far more than merchandise. They exchanged ways of thinking. They exchanged art. They exchanged knowledge. They exchanged entirely new ways of understanding life. The trade routes became something like the nervous system of humanity. They carried information from one place to another. They carried inspiration. They carried innovation. They carried the seeds of the future. Today, when we look at a world map, we see flight paths, shipping lanes, and railway networks woven together into an immense web. Few of us remember that centuries ago, the first threads of that global network began with the search for spices. A single peppercorn helped draw continents closer together. A cinnamon stick helped guide ships across vast oceans. A single clove became one small link in a trading network that eventually reached around the globe. Perhaps if the spice trees growing quietly within tropical forests could tell their own stories, they would be astonished to discover how far their fragrance had traveled. They simply grew beneath the sunlight, welcomed the rain, and quietly bore fruit with each passing season. Yet humanity transformed those gifts of nature into a force that helped connect an entire planet. It reminds us of a gentle truth. Many things of lasting value in life do not begin with grand plans. They begin with something very small: a conversation, a seed, an idea, a fragrance, a single first step. And just like those ships of long ago, once they found the courage to leave the harbor, people discovered far more than new lands. They helped create an entirely new world, one in which civilizations gradually became connected through trade routes unlike anything history had ever seen before. Yet it was also at this very moment, as spices became increasingly valuable, that competition for control of those routes began to grow ever more intense. In the next part of our journey, we will quietly enter an age when tiny spices carried not only the fragrance of nature, but also ambition, power, and the beginnings of mighty commercial empires. As the sea routes became increasingly familiar, the world itself gradually entered a new rhythm. Sails no longer appeared only during favorable seasons. Ships departed one after another, returning with their holds filled with spices and countless other precious goods. Harbors that had once been quiet became alive with activity. From dawn until sunset, the voices of merchants bargaining echoed through the streets. The aromas of pepper, cinnamon, star anise, and cloves mingled with the scent of freshly cut timber, sea salt, and pine resin, creating an atmosphere so distinctive that one needed only to close their eyes to know they were standing at the heart of an ancient center of commerce. Yet what was most remarkable was not the growing number of ships, it was the way people began to see the world. For the first time in history, the distance between faraway lands no longer seemed impossible to overcome. Someone living in Europe could now enjoy spices cultivated beneath the tropical sun of the East. A merchant in India might meet travelers from lands that had once existed only in stories passed from one generation to another. These encounters gradually transformed the way people understood the world. It turned out to be far larger than any civilization had ever imagined, and far more diverse as well. Carl Gustav Jung believed that whenever people expand their understanding of the outer world, they simultaneously expand the inner world within themselves. What we discover outside ourselves often reflects what is unfolding within. The more willing a person is to step into unfamiliar lands, the greater the opportunity to discover unfamiliar parts of themselves. Perhaps, in some quiet way, the voyages in search of spices became symbols of that very process. People set sail with one clear objective, yet what they received was always far greater than what they had expected. They discovered new islands, new ocean currents, new peoples, new plants, new skies, and ultimately, an entirely new way of seeing the world. This is something that happens throughout life. We believe we are searching for a single answer, yet the journey offers us dozens of new questions instead. We think we are learning only one new thing, yet that single discovery quietly changes the way we think about everything else. Perhaps the greatest beauty of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the fact that we are no longer the same person when we return. The ships carrying spices were no different. They did not simply bring goods back home. They carried stories. They carried maps carefully redrawn after every voyage. They carried knowledge of monsoon winds, ocean currents, and the stars. They carried seeds that would one day grow in lands far from where they first took root. They carried ideas that would continue spreading through generations. There is a beautiful image that emerges if we look upon this history from above. Imagine the Earth as a night sky. Each port city is like a star. Each ship is like a slow-moving beam of light connecting those stars together. At first, there are only a few delicate lines of light, but with time, more and more routes appear. Eventually, they form a vast network stretching across nearly the entire planet. Spices were among the very first lights that helped illuminate that network. Today, when everything is only a few clicks away, it is difficult to fully appreciate what that truly meant. But imagine yourself living 500 years ago. You might spend your entire life hearing stories about lands you would never see. A peppercorn from the east was not merely a spice. It was proof that beyond the horizon there were other forests, other people, other cultures, other ways of living. That thought alone was enough to make the world feel infinitely larger. Perhaps that is the greatest gift those great voyages left behind. Not simply wealth, not merely commerce, but the ability to help humanity realize that we are part of a world far greater than our eyes alone can perceive. Young often reminded us that the journey toward maturity begins the moment we accept how much remains unknown. The history of spices seems to tell precisely that story. A story of humility before nature, of curiosity toward the unfamiliar, and of the courage to sail beyond the horizon. Tonight, as we sit quietly within the stillness of our own thoughts, it is fascinating to reflect that the familiar aromas resting in our kitchens were once the very forces that stirred the world. A tiny peppercorn, a simple cinnamon stick, a dried clove. None of them ever changed history on their own. What changed history was humanity's curiosity about the gifts that nature quietly offered. It was that curiosity that gave birth to the first trade routes connecting continents. That encouraged distant civilizations to meet one another. That opened an age in which the world gradually became a network of connections rather than isolated lands. Yet as spices grew more precious, something almost inevitable began to unfold. Wherever wealth appears, power follows. Wherever roads lead to immense prosperity, there will always be those who seek to control them. And when a single spice came to be valued like gold, the islands where it grew slowly became the objects of ambition. That is the next chapter of our story. A chapter no longer concerned only with hopeful voyages across the sea, but also with rivalry, confrontation, and the ambitions that led the world into an age of profound change. From this point forward, these tiny spices will guide us into part 3, where you will discover why, at one time in history, even a single sack of pepper could be used to pay taxes, serve as a dowry, or be treasured like a chest filled with gold. When pepper was worth its weight in money, imagine that tonight, instead of standing in a modern supermarket with shelves filled with spices from every corner of the world, we are slowly walking through a European marketplace more than 500 years ago. The sun has only just risen above the rooftops of stone houses. The cobblestone streets still glisten with the dampness of the morning mist. The steady rhythm of horses' hooves echoes across the square, mingling with the voices of merchants opening their stalls for the day's first customers. The air is filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread, the scent of newly cut oak, and somewhere, carried almost imperceptibly upon the breeze, a familiar warmth of spice. It is the fragrance of black pepper. Even without seeing it, experienced merchants recognize it immediately. They know that behind that fragrance lies far more than a seasoning. It is wealth. It is opportunity. It is something capable of changing the destiny of an entire family. Today, we keep our money in wallets, deposit it in banks, or simply watch numbers appear on the screens of our phones. Value has become something almost invisible. Yet, centuries ago, before financial systems became what they are today, value could often be held in one's hands in a very different form. A sack of pepper. To modern ears, the idea sounds almost unbelievable. How could something so tiny, so black, so wrinkled, and so light ever be regarded as money? Yet if we quietly look back through history, we begin to understand that value has never truly resided within an object itself. A gold coin is valuable only because people collectively believe it has value. The same is true of paper currency. Even the numbers displayed in today's bank accounts are simply symbols sustained by our shared trust. Carl Gustav Jung devoted many years to studying the symbols created by humanity. He observed that many things derive their power not from their physical nature, but from the meaning that people collectively assign to them. A symbol can become extraordinarily powerful when millions of people believe in what it represents. Perhaps pepper became one of those symbols. In nature, it is simply the fruit of a tropical climbing vine. It does not glitter like gold. It is not as strong as iron. It is not rare in the way diamonds are. And yet, during many periods of history, people treasured every peppercorn as though it were among the most precious forms of wealth imaginable. Perhaps that tells us more about humanity than it does about pepper itself. Human beings possess a remarkable ability to transform ordinary objects into symbols of value. A crown is merely shaped metal, yet placed upon the head of a king, it becomes authority itself. A wedding ring is only a small circle of metal, yet during a marriage ceremony, it becomes the symbol of a lifelong promise. And for a certain chapter of history, a sack of pepper came to represent prosperity, trust, and the very foundation of exchange between people. Some merchants entered the marketplace carrying no gold or silver. Instead, they brought tightly bound linen sacks filled with pepper. Every peppercorn was carefully weighed. Every sack was meticulously inspected. No one regarded them as ordinary food. They were viewed with the same respect one gives to great wealth. It invites us to pause and ask a quiet question. What truly creates value? Is it the object itself? Or is it the story carried within it? A peppercorn harvested from distant tropical forests had traveled thousands of miles by riverboat, camel caravan, horse-drawn wagon, and merchant ship before finally arriving at the little marketplace we now imagine. Within every tiny peppercorn lived time, effort, distance, risk, patience, and perhaps it was all of these things together that gave it its extraordinary value. Jung believed that human beings do not live by material needs alone. We also live through the meanings we assign to the world around us. An object becomes precious when it reflects something deeply desired by the human heart. In those days, pepper reflected the longing to reach distant lands, the dream of connecting with a world far greater than one's own, the desire to possess something that few others could obtain. Perhaps that is why every peppercorn resembles a story compressed into a single tiny sphere. It tells of the monsoon wind sweeping across the Indian Ocean, of tropical rains nourishing the pepper vines, of the careful hands of farmers harvesting each cluster of fruit, of ships drifting across the sea for months at a time, of merchants staying awake through long nights, guarding their cargo from storms and pirates alike. All of that exists within something so small it can rest upon the tip of a single finger. Perhaps that is why people of the past never looked at pepper the way we do today. They did not smell only its warmth. They smelled distance. They smelled adventure. They smelled voyages with no certain return. And above all, they smelled opportunity. For many families, a sack of pepper was far more than merchandise. It was the hope of a better future, a possession that could help expand a family's trade, a safeguard for generations yet to come. It is remarkable to think that the destiny of a person could sometimes rest upon something so very small. And in that realization lies another quiet truth. Value does not always come from size. The larger object is not necessarily the more precious one. The brighter object is not always the more meaningful one. Sometimes the smallest things carry the weight of an entire age. Pepper stands as one of the clearest examples of that truth. Yet its story was far from over. As the value of pepper became increasingly recognized throughout society, it gradually took on roles far beyond commerce alone. It became a means of paying taxes, a treasured dowry in marriage, a diplomatic gift exchanged among those who held power. From that moment on, pepper truly entered a new chapter of its history, not merely as a spice, but as a measure of trust, honor, and value within the society of its time. When an object becomes a symbol of value, its journey no longer ends in marketplaces or aboard merchant ships. Little by little, it finds its way into people's everyday lives, appearing in the most meaningful moments of a lifetime. Pepper, too, followed such a journey. It may surprise us to learn that during certain periods of the European Middle Ages and the early modern era, sacks of pepper could be used to settle debts, pay taxes, or complete transactions of considerable value. Not everywhere, and not at every point in history, but often enough that people of the time regarded pepper as a highly valuable and easily exchangeable asset. Imagine a scene very different from our modern world. There are no alerts announcing bank transfers, no digital invoices, no glowing numbers flickering across computer screens. Inside a room built of thick stone walls, illuminated only by the warm glow of candlelight, two men sit across from one another at an old oak table. After discussing a piece of land, a shipment of goods, or an unpaid debt, they do not immediately reach for gold coins. Instead, a cloth bag is gently placed upon the table. When the cord is untied, tiny black peppercorns quietly roll beneath the flickering candlelight. This is not a symbolic gesture. It is real value, real wealth, the result of many months spent crossing the sea and thousands of miles traveled through distant lands. Perhaps what made pepper so extraordinary was not that it was absolutely rare. Rather, it was the immense effort required to bring it where it was needed. A single storm could send an entire ship to the bottom of the sea. A pirate attack could strip merchants of every last piece of cargo. An outbreak of disease could prevent an entire trading caravan from ever reaching its destination. Every sack of pepper that reached its buyer stood as proof of a journey successfully completed, and it was the scarcity created by that long and uncertain journey that caused its value to grow ever greater. Carl Gustav Jung believed that, within the human mind, whatever is difficult to obtain often possesses a unique attraction. We naturally cherish what demands time, effort, and patience. This is not merely an economic principle, but a deeply psychological one. Perhaps that is why pepper gradually moved beyond the world of commerce and entered society's most meaningful ceremonies. Among many prosperous families, a dowry consisted of more than land, jewelry, or money. Sometimes it also included precious sacks of spices. They were more than property. They were blessings for a life of abundance. A promise that a family would be well provided for. A symbol of the prosperity both families hoped to build together. Imagine a wedding many centuries ago. The church bells ring slowly in the distance. Guests wear the finest garments they own, upon a long wooden table. Beside polished silver cups and freshly baked bread, carefully arranged sacks of precious spices rest quietly as part of the wealth exchanged between two families. Not as a display of pride, but as a quiet declaration that this marriage was founded upon stability, trust, and abundance. It is remarkable to think that something as small as a peppercorn could become part of such a sacred moment. Yet when we look more deeply, it perfectly reflects the way human beings create meaning. Jung often observed that our most powerful symbols become intertwined with life's greatest turning points. Birth, coming of age, marriage, departure from this world. At every one of these moments, people search for something that can embody hope and continuity. For a time, pepper became one of those symbols, not only within families, but also in the relationships between nations. Diplomatic gifts were always chosen with great care. They needed more than material value. They also had to express respect and goodwill. Precious spices, especially pepper, appeared time and again among the gifts exchanged between rulers, influential merchants, and people of high standing. Every sack of spices carried a silent message. I trust you. I value this relationship. May we share in prosperity together. Perhaps that is not so different from today. Human beings still choose their most meaningful gifts for life's most important occasions. The value of a gift lies not only in what it is, but in what it represents. A bouquet of flowers, a book, a watch, or, centuries ago, a sack of pepper. Behind every one of them lies the same desire to connect with another human being. There is something profoundly beautiful about that aspect of human nature. We do not merely exchange possessions. We exchange trust. We exchange respect. We exchange hope for a brighter future. Perhaps that is why pepper gradually became far more than a spice. It became a silent language, a language understood by merchants, families, and even those who held great power. When a sack of pepper was placed upon a table, people saw far more than tiny black seeds. They saw the long journey from distant tropical forests. They saw the ships that had crossed immense oceans. They saw the labor of countless hands that had carried those little seeds across the world. And above all, they saw a promise that everyone would recognize and honor the value they represented. That, in truth, is the foundation of every economy. Not gold, not silver, but trust. The shared belief that what we exchange genuinely possesses value. It was that trust that carried pepper far beyond its role as an ordinary spice. It became a measure of wealth, social standing, and power. And from that moment on, for many people, possessing great quantities of pepper no longer meant simply having an abundance of seasoning. It meant possessing a place of honor within society, a quiet sign that a family had entered the ranks of the wealthy and influential. That is the story we will continue to explore in the next part of our journey. As pepper gradually became one of the clearest symbols of power and prosperity in the ancient world. There is something fascinating about human history that seems never to have changed. No matter how much society has evolved, human beings have always had a tendency to transform certain objects into symbols of status. Today, those symbols might be a finely crafted watch, a priceless painting, a luxury automobile, or a home overlooking the sea. Such possessions do more than serve practical purposes. They quietly tell the world a story about the people who own them. Centuries ago, pepper carried much the same meaning. That is what makes its story so remarkable. For if we look only with our eyes, it is difficult to believe that such tiny, black, unassuming seeds could once have been regarded as unmistakable signs of wealth. Yet symbolic value has never depended upon size. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to studying the symbols humanity has created throughout history. He believed that when an entire community grants a special meaning to an object, that object rises beyond its original material worth. It becomes part of identity, aspiration, and the way people understand themselves. Perhaps pepper offers one of the clearest examples of this truth. In many of the great cities of medieval Europe, serving generous amounts of rare spices during a banquet was not merely about making food taste better. It was a quiet way of telling one's guests that the host possessed the means to obtain precious goods brought from the distant east. A dining table adorned with rare spices carried more than fragrance. It carried prestige. It carried honor. It carried the image of a prosperous and successful household. Imagine a grand feast held within the great hall of a stone castle. Candles burn quietly in polished brass holders. Their golden light dances across silver goblets and beautifully crafted serving plates. Soft melodies from stringed instruments drift gently from the corner of the hall. Upon the table, roasted meats, fresh bread, and vegetables have been seasoned with precious spices that few people would ever have the opportunity to taste. To the guests gathered for that feast, the aroma of pepper announced far more than a delicious meal. It proclaimed that the master of the house possessed access to distant trade routes, that the family enjoyed considerable wealth, that they belonged among the influential members of society. In truth, this is not so different from the way people unconsciously read symbols today. An elegantly designed office, a carefully tailored suit, a fine fountain pen resting upon a desk. Many objects serve purposes beyond their practical function. They quietly communicate social messages. Jung believed that human beings are creatures of symbols. We constantly create signs that define our place within the community, and we are equally constant in interpreting the signs that others present to us. Perhaps that is why a single peppercorn could possess such remarkable power. It did not exist only in the kitchen. It lived within the imagination. Even more fascinating is the fact that pepper gradually extended beyond the households of the nobility. Successful merchants also began viewing the possession of abundant spices as a way of expressing the fruits of their labor. They built larger homes, hosted more lavish feasts, and upon those tables, spices always occupied a place of quiet importance, not as loud displays of wealth, but as gentle affirmations of how far they had traveled from their humble beginnings. If we reflect more deeply, we may recognize something profoundly familiar about this. Human beings naturally long for their efforts to be seen, not merely to earn admiration, but to feel that the journey itself has meaning. A farmer who tends a field for many months hopes to witness a plentiful harvest. An artisan who spends years mastering a craft hopes that others will cherish the work of their hands. A merchant who spends years crossing dangerous seas hopes to build a more secure future for the family waiting at home. For that reason, sacks of pepper symbolized far more than wealth. They symbolized the journey, perseverance, months spent facing storms and uncertainty. Perhaps this is why the symbolic value of pepper continued to grow. It no longer represented money alone. It came to represent success itself. Yet Carl Gustav Jung also offered a gentle warning that is well worth remembering. Every symbol possesses two sides. When an object becomes a symbol of success, people can easily begin confusing themselves with what they own. We start believing that our worth depends upon the wealth we possess, upon the recognition we receive from others, upon the symbols we display to the world. In Jungian psychology, this is the moment when the persona, the social mask, begins to grow too powerful. People gradually identify themselves with the image they wish the world to see. Perhaps this happened to many throughout history. Sacks of pepper ceased to be merely instruments of trade. They became measures of prestige, and whenever a symbol becomes too powerful, it also awakens greed, rivalry, and the desire to possess even more. It is a pattern that has repeated itself throughout human history, not only with pepper, but with gold, silver, silk, diamonds, and even with many of the symbols of our modern age. Yet amid all of these, pepper retains a quiet beauty all its own. It reminds us that value is always a story human beings write together. A peppercorn growing upon its vine is simply part of nature, but once it enters human life, it becomes a symbol of wealth, power, and some of the deepest longings of the human soul. Perhaps that is also what makes history so endlessly captivating. We do not study only the events that unfolded. We also discover the way people thought, the things they believed, and the symbols that quietly shaped an entire age. As pepper became increasingly valuable, protecting it became an equally important priority. Warehouses filled with spices were no longer viewed simply as places where merchandise was stored. They gradually came to be guarded like true treasure vaults, where every key, every heavy door, and every watchful guard helped protect one of the world's most precious forms of wealth. That is the story that will bring this chapter to its close, before we step into an era of ever more intense competition driven by the irresistible fragrance of these tiny spices. Whenever something becomes precious, people naturally seek every possible way to protect it. That seems to be one of the few rules that has remained unchanged throughout human history. Today, valuable possessions are kept inside safes, protected by banks, or secured behind sophisticated systems of modern technology. Heavy steel doors, surveillance cameras, and advanced security measures guard treasures that earlier generations could scarcely have imagined. But if we return to the bustling port cities of Europe or the thriving trading centers of the East many centuries ago, the scene would look very different. The spice warehouses were among the most carefully guarded places of all, not because they were especially large, not because they were magnificent buildings, but because what rested inside was often far more valuable than their humble appearance suggested. Imagine an autumn evening. The sun has disappeared behind the rooftops of stone houses. The marketplaces slowly grow quiet. Merchants close their stalls, secure their heavy wooden doors, and return home after a long day's work. Yet in one corner of the harbor, a faint light still flickers. Those warehouses were filled with sacks of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and countless other precious spices that had only recently been unloaded from arriving ships. The night watchmen moved quietly through their rounds. Each footstep echoed softly across the stone floor. Heavy iron keys were carefully guarded. Thick wooden doors were secured behind several locks. Inside the warehouse, the air carried an unforgettable fragrance. The scent of timber, the smell of coarse burlap, the warm aroma of dried cinnamon, the rich spice of black pepper, the sweet sharpness of cloves. Together they blended into a fragrance that was both comforting and mysterious, as though every sack held not only spices, but the stories of the oceans themselves. If someone from our modern world stepped into such a place, they might feel a sense of surprise. How could such humble sacks of spices be protected so carefully? Yet to the merchants of that age, the opposite question would have seemed far more reasonable. How could they possibly not protect them? Every sack of pepper represented months spent crossing dangerous seas. It embodied the labor of countless farmers, sailors, dock workers, and merchants. It was wealth capable of determining the prosperity of an entire family, or even a great trading company. The loss of a single shipment could erase years of patient effort. Perhaps that is why spice warehouses were treated as true treasure vaults. Yet the most fascinating aspect was not the heavy locks upon the doors. It was the meaning they represented. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the treasure found in myths and fairy tales rarely symbolizes wealth alone. It also represents the deepest values human beings strive to protect. In legends and ancient stories, treasure is often hidden within caves, castles, or places that are difficult to reach. Before the hero can claim it, they must overcome trials. They must confront fear. They must grow into someone new. Perhaps the spice warehouses of history carried a remarkably similar meaning. They did not merely store merchandise. They safeguarded the aspirations of an entire age. The longing to explore, the longing to connect, the longing to build a more abundant life. It reminds us that true treasure has never been limited to gold and silver. Sometimes treasure is knowledge. Sometimes it is courage. Sometimes it is a handful of tiny seeds carrying the future of an entire civilization. There is a beautiful paradox woven into this story. The farmers cultivating pepper vines beneath the tropical forests probably never imagined the vast warehouses that stood on the other side of the world. They simply tended each vine beneath the shade of towering trees, welcomed the rain, waited patiently for the harvest. Meanwhile, half a world away, merchants regarded those very peppercorns as the most valuable possessions they owned. This reminds us that value is always created through connection. An object is valuable not only because of what it is. It becomes valuable because of the journey it has taken, because of the countless people who helped carry it to its destination, and because of the meaning society collectively gives to it. Jung often reminded us that every outer value ultimately reflects an inner one. If people become too attached to material wealth, they may easily forget what is truly worth protecting. But if we learn to look more deeply, even a single peppercorn can become a lesson in gratitude. Gratitude for nature, which created such remarkable gifts. Gratitude for the people who crossed unimaginable dangers to connect distant lands. Gratitude for the civilizations that worked together to build the world's first great trade routes. Perhaps that is why, when we open a jar of pepper in our kitchens today, we rarely think about the long journey hidden behind it. We simply see a familiar seasoning, but if we listen slowly enough, just as we have done throughout this evening, perhaps every peppercorn begins telling a different story. It tells of sails filled with favorable winds, of deep green tropical forests, of merchants who spent countless sleepless nights upon the sea, of warehouses carefully locked behind thick stone walls, of families who entrusted their entire future to a few humble sacks of spices. And above all, it tells the story of humanity's remarkable ability to discover extraordinary value within what first appears wonderfully ordinary. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson the history of pepper has left behind. Not simply that a spice was once unimaginably valuable, but that human beings possess the extraordinary ability to see an entire world hidden within something very small. Just as Carl Gustav Jung suggested that every symbol is a doorway leading into the depths of the human soul, pepper was never merely a seasoning to those who lived before us. It became a symbol of hope, a symbol of connection, a symbol of dreams that reached beyond the horizon. Yet history rarely ends with admiration alone. Whenever something becomes exceedingly valuable, it also begins to awaken greed. When the islands where spices flourished became sources of immense wealth, powerful nations no longer wished merely to trade with them. They wanted to possess them. They wanted to control them. And from tiny peppercorns, fragrant cloves, and delicate nutmeg seeds, an entirely new chapter of history began to unfold. It became a chapter of rivalry, ambition, and conflicts that would continue across generations. In the next part of our journey, we will quietly step into those years when the fragrance of spices drifted not only through kitchens and marketplaces, but across battlefields as well, where the fate of entire lands was decided by the struggle to control the world's most precious spices. The wars fought for spices. If, in the previous chapter, we paused together before warehouses fragrant with pepper, where every sack of spice was guarded like a priceless treasure, then tonight we will continue a little farther along history's path. This time, however, the landscape grows quieter, for behind the gentle fragrance of cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg, another story has always existed. A story written not only by billowing sails and bustling marketplaces, but also by human ambition. Perhaps this is one of history's greatest paradoxes. Nature creates things of extraordinary beauty. Human beings sometimes transform them into reasons for conflict. A flower may become a symbol of peace, yet it may also become the cause of struggle. A lush green island in the middle of the sea may be a place where birds greet each morning with song, yet it may also become the objective of mighty naval fleets. All because that island happens to nurture a tree desired by the entire world. Imagine that we are standing upon a small tropical island, somewhere within the islands of Southeast Asia more than 400 years ago. Morning arrives here with remarkable tranquility. A thin veil of mist still clings to the leaves. Birdsong echoes through the forest. The breeze carries the scent of salt from the sea, along with the delicate aroma of ripening nutmeg. In the distance, clove trees stand quietly beneath the morning sun. Seen only through the eyes of nature, this is simply a peaceful land. Nothing hints that it will one day become the center of some of the fiercest rivalries in the history of global trade. Carl Gustav Jung believed that nature exists in a state of quiet balance. Only when human beings begin projecting their desires, fears, and greed upon it, does that balance slowly begin to unravel. This is what Jung described as projection. We rarely see the world exactly as it is. Instead, we see it through the lens of what we desire. A forest is no longer merely a forest. It becomes a source of profit. A river is no longer simply flowing water. It becomes a trade route. An island is no longer merely a home for its inhabitants. It becomes the key to power. Perhaps the islands where nutmeg and cloves grew experienced precisely this transformation. At first, they were simply distant lands, known by very few beyond their shores. The local people lived in harmony with nature, tending their trees through the changing seasons, harvesting ripe fruit, and exchanging it with passing merchants. Life unfolded according to the gentle rhythm of the monsoon winds. The sea brought ships, the sea carried them away again. Everything seemed peaceful until the outside world discovered that nearly the entire supply of the nutmeg and cloves it longed for came from only a handful of tiny islands. That realization changed everything. Today, if a plant grows in only one place on Earth, we can cultivate it elsewhere, transport it by air, or study it within modern laboratories. But centuries ago, such things were almost impossible. To obtain nutmeg, people had to travel to the very places where nutmeg trees grew. To obtain cloves, they had to journey to the islands where clove trees had taken root. Geography itself transformed these trees into treasures, and treasures have always drawn ambitious eyes. Jung once suggested that within every human being exists a part he called the shadow. It is not evil in itself. Rather, it is our most instinctive nature, the longing to possess, to control, to have more, to make certain we never lose what we value. When acknowledged and brought into balance, the shadow can become a force that helps us grow. But when left unconscious or nourished by greed, it can also become the source of profound tragedy. Perhaps the history of spices offers one of the clearest illustrations of this truth. At first, merchants simply wanted to purchase spices. Then they wanted to control the trade routes. Soon they wanted to control the ports. Eventually, they realized that if they controlled the very places where the spices were grown, they would never again need to share their profits with anyone else. Within only a few generations, the goal had changed dramatically, from exchange to monopoly, from cooperation to competition, from merchant vessels to armed fleets. It is remarkable to reflect that all of this began with the fragrance of a single fruit. Yet if we look more deeply, we realize that the true cause was never nutmeg or cloves themselves. Nature never asked human beings to compete for its gifts. The trees continued growing quietly, just as they had for centuries. They knew nothing of the extraordinary prices their fruit commanded in lands thousands of miles away. Nor did they know that beyond the horizon, ships were sailing toward them with very different intentions. Some arrived to trade, some arrived to explore, but others came with the desire to possess everything. Perhaps this is where we begin to recognize something truly important. The history of spices has never been merely the history of plants. It is the history of the human mind. Those islands never changed. What changed was the way people looked at them. When our vision becomes clouded by the desire for power, a forest is no longer simply a forest. An island is no longer the home of generations who have lived there for centuries. Gradually, everything becomes numbers, maps, assets waiting to be controlled. It is at that moment that the gentle fragrance of spices begins to mingle with the smell of gunpowder. And in the next part of our story, we will follow the cities and nations that built their strength upon these very spice routes, from the ancient harbors of Venice to the mighty fleets of the Dutch Republic. History will reveal how commerce could give birth to empires and how something as small as a spice helped reshape the balance of power across the world. As those distant islands began appearing with greater clarity upon the maps of navigators, a quiet transformation was taking place on the other side of the world. Not within the tropical forests where clove trees blossomed, not upon the hillsides where nutmeg ripened with the seasons, but within the great port cities along the shores of the Mediterranean and the North Sea, where merchants looked eastward day after day, asking the very same question: how can spices reach us more quickly? At first, it was simply a question of trade, but over time, it gradually became a question of power, for whoever controlled the road leading to spices also controlled an immense share of the world's wealth. Perhaps no city understood this earlier than Venice. Imagine a sunrise upon the quiet canals of Venice many centuries ago. The first rays of morning light shimmer across the water. Small boats drift slowly beneath stone bridges. Farther away, great merchant ships have just arrived after months at sea. Their holds are filled with sacks of pepper, bundles of cinnamon, fragrant cloves, and countless other precious goods brought from the east. The city itself carries the scent of salt air, weathered timber from the docks, and the unmistakable fragrance of freshly unloaded spices. It is more than the smell of merchandise. It is the scent of prosperity. Venice possessed no forests of pepper vines, no islands covered with clove trees. Yet the city understood one very important truth. Sometimes the wealthiest person is not the one who creates the product, but the one who connects that product with the rest of the world. Because of its remarkable location and its vast trading network, Venice gradually became one of Europe's greatest centers of the spice trade. Ships arrived and departed without end. Merchants from distant lands gathered upon the same docks. Money, languages, ideas, and cultures flowed together with every cargo that crossed the sea. Seen through the eyes of Carl Gustav Jung, what was unfolding was far more than the growth of a prosperous city. It was the birth of a symbol. Jung believed that human beings naturally create centers toward which their deepest aspirations are drawn. In mythology, that center may be a sacred mountain. In religion, it may be a temple. In commerce, cities such as Venice gradually became symbols of humanity's dream of prosperity. Many people journeyed there not only to buy and sell. They came because of hope, the hope that, through hard work, courage, and a measure of good fortune, they too might transform their lives. But history never remains still. Whenever one road creates extraordinary wealth, someone will always seek to discover another. And then, in Northern Europe, a small nation with bustling harbors and an increasingly advanced fleet began to emerge as a powerful presence on the map of global commerce. It was the Netherlands. If Venice had served as a gateway connecting the East with Europe for centuries, the Dutch introduced an entirely different approach. They did not simply wish to participate in the flow of trade, they wanted to shape that flow themselves. Dutch ships grew larger with every generation. Their nautical charts became increasingly accurate. Their merchant fleet sailed farther than ever before, crossing seas that few had previously dared to navigate. What made their approach remarkable was that they carried more than merchandise. They carried a new way of thinking. Trade was no longer simply about buying goods in one place and selling them somewhere else. It became a carefully organized system. Every voyage was meticulously planned. Every route was carefully studied. Every harbor served a purpose within an immense commercial network. Perhaps this was the moment when the world quietly entered a new era, an age in which the sea no longer marked a boundary. It became a pathway. The oceans that had once separated continents now silently connected them. Spices were among the greatest forces driving that connection. Carl Gustav Jung once observed that every great system begins with a remarkably small idea. The same is true of the history of commerce. No one could have imagined that the desire to obtain a handful of spices would help create economic networks stretching across the world's oceans. Few could have foreseen that the fragrance of cloves and nutmeg would encourage advances in navigation, cartography, and the sophisticated forms of commercial organization that would shape the modern age. Yet history often unfolds in precisely this way. Small things give rise to extraordinary change. Ship after ship departed the harbor. Port cities continued to expand. Warehouses filled with spices. And the wealth earned through trade was continually invested in new voyages. Like a river growing stronger as more streams flow into it, the great trading empires expanded through the endless circulation of goods and knowledge. Yet every river that grows powerful enough can also carry away more than anyone intends. As profits increased, the nature of competition slowly began to change. At first, merchants competed through their skill in trade. Then cities competed through the size of their fleets. Eventually, nations began competing through military strength and their ability to control the lands where spices were grown. This was the moment when commerce ceased to be commerce alone. It began carrying ambition, the desire for monopoly, the longing to control rather than to share. And it is here that we enter the darker side of our story. A darkness created not by spices or tropical forests, but by the deepest places within the human heart, where greed, fear of loss, and the desire for power gradually overwhelm the natural balance of the soul. That will be the journey awaiting us in the next chapter, as we explore the spice trade through the lens of Carl Gustav Jung and discover that the greatest battles are often fought not between nations, but within the human heart itself. As night settles upon the sea, the waves continue their steady rhythm against the hull, just as they have for millions of years. The wind still fills the sails. The moon still casts its silver reflection upon the water. Nature seems entirely unaware that somewhere aboard the ships crossing those oceans, another kind of storm has begun to gather within the hearts of men. It is not a storm of wind, nor a storm of the sea. It is the storm of greed. Perhaps this is what makes the history of spices both beautiful and profoundly sad. Nature never created the nutmeg tree so that human beings would fight over it. The clove tree never grew with the desire to become the cause of conflict. They simply continued doing what nature had taught them for millions of years, quietly taking root, welcoming the sunlight, receiving the rain, blossoming, bearing fruit, and repeating that gentle cycle through one generation after another. If anyone transformed the meaning of those trees, it was humanity. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every person carries within themselves what he called the shadow. It is not something that must be destroyed. Without aspiration, humanity would never have explored the world. Without the desire to grow, there would have been no great voyages, no remarkable inventions, and no progress of civilization. Yet Jung also reminded us that when the shadow remains unconscious, it gradually begins directing our lives from beneath the surface. What begins as aspiration can quietly become possession. What begins as the desire to succeed can slowly become a greed that knows no limits. Perhaps the history of the spice trade followed precisely that path. At first, merchants crossed the seas simply to purchase rare spices. It was an exchange. Both sides received what they needed. The growers gained goods for trade. The buyers obtained treasures unavailable in their own land. It was a relationship built upon connection. But over time, a different question quietly emerged. If spices must always be purchased from others, why not control the places where they are grown? If profits must be shared, why not keep them all? That single shift in thinking changed the course of history. Jung once wrote that when the ego begins believing, I must possess more, the world is no longer seen as a living community of people and places. Everything gradually becomes an object to control. A forest is no longer simply a forest. It becomes a source of raw materials. An island is no longer the homeland of thousands of people. It becomes a strategic position upon a map. A sea route is no longer a bridge connecting civilizations. It becomes an asset to monopolize. Perhaps that is the saddest lesson history offers us. Not that spices became too valuable, but that, at times, people forgot how to truly see one another. Imagine a native islander living upon one of those small islands. Each morning begins with birdsong. They tend the clove trees planted by their ancestors generations before. They know exactly when the trees will bloom, when the fruit will ripen, when the sea will grow calm enough for small boats to sail. Their lives unfold gently, closely woven into the rhythms of nature. Then one day, great ships, unlike anything they have ever seen, appear upon the horizon. They carry unfamiliar flags, people speaking languages they cannot understand, and an entirely different way of seeing the very island they have always called home. To those who live there, the forest is part of life itself. To the newcomers, the forest is property. To the islanders, the nutmeg tree is a gift from nature. To those arriving from distant lands, it represents immense profit. Those two ways of seeing the world inevitably collide. And from that collision, conflict slowly begins to grow. Carl Gustav Jung reminded us that the greatest danger is not that the shadow exists. The greatest danger is failing to recognize it. An individual unaware of their shadow easily blames others. Nations can do the same. Sometimes people sincerely believe they are bringing civilization, yet what truly guides them is the greed they cannot see within themselves. Perhaps this is one of history's greatest lessons. No spice has ever started a war. No peppercorn has ever caused human anger. No clove tree has ever wished to be defended by guns and cannons. Every conflict begins with the choices human beings make in response to nature's gifts. If we look closely, the history of spices resembles a great mirror. Within it we see reflected both sides of human nature. One side is creativity, courage, the longing to explore, the remarkable ability to connect civilizations. The other side is greed, the fear of losing power, the desire to possess everything. These two sides have always existed together. Jung believed that maturity does not mean eliminating the shadow. It means learning to recognize it. Only when people find the courage to look honestly into the darkness within themselves can they choose another path. Perhaps if more people throughout history had understood this, the world might have been spared much of its suffering. Yet it is precisely because of those lessons that today we are able to look back upon the past with greater calm, not to judge, but to understand. To understand that the wars fought over spices are not merely stories from centuries ago. They are reminders for each one of us. For in the modern world, our own spices may simply take different forms. They may be wealth, fame, power, or anything that convinces us we must possess more than those around us. If we fail to recognize this, we too may find ourselves entering battles of our own, not upon the open sea, but within our own hearts. And perhaps that is the most difficult battle of all. As the night grows quieter, allow this story to settle gently within your mind, like the sea becoming calm after a passing storm. For after all the upheavals of history, nature has quietly continued its eternal rhythm. The clove trees still blossom. The nutmeg trees still bear fruit. Only humanity continues learning how to better understand itself. And that becomes the bridge leading us to the final part of this chapter, where we look back upon the entire story and discover that the greatest lesson of spices has never truly been about commerce, but about the way human beings choose to meet the deepest longings hidden within their own hearts. After all the stories of ships crossing vast oceans, prosperous port cities, distant islands, and rivalries that stretched across generations, perhaps this is the moment to pause for a while, not to search for yet another historical event, but to listen to what history has quietly been trying to whisper to us all along. For history has never been only about the past. It has always been about humanity. If you close your eyes for just a moment, imagine that all the sounds of centuries long gone are slowly fading into silence. The cannons have fallen quiet. The sails no longer strain against the wind. The bustling marketplaces slowly close as evening settles over them. All that remains is the gentle fragrance of cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and tiny peppercorns resting peacefully inside their wooden jars. There is something wonderfully strange about that. Their fragrance has never changed. Across hundreds of years, the trees continue producing the very same aromas their ancestors once offered. Nature has remained faithful to itself. Only human beings have continually changed the way they see nature. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the outer world often reflects the inner landscape of the human soul. When our hearts are at peace, we notice beauty. When our minds are filled with fear, we see danger. When our hearts are guided by greed, even nature's most beautiful gifts can become objects of conflict. Perhaps that is exactly what happened with spices. The spices themselves never changed. Only the meanings people placed upon them did. A clove tree has no awareness that it grows upon land desired by powerful empires. A nutmeg tree cannot understand why ships from the far side of the ocean would sail thousands of miles simply to reach the place where it grows. If trees could think, perhaps they would be deeply surprised. For while they simply follow the quiet rhythm of nature, humanity has written some of history's most turbulent chapters around them. This reminds us of one of Jung's most beautiful ideas. He believed that people often spend their lives searching for treasure outside themselves, while the greatest treasure frequently lies within. Perhaps the history of spices reflects that truth. At first, people set sail in search of pepper, then cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon. Yet throughout that long journey, what they truly discovered was themselves. They discovered courage. They discovered the ability to cross vast oceans. They discovered the limits and the limitless possibilities of human knowledge. And they also discovered the hidden corners of their own hearts. That is why history is always worth listening to. Not so that we remember every date, not so that we memorize every battle, but so that we may better understand humanity. For whenever we understand history, we are also coming to understand ourselves. There is an image I have always found especially beautiful whenever I think about spices. Imagine a single nutmeg resting quietly beneath the leaves of a tropical forest. It has no idea that, a few months later, it will be harvested. It does not know it will cross vast oceans. It cannot imagine passing through countless hands before finally arriving in the kitchen of a family living on the other side of the world. It simply exists, quietly, peacefully. Perhaps that is how nature has always lived, never rushing, never competing, never trying to become anything other than itself. Human beings, meanwhile, often live through goals, plans, competition, dreams that continually expand beyond yesterday's horizon. There is nothing wrong with that. It is aspiration that has allowed civilization to flourish. Yet Jung continually reminded us that when aspiration exists without awareness, human beings easily lose their balance. And when balance disappears, every gift can become the source of conflict. That is exactly what happened with spices. Yet the remarkable thing about time is that it always finds ways to heal. Today, when we open a jar of pepper in our kitchen, very few of us think about the struggles of centuries past. When we stir a little cinnamon into a warm cup of tea, we no longer imagine the fleets that once crossed entire oceans. When we add a few cloves to a meal, we simply enjoy the gentle fragrance spreading through the room. Perhaps this is how history gradually heals its deepest wounds. Not through forgetting, but by transforming what once divided humanity into something that now brings humanity together. Today, spices from many different nations quietly share the same kitchen. A single meal may combine cinnamon from Sri Lanka, pepper from Vietnam, turmeric from India, star anise from China, and countless other flavors gathered from every corner of the world. What was once a source of rivalry has gradually become a symbol of cultural exchange. Perhaps this is the most beautiful chapter of the entire story. Not the chapter about power, but the chapter about connection. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the ultimate goal of human life is not to triumph over others. It is to achieve wholeness within oneself. When we learn to reconcile with our own shadow, we no longer see the world as a place defined only by competition. We begin to recognize cooperation. We begin to notice beauty. We begin to appreciate the abundance that nature has quietly offered to every one of us. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the story of spices leaves behind. It reminds us that none of nature's gifts are born carrying either goodness or evil within themselves. No peppercorn has ever caused a war. No nutmeg has ever ignited a conflict. Only the way human beings choose to use these gifts determines how the story unfolds. Tonight, as this story slowly comes to a close, I hope you'll look at the spice jars in your kitchen with different eyes. Not simply as ingredients for cooking, but as quiet storytellers. Every peppercorn carries the footprints of ancient merchants. Every cinnamon stick carries the fragrance of tropical forests. Every dried clove carries the memory of distant islands that once reshaped the map of the world. and together they remind us of one very simple truth. The greatest strength is not power, nor wealth, but the ability to understand ourselves. For only when we understand our desires, our fears, and even the shadow within us can we truly live in harmony with both nature and one another. As the night grows quieter still, we will leave behind the turbulent harbors of history and step into an entirely different world. A world where spices are no longer viewed through the lens of commerce or power, but through the eyes of nature itself. In the next chapter, we will uncover a remarkable secret: the spicy heat, the bitterness, and the wonderful aromas that humans have come to love were never created for us at all. They are part of an extraordinary defense system that plants developed over millions of years of evolution to protect their own survival. Spices, nature's defense system. After chapters filled with sailing ships, bustling ports, and rivalries between powerful empires, tonight we leave behind the sound of crashing waves and journey somewhere much quieter. There are no ships crossing the sea, no crowded marketplaces, no merchants bargaining over precious cargo, no horses echoing across ancient stone streets. This time, we step into a forest where every story about spices truly begins. Imagine the first light of dawn, touching a canopy of deep green leaves. Golden rays filter gently through the branches, painting soft patterns across the forest floor, still damp with morning dew. The air carries the rich scent of wet earth after the night's rain. Birdsong drifts from the treetops, and somewhere nearby, a gentle breeze carries the delicate fragrance of fresh leaves, tree bark, and flowers just beginning to bloom. In a place like this, nothing suggests the wars, the treasures, or the empires that would one day shake the world. Nature remains as peaceful as it has been for millions of years. And perhaps that is the first thing we should remember. Spices were never born in marketplaces. They were never created in kitchens, nor were they made to serve humanity. They were born in the forest, in the quiet rhythm of nature, in a world where human beings had not yet appeared. It is a remarkable thought. Long before people ever tasted the sharp bite of black pepper, the comforting warmth of cinnamon, or the gentle heat of ginger, plants had already been producing these remarkable compounds for an entirely different reason: not to make food more delicious, but to protect their own lives. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that human beings naturally view the world from their own perspective. We easily assume that everything around us exists for our benefit. Yet Jung believed that true psychological maturity begins when we realize that we are not the center of the universe. We are only one small part of a much greater web of life. Perhaps the forest teaches this lesson better than anywhere else. A tree knows nothing of fame, nothing of money, nothing of power. The only thing it knows is how to continue living, how to sink its roots deeper into the earth, how to stretch its branches toward the sunlight, how to produce seeds and pass life on to the next generation. If you listen carefully enough, you will discover that the forest has never truly been silent. It simply speaks a different language, not the language of sound, but the language of fragrance, of color, of invisible chemical messages that plants quietly send to one another and to the world around them. A leaf is bitten by an insect, a branch is damaged, a tree is threatened by disease. Instantly, an invisible conversation begins deep within the plant. Special compounds are produced. Some become intensely bitter. Some become fiery and pungent. Others release powerful aromas into the air. None of this happens by accident. It is the wisdom of millions of years of evolution. Modern science has helped us understand this remarkable process. Many plants produce specialized chemical compounds that help reduce damage from insects, fungi, or grazing animals. Some substances make leaves unpleasantly bitter. Others create spicy or irritating sensations that discourage many animals from feeding. Still others release aromatic essential oils that can help deter or reduce attacks from various pests. Together, They form part of an extraordinarily sophisticated natural defense system. What never fails to amaze me is that nature does not build fortress walls. It does not forge armor. It does not craft swords. Instead, it creates fragrance. It creates heat. It creates bitterness. The very qualities that we delight in today were once warning signals meant to keep hungry creatures away. Isn't that fascinating? What causes an insect to turn away can inspire human curiosity. What evolved to repel can eventually become irresistible. Perhaps this is one of nature's most beautiful paradoxes. Carl Jung believed that every paradox conceals a deeper truth. The world rarely moves in straight lines. What marks the end of one story often becomes the beginning of another. Something created for one purpose can eventually find an entirely different meaning. Spices are a beautiful example of this. Nature never created cinnamon so people could flavor their tea. It never created ginger so we could season soup. It never created pepper so we could sprinkle it over our meals. Everything began with the most fundamental desire of life itself. The desire to survive, the desire to continue growing, the desire to pass life on to the next generation. Perhaps once we understand that, we'll begin looking at the spice jars in our kitchens a little differently. Every peppercorn becomes more than a seasoning. It becomes the result of millions of years of evolution. Every cinnamon stick becomes more than a piece of bark. It becomes part of a survival strategy that nature patiently perfected across countless generations. Every slice of ginger, every clove, every fennel seed carries within it a story far older than any human civilization. Perhaps that is what makes nature so humbling. We often imagine ourselves to be the greatest inventors. Yet many of the things we treasure most were invented by nature long before humanity ever arrived. The forest is far more than the birthplace of spices. It is an immense library of life, and every single plant is a book waiting patiently to be read. Every leaf is a page. Every fragrance is a message quietly sent into the stillness. And perhaps the most remarkable thing of all is that human beings gradually learned how to read those messages. Not overnight, not within a single generation, but through thousands of years of careful observation, lived experience, and a deep curiosity that encouraged us to listen to nature with open hearts. From that quiet listening, an extraordinary relationship slowly blossomed between people and plants. The very compounds that plants evolved to protect themselves would eventually inspire human cuisine, medicine, and culture. But before we explore that remarkable story, let us spend a little more time understanding how plants silently defend themselves through a system so sophisticated that even modern science continues to marvel at nature's remarkable ingenuity. Imagine, for a moment, that we could shrink ourselves until we were no larger than a tiny speck of dust resting upon the surface of a leaf. The forest would suddenly appear completely different. What once seemed peaceful would become astonishingly alive. A single leaf would no longer be just a flat green surface. It would become an entire world. Its veins would resemble winding rivers, carrying water and nutrients throughout the body of the plant. Gentle sunlight would fall upon every tiny cell. Morning dew would reflect the sky like countless miniature mirrors, and somewhere nearby, countless tiny creatures would be beginning their own day. A caterpillar slowly inches toward the edge of a leaf. A colony of insects searches for food. An invisible fungal spore drifts through the breeze before settling upon the bark of a tree. At first glance, these seem like ordinary moments, but to the tree, they are important signals, because in the world of plants, life has always gone hand in hand with challenge. A tree cannot run away. It cannot move somewhere safer. It cannot hide when danger approaches. It can only remain where it stands. And precisely because it cannot move, nature has given it something else: the ability to adapt, the ability to defend itself, the ability to communicate in ways that humanity has only begun to understand during the past few decades. Carl Gustav Jung believed that life is always seeking its own balance. He often suggested that nature does not operate through absolute conflict, but through delicate relationships between opposing forces. When we look at a forest, it is easy to imagine that everything is perfectly still, yet every single leaf is constantly responding to the world around it. When an insect chews through a leaf, the plant does not simply lose a small piece of itself. Within minutes of being damaged, many plant species begin activating a remarkable series of biochemical responses. Protective compounds are produced, or their production increases, helping the rest of the plant become more resistant to future attacks. In some species, chemical signals travel throughout other parts of the same plant, or are even released into the surrounding air, influencing nearby plants of the same species. Scientists are still uncovering the remarkable complexity of these processes. What is already clear, however, is that plants are far from passive. Beneath their quiet appearance lies an extraordinarily sophisticated system of environmental response. It is fascinating to realize that the forest has never truly been silent. It simply speaks in a language beyond the reach of human ears. Not through words, not through music, but through tiny molecules carrying messages. Some arrive as fragrance, some as bitterness, some as heat. Every compound is like a brief sentence spoken by nature. I have been wounded. Be careful. Prepare yourself. It is a silent conversation that has unfolded upon the earth for millions of years, long before humanity ever appeared. Perhaps this encourages us to reconsider what we mean by intelligence. Human beings often associate intelligence with the brain, yet nature seems to solve problems in a very different way. A tree has no nervous system, no heart, no eyes, no ability to walk, and yet it has endured for millions of years, not because it is stronger, but because it has learned to adapt. Jung believed that within humanity's collective unconscious lives, the enduring image of the tree of life, a symbol found throughout countless cultures across history. It is more than simply a tree. It represents wisdom, endurance, and the quiet ability to nurture life itself. Perhaps standing within a forest helps us understand why this symbol has appeared again and again across civilizations. A tree does not fight the way human beings fight. It does not strike first. It does not pursue an enemy. It simply prepares itself. Every leaf resembles a quiet guardian. Every layer of bark becomes a gentle suit of armor. Every drop of sap, every fragrant oil, every bitter or spicy compound represents millions of years spent learning how to survive. What is truly astonishing is that nature wastes nothing. A single compound can perform several different roles at once. A fragrant essential oil may help reduce damage from certain pests, while also attracting the pollinating insects the plant depends upon. The brilliant colors of flowers invite pollinators to visit, while bitter compounds in the leaves discourage many grazing animals. Everything is arranged like an exquisitely composed symphony. No note is unnecessary. No movement is without purpose. Every detail serves the continuation of life. Seen through Jung's perspective, this offers us another profound lesson. He believed that genuine maturity comes when we learn how to protect ourselves without losing our true nature. A tree does not try to become an animal simply to survive. It remains exactly what it is, only a wiser, more adaptable version of itself. How different that can be from the way we sometimes respond to life's challenges. So often, we change ourselves merely to gain acceptance. So often, we begin constructing masks to hide who we truly are. So often, we lose sight of our deepest values. Nature, however, chooses a different path, quietly, patiently, without seeking attention, yet with extraordinary effectiveness. Perhaps that is why ancient forests bring us such a profound sense of peace. Not because they are free from hardship, but because every living thing follows its own true nature. No creature tries to become something it is not. No species struggles to possess more than it needs to survive. Each one contributes its own part to the greater balance. Even more remarkable is that, after thousands of years of observation, human beings gradually began to understand this silent language. We discovered that the spicy compounds that once discouraged insects could also bring remarkable depth to our food. The fragrances that helped plants communicate with their surroundings could awaken memories buried deep within the human mind. The chemical compounds plants created to defend their own lives eventually opened entirely new worlds of cuisine, medicine, and culture. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful encounters between humanity and nature, not an encounter born of conquest, but one born of understanding. We did not invent spices. We learned to listen to nature. We learned to recognize the value in what plants had been quietly creating for millions of years. And from that attentive listening, something truly extraordinary happened. Human beings did not simply come to understand the defense mechanisms of plants. We transformed nature's chemical signals into flavor, into memory, into culture, and into meals that have brought generations of families together. That is the journey we will continue exploring in the next chapter, where the story of spices no longer belongs only to the world of plants, but becomes a story of humanity's own remarkable creativity. Perhaps one of humanity's greatest wonders is not that we are stronger than nature, for in truth, we have never been stronger than nature. A single storm can reshape an entire landscape. An earthquake can bring even the grandest structures to the ground. A tiny seed, growing patiently over many years, can split solid stone apart. Human beings have never conquered nature. What makes us extraordinary is our ability to listen to it, our ability to observe, our willingness to learn, and above all, our ability to discover beauty in things that were never originally created for us. Spices are among the most beautiful examples of that learning. Imagine an early human being walking through a forest tens of thousands of years ago. Everything around them is unfamiliar. There are no books, no schools, no laboratories. Nature itself is their only teacher. Every leaf offers a lesson. Every fruit presents a question. Some are safe to eat. Some are intensely bitter. Some fill the mouth with surprising heat. Others release mysterious fragrances unlike anything they have ever encountered before. Slowly, guided by their natural curiosity, people begin to remember which plants should be avoided, which can be eaten, which bark makes food more fragrant, which roots bring comforting warmth on cold days. No one teaches them. They learn through experience, through careful observation, through countless attempts and countless mistakes. Carl Gustav Jung once said that the development of consciousness does not begin with answers. It begins with curiosity. We grow because we continue asking questions of the world. Why is this leaf so bitter? Why does that fragrance awaken something inside me? Why do certain plants leave the body feeling comforted? Perhaps those simple questions marked the beginning of a journey that would continue for thousands of years. What has always moved me most is that nature has never tried to explain itself. The forest speaks no words. The trees offer no instructions. All of its knowledge rests quietly before us. And humanity gradually learned how to read that silent book. Each generation added a few more lines, a few more discoveries, a few more moments of understanding, then passed them on to those who followed. In this way, knowledge grew just like a tree itself. Today, when we drop a cinnamon stick into a pot of soup or add fresh ginger to a cup of warm tea, we rarely pause to realize that such simple acts are the result of thousands of years spent observing nature. It is no accident that human beings love fragrance. It is no accident that spicy flavors have become part of so many culinary traditions around the world. What we enjoy today were once survival signals created by plants themselves. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful transformations in the entire history of life. A compound that once protected a plant from insects has become a source of delight for humanity. A fragrance that once carried a message through the forest has become a cherished childhood memory. A fiery sensation that once warned many animals to stay away has become something millions of people now seek and savor. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the most powerful symbols are those capable of transformation. An object no longer remains confined to its original meaning. It evolves alongside human consciousness. Spices are much the same. To plants, they are protection. To humanity, they are culture. They are art. They are memory. They are emotion. Watch a family kitchen early in the morning, and you can see this quiet miracle unfolding. A mother gently places a few slices of ginger into a simmering pot. A father sprinkles freshly ground pepper over a bowl of soup. A young child leans forward, breathing in the fragrance of cinnamon for the very first time. None of them are thinking about millions of years of plant evolution. Yet every one of them is, in some quiet way, reconnecting with nature. Perhaps that is the true beauty of culture. It transforms knowledge into habit, habit into tradition, tradition into identity. And after countless generations, we no longer remember who first discovered the fragrance of cinnamon. We no longer know who first crushed a peppercorn. We no longer know who first steeped ginger in hot water. Yet those simple acts continue to be repeated every single day across the world. Like an ancient song whose composer has long been forgotten, its melody continues to live on. Jung believed that humanity's collective unconscious is formed in much the same way. Our most precious experiences never truly disappear. They are preserved in culture, in symbols, in rituals, in stories, and even in the meals we share. Perhaps that is why the aroma of a familiar dish can move us more deeply than any photograph ever could. Just a hint of cinnamon, a gentle touch of ginger, the fragrance of freshly ground black pepper, and an entire landscape of memories awakens without warning. No explanation is needed. Our brains recognize these scents long before we find words to describe them. Yet if we look even more deeply, perhaps the true miracle does not lie within the spices themselves. The miracle lies in the way human beings have chosen to relate to nature. Instead of merely exploiting it, we learned from it. Instead of simply taking, we observed. Instead of only using, we created. From the defensive compounds of plants, humanity crafted meals, ceremonies, traditions, and extraordinary culinary cultures that have flourished for thousands of years. It is a beautiful transformation. Nature provides the gifts. Humanity gives them meaning. Perhaps this is what Carl Gustav Jung meant when he suggested that human consciousness does not exist to separate us from nature, but to awaken us to our profound connection with it. We do not stand outside the forest. We are part of the forest. We do not stand outside life. We move within the very same current of life itself. And every time we sprinkle a pinch of spice into a meal, whether we realize it or not, we continue a conversation between humanity and plants that began millions of years ago. Perhaps there is no more beautiful way to speak about spices. They are not humanity's invention. They are nature's gift. A gift we have learned to understand through patience, curiosity, and the remarkable creativity of the human spirit. That is why every delicious meal is more than the result of culinary skill. It is also the product of millions of years of evolution, thousands of years of careful observation, and countless generations quietly passing their knowledge from one to the next. Once we recognize this, perhaps we begin to appreciate every fragrance drifting through our kitchens even more deeply. For behind every peppercorn, every cinnamon stick, and every slice of ginger lies the long story of nature and humanity, two companions who, together, have written one of the most beautiful chapters in the history of life. In the final part of this chapter, we will conclude our journey with one gentle reflection. What is it about these humble gifts from the plant kingdom that continues to touch the human heart after thousands of years? And why can every small jar of spices resting quietly on a kitchen shelf still be seen as one of nature's silent miracles? And so, after wandering together through ancient forests, listening to the wordless language of trees, and discovering the secrets that nature has quietly protected for millions of years, perhaps this is the perfect moment to simply sit in stillness for a little while longer. There is no need to memorize scientific terms, no need to remember the names of every chemical compound. Tonight, what matters more is simply to feel. Some truths can only be understood through the mind. Others reveal themselves only to a peaceful heart. If you are listening to these words in the quiet comfort of your room, perhaps somewhere nearby there is still the gentle aroma of a warm cup of tea, the lingering fragrance from the kitchen after dinner, or simply the subtle scent of wood and the cool night air. These fragrances may seem wonderfully ordinary, yet after the journey we have shared tonight, perhaps they no longer feel quite the same, because now, every scent carries a story. A slice of ginger is no longer merely a slice of ginger. It is the result of millions of years of evolution. A cinnamon stick is no longer simply a piece of bark. It is an entire chapter in nature's endless book. Even a tiny peppercorn becomes something far greater than a seasoning. It becomes a quiet testament to the patience of life itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that true maturity begins when we learn to recognize the extraordinary within the ordinary. So often, we spend our lives searching for grand achievements, great discoveries, remarkable inventions, yet miracles continue unfolding before our eyes every single day. A tiny seed silently pushing through the soil, a leaf gently turning toward the light, a tree endlessly creating remarkable compounds to protect its own existence. Nature has never been loud. It has never needed to prove anything. Its greatest beauty has always been created in silence. Perhaps that is why forests bring such deep peace to the human soul. Not because there is no struggle there, quite the opposite. Every day within the forest is a quiet journey of survival. Insects search for food. Fungi strive to grow. Trees patiently adapt to sunlight, rain, and wind. And yet everything unfolds within an astonishing balance. Nothing is excessive. Nothing is wasted. There is no greed. Only life quietly finding ways to sustain more life. Jung often suggested that nature is the greatest teacher of the human soul, not because it hands us answers, but because it teaches us to ask better questions. Standing before a forest, we naturally wonder, how can something so incredibly complex remain so beautifully harmonious? Holding a tiny peppercorn in our hand, another question quietly appears, how could a compound created for self-defense become a flavor cherished all around the world? Perhaps the answer lies within the way nature itself works. Nothing in nature exists without purpose. Every fragrance serves a role. Every spicy sensation has its reason. Every color carries a message. Humanity simply arrived later. We entered the forest as humble guests. We observed, we listened, we learned, and little by little, we came to understand a tiny portion of the wisdom that had existed long before civilization itself. That realization has always filled me with humility, for the more we understand nature, the more we realize how little we truly know. Every new scientific discovery opens the door to hundreds of new questions. Every plant that is studied reveals possibilities humanity had never imagined before. Perhaps knowledge itself is much like a forest. The deeper we walk into it, the more we discover how endlessly vast it truly is. Jung called this the journey of consciousness, a journey that never truly ends. Not a journey to conquer the world, but to understand it, and through that understanding, to discover ourselves. Perhaps that is why the story of spices has never been merely a story about food, nor is it only a story of botany or history. It is the story of the relationship between humanity and nature, a relationship that begins with curiosity, grows through observation, is nourished by gratitude, and endures through respect. Today, as life moves faster than ever before, we rarely pause to think about the remarkable journeys hidden within the smallest things. We open a jar of spices in a matter of seconds, sprinkle a little pepper over a meal, drop a few slices of ginger into a warm cup of tea, place a cinnamon stick into gently simmering water. Everything happens so quickly that it is almost unconscious. But perhaps, after tonight, Each time you do those simple things, you will smile just a little more. Not because the food tastes better, but because you know you are holding one of Earth's oldest gifts, a gift that was never created for humanity, yet somehow became one of the most beautiful parts of human life. Perhaps that is why I have always loved stories about nature. They remind us that this world is not built only by great events. Sometimes a single peppercorn is enough to change history. A faint fragrance is enough to awaken forgotten memories. An ordinary leaf can contain millions of years of evolution, and a quiet tree standing deep within a forest can become a teacher for all humanity. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." Perhaps nature has always invited us to do both, to look outward in wonder at the beauty of the world, and to look inward until we realize that we are part of that beauty ourselves. The night has grown deeper now. Perhaps your eyelids are becoming a little heavier. If they are, simply allow the images of the forest to remain with you. Let the gentle rustling of leaves replace the unfinished thoughts still drifting through your mind. Let the fragrances of cinnamon, ginger, pepper, and cloves blend quietly into the stillness of the night. Because sometimes what heals us is not something complicated. It is simply the feeling of being connected once again to nature, of remembering that we do not stand apart from this world. We belong to it. And just like the quiet trees beyond our windows, every one of us is growing according to a rhythm that is uniquely our own. In the next chapter, we will leave the forest behind and begin a journey that is both scientific and quietly magical. Together, we will discover why a tiny molecule called capsaicin can convince the brain that the mouth is on fire, why menthol creates the sensation of coolness without actually lowering temperature, and how the chemical signals produced by plants gently fool the human brain in ways more fascinating than we could ever imagine. It will be our doorway into Part 6, the science of spiciness, where biology, neuroscience, and psychology meet in a story that is every bit as captivating as it is soothing, a perfect companion for a peaceful night's rest. Part 6, the science of spiciness. Perhaps every one of us has experienced a moment that feels wonderfully familiar. A tiny piece of chili pepper touches the tip of the tongue. Within seconds, a wave of heat spreads across the mouth. The heart seems to beat a little faster. Breathing becomes slightly deeper. The eyes begin to water. Some people smile with delight. Others immediately reach for a glass of water. Some simply laugh at how unexpectedly intense the sensation feels. We often say, the chili is hot, but if we pause for just a moment, an intriguing question quietly appears. Is the chili actually hot? If we measured it with a thermometer, the answer would surprise us. It is no warmer than the room around it. There are no flames, no rising steam, no source of heat at all. So why does the brain become convinced that our mouth is burning? Perhaps this is one of the most remarkable discoveries modern science has ever made. And perhaps it is also one of the most beautiful illustrations of an idea Carl Gustav Jung returned to throughout his life. The world we experience is not always the world exactly as it is. It is the world after the mind has interpreted it. Jung believed there is always a subtle distance between objective reality and subjective experience. We do not experience reality directly. We experience reality as our minds and our inner worlds interpret it. That is true of emotions. It is true of memories. And, remarkably, it is also true of spicy food. Let us return once more to the quiet tropical forest we left behind in the previous chapter. Deep beneath the warm sunlight, a small chili plant grows peacefully among the leaves. It has no idea that millions of people across the world adore its fiery fruit. If we can say that the plant wants anything at all, its only purpose is the same as every other living thing: to survive. Across millions of years of evolution, chili plants developed a remarkable chemical compound. Its name is capsaicin. At first glance, capsaicin is simply a tiny molecule. It has no color, It produces no flames. It does not increase the temperature of the surrounding air. Yet the moment it touches the tongue or the delicate tissues inside the mouth, it begins an extraordinary conversation with our nervous system. Inside the human body are specialized receptors, tiny sentinels that constantly monitor the world around us. One of these receptors is known as TRPV1. Under ordinary circumstances, TRPV1 becomes activated when we touch something dangerously hot or when body tissue is exposed to damaging heat. It is one of the body's most important protective mechanisms, helping us pull our hand away from a hot stove before serious injury can occur. But capsaicin does something extraordinary. It creates no heat at all. Instead, it simply knocks on the very receptor that evolved to detect heat. Like someone accidentally ringing the wrong doorbell, the door still opens. The message is still delivered. Even though the cause is entirely different, the instant TRPV1 is activated, nerve signals race toward the brain. The brain never actually sees the chili pepper. It receives only one message. Something here is extremely hot. And then the brain does what it has always done. It interprets. From that interpretation emerges the vivid experience we call spiciness. The remarkable part is that the sensation is completely real. You genuinely feel burning. You genuinely feel heat. You genuinely want something to cool your mouth, even though the actual temperature inside your mouth has barely changed at all. Perhaps this is the perfect place to pause for a moment, not to remember the name of a receptor, but to reflect on what this tiny phenomenon quietly teaches us. How many times in life do we respond to signals the same way the brain responds to capsaicin? A casual remark leaves us feeling deeply hurt. A passing glance convinces us someone is judging us. An old memory unexpectedly returns and weighs heavily on the heart. What happens outside is only a signal. The experience itself is created within. Carl Gustav Jung once observed, "What disturbs you is not the event itself, but your interpretation of it." Perhaps spiciness offers one of the most elegant illustrations of that truth. Capsaicin never tells the brain, "I am fire." It merely touches a neural doorway. The brain is the one that creates the experience. That does not make the experience imaginary. On the contrary, it is entirely genuine, but it is also constructed. And that is a wonderfully subtle distinction. If we look at it through Jung's perspective, perhaps the whole of human life unfolds in much the same way. The world constantly sends us countless signals. Some bring joy, some bring challenges, some awaken memories so deeply buried that we never realized they were still resting within us. The mind is like a storyteller. It does not merely receive information, it gives meaning to information. It transforms signals into experiences, and from those experiences, we build what we call reality. Perhaps that is why two people can eat the very same spicy meal and react so differently. One finds it comforting, another finds it overwhelming, a third delights in every fiery bite. Each brain is telling a slightly different story about exactly the same signal. That thought has always filled me with a sense of humility. We do not live only in the physical world. We live in a world of perception, of memory, of symbols, and of deeply personal interpretations. That is also why a meal becomes something greater than a meal. A fragrance becomes a memory. A spicy sensation becomes an emotion. A tiny spice becomes a doorway leading into the deepest chambers of the mind. Yet the wonder of the science of spiciness does not end there. If capsaicin convinces the brain that it is touching fire, then black pepper, the faithful companion of humanity for thousands of years, creates an entirely different experience. Its warmth is gentler, deeper, more gradual, because the molecule responsible is not capsaicin at all. It is another remarkable compound called piperine, and that small difference opens the next chapter in our journey to understand how the brain experiences the world. Now that we know the fiery sensation of chili peppers is really a conversation between capsaicin and our nervous system, Perhaps you will begin looking at every familiar sensation with fresh curiosity. Something that once seemed ordinary suddenly becomes wonderfully mysterious. If the brain can create the feeling of heat without any actual fire, do all spicy foods work in exactly the same way? At first glance, the answer seems obvious. Chili peppers are spicy. Black pepper is spicy. Both create a tingling sensation across the tongue. Yet if you listen carefully to your own body, you begin to notice that the two experiences are surprisingly different. Imagine a quiet winter evening. Before you sits a bowl of warm soup, freshly lifted from the stove. The cook has sprinkled only a little freshly ground black pepper across the surface. You lift the first spoonful to your lips. What arrives is not the sudden explosion of heat that comes from biting into a slice of chili. It is something entirely different, warmer, deeper, a gentle warmth that spreads slowly, like wrapping yourself beneath a soft blanket on a cold night. The spiciness of black pepper never rushes. It is patient, unhurried, gradually awakening every other flavor in the meal. Perhaps that is why black pepper has remained such a trusted companion across so many cuisines for thousands of years. Not because it is the strongest spice, but because it quietly allows everything around it to shine. Carl Gustav Jung once observed that some of life's greatest powers never announce themselves loudly. They work quietly, patiently, yet their influence reaches farther than we often realize. Perhaps piperine, the compound responsible for black pepper's distinctive warmth, is much the same. If capsaicin resembles a sudden spark striking the nervous system, piperine feels more like a warm breeze gently passing through. Scientifically speaking, piperine also stimulates sensory nerve endings involved in detecting irritation and warmth inside the mouth. However, it does so differently from capsaicin. Its sensation is usually milder, more diffuse, less likely to produce the intense burning that accompanies peppers rich in capsaicin. One of the most fascinating discoveries is that the brain has no dedicated spicy taste receptor. Among the 5 basic tastes, our tongues directly detect sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami. Spiciness is something entirely different. Instead, it is largely created by sensory nerves in the mouth and nose, sending signals to the brain. In other words, when we say, "This food is spicy," our brain is actually combining many different sensory signals into one unified experience. Perhaps this is another place where we should pause for a moment. For most of our lives, we have assumed we were tasting spiciness. In truth, we are feeling it. The distinction is subtle, yet profoundly important. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his work to understanding how the mind constructs reality. He believed that nearly everything we experience in the external world passes first through an inner process of interpretation. A color, a sound, a memory, even a spicy sensation, all become experience only after the nervous system and the mind have shaped them into meaning. Perhaps that is why the same peppercorn can create different experiences for different people. A professional chef may notice delicate layers of aroma hidden beneath the spice. A child may notice only the mild sting. An older adult may pay greater attention to the fragrance than the heat. The pepper itself has not changed. The person experiencing it has. Jung believed every individual carries an entirely unique inner world, a world shaped by memory, emotion, experience, and the unconscious. It is that inner landscape that determines how we receive everything around us. Perhaps that is also why flavors are so deeply intertwined with memory. A bowl of soup seasoned with black pepper may instantly carry someone back to their grandmother's kitchen. A faint aroma may awaken an entire winter from childhood. Not because piperine stores memories, but because the brain quietly connected that aroma with one precious moment in a person's life. Seen from a broader perspective, perhaps this is another lesson nature has always been teaching us. No two experiences are ever exactly alike. Two people may watch the same sky, listen to the same music, share the same meal, yet the stories unfolding inside them may be completely different. That does not make either person more correct than the other. It simply reminds us how astonishingly rich the human mind truly is. Perhaps that is why black pepper has never been merely a seasoning. For thousands of years, it has also been a symbol of connection. It connected distant lands, connected civilizations, and perhaps most beautifully of all, it connected deeply personal memories within every human heart. Each time a pepper mill gently crushes a handful of black peppercorns, fragrant oils quietly bloom into the air. That aroma awakens more than the senses. It awakens things we believed we had long forgotten. Carl Jung called this the power of symbols. A symbol does not need to explain itself. It simply appears, and the unconscious quietly completes the rest of the story. Perhaps black pepper is one of those symbols. Small, quiet, yet capable of carrying entire lifetimes of memory within a single breath of fragrance. Small, quiet, yet powerful enough to open an entire world within us. And yet, if black pepper fills us with gentle warmth, while chili peppers convince us that we are touching fire, nature still has another surprise waiting. There are leaves that can touch the tongue and create the sensation of a cool winter breeze, even though the temperature has not changed at all. There is also a remarkable spice that makes the lips and tongue gently tingle, as though hundreds of tiny bubbles were dancing across their surface. It is not magic. It is not an illusion. It is simply another way that plants have learned to speak with the human nervous system. That is the doorway to the next part of our journey, where mint and Sichuan peppercorns will reveal that the brain can be gently deceived in ways even more subtle and astonishing than we ever imagined. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered why a tiny molecule like capsaicin can convince the brain that the mouth is touching fire, then perhaps tonight, nature has an even stranger story to tell. A story about cold, but without ice, without snow, without the chill of winter winds. Imagine yourself sitting quietly in a peaceful garden on a late summer afternoon. The air is still warm. Soft sunlight filters gently through the trees. You pick a fresh mint leaf, lift it to your nose, and breathe in slowly. Its fragrance arrives immediately. Clean, fresh, bright, refreshing. Then you place the leaf gently on your tongue. Within only a few seconds, a cool sensation begins spreading throughout your mouth, as though a gentle breeze had quietly drifted across your lips, as though the temperature itself had suddenly fallen. Yet if someone placed a thermometer on your tongue at that very moment, it would detect almost no meaningful change at all. So what has really happened? Did the leaf actually cool your body? Or has only the brain's interpretation of the world changed? Perhaps this is one of nature's most beautiful illusions. Inside every mint leaf lives a remarkable compound called menthol. Just as capsaicin seeks out receptors that detect heat, menthol finds an entirely different group of sensory receptors. Scientists call them TRPM8. They are tiny sentinels, designed to detect cool air and cold surfaces. The instant menthol touches those receptors, they immediately send a message toward the brain. The message is wonderfully simple. Something cold is here. And then the brain does exactly what it has always done. It believes the signal. Not because the brain is easily fooled, but because throughout millions of years of evolution, those signals have almost always been trustworthy. If the receptors reported cold, the environment was usually cold. Only this time, nature created a molecule clever enough to knock on exactly the right door, without lowering the temperature, without producing ice, simply by awakening the correct messenger. And suddenly the entire world inside the mouth feels cool. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "What we call reality always passes through the doorway of perception." Perhaps mint offers one of the most elegant illustrations of that idea. The coolness we experience is completely real, yet its cause is not what we instinctively assume. That realization quietly reminds us that many experiences in life work exactly the same way. Sometimes the world itself has not changed, only the way the mind is reading the world. A few encouraging words can make a difficult day suddenly feel lighter. An old melody can fill an ordinary room with warmth. A familiar fragrance can carry us back to childhood in a single breath. The space around us remains exactly the same, only perception changes. Perhaps that is why Jung devoted so much of his life to studying symbols. He understood that human beings do not live by events alone. We live through the meanings our minds attach to those events. Yet nature still has another surprise waiting. If mint convinces us that a cool breeze has drifted through the mouth, then elsewhere in Asia grows a spice that causes many first-time tasters to burst into laughter with astonishment. It is the remarkable Sichuan peppercorn. At first glance, the tiny reddish-brown husks appear completely harmless. Their fragrance is unlike black pepper, not intensely spicy, not overwhelmingly pungent. Instead, there is even a delicate hint of citrus, floating quietly beneath the aroma. Then you gently bite into one. For the first few seconds, nothing unusual seems to happen, and then your lips begin to tremble ever so slightly. The tip of your tongue feels as though hundreds of tiny bubbles are dancing across its surface. A gentle tingling spreads throughout your mouth. Not painful, not burning, not cold, simply different. If you have never experienced it before, it is almost impossible to describe with words. Today, scientists know that this remarkable sensation comes primarily from a compound called sanshui. Rather than mainly activating heat receptors like capsaicin or cool receptors like menthol, sanshui interacts with sensory nerve fibers in a unique way, leading the brain to interpret the experience as the characteristic tingling, buzzing, or lightly numbing sensation for which Sichuan pepper is famous. What has always amazed me is that nature never learned only one language. It learned many. There is the language of warmth, the language of coolness. A chili pepper never knows that it is helping neuroscientists better understand the human brain. Yet somehow, simply by following the quiet rhythm of evolution, it has become one of nature's greatest teachers. Perhaps that is why the deeper we explore the natural world, the more we discover that we are also exploring ourselves. Nature has always been holding up a mirror. For countless generations, it has patiently invited us to look into it, not merely to admire forests, not merely to study plants, but to understand the remarkable way our own minds create reality. If we step back for a moment and look at everything we have discovered tonight, a beautiful pattern begins to emerge. The story was never really about chili peppers, or mint, or Sichuan peppercorns. It has always been about perception, about the mysterious conversation between the outer world and the inner world, a conversation that takes place every second of our lives. The outside world offers signals, the mind gives them meaning, and somewhere between those two moments, our experience is born. Carl Gustav Jung believed that consciousness grows not by collecting more information, but by becoming aware of the invisible processes that shape how we experience reality. Perhaps that is exactly what these tiny spices have been quietly teaching us all along. Capsaicin reminds us that not every feeling of fire comes from actual flames. Menthol reminds us that coolness can exist without cold air. Sanshui reminds us that the nervous system can create entirely new sensations from signals we never expected. Each of them gently whispers the same lesson. Reality is not merely received, it is interpreted. That realization is both wonderfully humbling and deeply comforting. It reminds us that many of life's strongest experiences are created through the partnership between the world outside and the world within. A kind word may brighten an ordinary afternoon. A familiar melody may suddenly bring tears to our eyes. The scent of cinnamon drifting through the kitchen can transport us across decades to a childhood memory that seemed forgotten. The molecules themselves are tiny. The experiences they awaken are immeasurably larger. Perhaps this is why food has always meant more than nourishment. A meal is never only a collection of ingredients. It is memory, tradition, family, comfort, culture, a bridge between generations. a conversation between nature and humanity that has continued without interruption for thousands of years. Jung often suggested that symbols possess their greatest power because they speak to parts of the psyche that words alone cannot reach. Perhaps spices have become symbols in exactly that way. A pinch of black pepper, a stick of cinnamon, a slice of ginger, a fresh mint leaf. Each carries far more than flavor. Each carries history, evolution, discovery, curiosity, and the quiet relationship between human beings and the living world. Tonight, we also discovered something surprisingly hopeful. The mind is not a passive camera recording reality exactly as it is. It is an artist, a storyteller, a translator. Every sight, every sound, every scent, every taste passes through that creative process before becoming part of our conscious experience. Understanding that does not make our experiences less real. Instead, it makes us more compassionate toward ourselves, toward others, because we begin to recognize that no two people experience the world in precisely the same way. Two people may sit at the same table, taste the same meal, listen to the same music, watch the same sunset, yet each heart quietly paints its own version of that moment. Perhaps that diversity of perception is not a flaw. Perhaps it is one of the greatest expressions of life's richness. The forest never creates only one fragrance. The ocean never forms only one wave. The human mind was never meant to tell only one story. And maybe that is why nature continues to inspire us so deeply. The more carefully we observe it, the more gently it teaches us to observe ourselves. As the night grows quieter, there is no need to remember the scientific names of receptors or molecules. You do not need to memorize TRPV1 or TRPM8 or Sanshul. If there is only one idea worth carrying into tomorrow, perhaps it is this: every sensation is the beginning of a conversation between the world and the mind that experiences it. The next time you taste something spicy, pause for just a second. Notice the warmth. Notice the coolness. Notice the gentle tingling. Then remember that none of those feelings exist in the spice alone. They come alive only when nature and the human nervous system meet. What a beautiful partnership that is. For millions of years, plants quietly developed these remarkable molecules simply to survive. Thousands of years later, human beings learned to transform them into cuisine, medicine, ritual, memory, and joy. Perhaps no invention could ever be more extraordinary than that, because the greatest discoveries are often not about changing nature, they are about learning to understand it. And in understanding nature, we slowly learn to understand ourselves. The night has grown late now. Perhaps your eyes are becoming heavier. If so, allow the images from tonight's journey to settle gently in your mind. Let the quiet forest remain where it is. Let the fragrance of mint drift softly through the trees. Let the warmth of black pepper linger beside a comforting bowl of soup. Let cinnamon, ginger, chili, and Sichuan pepper become more than ingredients. Let them become reminders that the smallest gifts of nature often contain the deepest wisdom, because sometimes the most profound truths are hidden inside the tiniest things: a seed, a leaf, a drop of rain, or a single grain of spice resting quietly in the palm of your hand. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey through the hidden world of spices, nature, history, and the remarkable human mind. If tonight's story helped you see these everyday wonders in a new light, I hope you'll continue exploring with us in future journeys. And now, as the world grows quieter around you, may your thoughts become lighter, your breathing slower, and your dreams gentler. Close your eyes. Let the forest keep telling its ancient stories, and allow yourself to drift peacefully into a deep and restful sleep. Good night, and I'll see you in our next journey. The flowers of the vanilla orchid are breathtakingly delicate. They bloom quietly in the warm embrace of tropical forests, their pale blossoms opening for only a brief window before gently fading away. And that brief moment changes everything. Each flower opens for just a single day. If it is not successfully pollinated during those precious hours, it will never produce the long green pod that the world knows as vanilla. Nature, once again, reminds us that some of life's greatest gifts depend upon perfect timing. Long ago, in the forests of what is now Mexico, tiny native bees quietly carried out this remarkable task. For thousands of years, they formed an invisible partnership with the vanilla orchid. The flower depended on the bee depended on the forest. Everything existed in quiet balance. But when vanilla plants were carried across the oceans to other tropical regions, something unexpected happened. The vines grew beautifully, the leaves flourished, the flowers blossomed, yet almost no vanilla pods appeared. The plants had traveled. Their oldest partners had not. Without their natural pollinators, the flowers remained silent. The world desired vanilla. Nature simply waited. Then, in one of history's most remarkable moments of quiet ingenuity, people discovered that each flower could be pollinated by hand. Using nothing more than a slender stick and extraordinary patience, workers gently lifted the tiny membrane inside each blossom and carefully transferred pollen from one part of the flower to another. The entire process takes only a few seconds, yet those few seconds must happen at exactly the right moment. Flower after flower, plant after plant, day after day, thousands upon thousands of times. Even today, much of the world's vanilla is still produced through careful hand pollination, followed by months of harvesting, curing, and drying before the familiar aroma fully develops. What seems like an ordinary bottle of vanilla extract often contains months of patient work hidden inside every drop. Carl Gustav Jung often suggested that meaningful transformation rarely happens all at once. The deepest changes occur quietly, almost invisibly. One small action, repeated faithfully, eventually becomes something extraordinary. Perhaps vanilla is one of nature's most beautiful metaphors for that truth. Its fragrance does not appear immediately after the pod is harvested. Fresh vanilla pods have surprisingly little of the rich aroma we associate with them. Only through a long curing process, carefully drying, resting, and slowly developing over many weeks, does the familiar fragrance gradually emerge. Time itself becomes an ingredient. Patience becomes part of the recipe. Perhaps that is why vanilla feels so comforting. Its story is not one of speed, it is a story of becoming. A reminder that some of life's finest qualities cannot be rushed. Trust, wisdom, friendship, love, character. Like vanilla, they deepen slowly. The longer they are cared for, the richer they become. And perhaps that is why the fragrance of vanilla has become one of the world's most beloved scents. Not because it demands attention, but because it welcomes us gently, warmly, almost like the memory of home. If saffron teaches us the beauty of patience, and vanilla teaches us the quiet power of time, then another remarkable spice tells an entirely different story. A story of exploration, of forests stretching across mist-covered mountains, of sailors crossing dangerous oceans, and of a tiny brown seed that once inspired kingdoms to search beyond the edge of the known world. That seed is the nutmeg. Imagine standing on one of the small islands of the Banda archipelago centuries ago. Morning mist drifts gently through the trees. Birdsong echoes from the forest canopy. The air carries a fragrance unlike anything else on Earth. Warm, sweet, woody, slightly mysterious. High among the branches hang golden fruits that resemble small apricots. When they split open naturally, they reveal a glossy brown seed wrapped in a delicate crimson lace. The brown seed will become nutmeg. The crimson covering surrounding it will become mace, another treasured spice with its own distinctive aroma. Two extraordinary spices, one single fruit. Nature often creates beauty through simplicity. For centuries, these tiny islands were almost the only place on Earth where nutmeg trees grew naturally. That remarkable fact transformed peaceful forests into places of enormous global importance. Merchants crossed thousands of miles hoping to obtain these precious seeds. Empires competed for influence. Maps were redrawn. Entire fleets sailed toward islands that many people in Europe had never even heard of. Yet through all of that human ambition, the nutmeg trees continued living exactly as they always had. They reached toward the sunlight. They absorbed the tropical rains. They flowered. They fruited. They scattered new seeds into the forest floor. Nature never changed its purpose. Only humanity changed the meaning it attached to the tree. Carl Jung believed that many conflicts begin when we mistake possession for value. We imagine that owning something beautiful allows us to own its meaning. But beauty cannot truly be possessed, only appreciated. Perhaps the nutmeg tree quietly reminds us of that lesson. Its greatest gift was never wealth alone. Its greatest gift was inspiration. It inspired voyages across unknown oceans. It expanded maps. It connected civilizations. It encouraged people to ask, what lay beyond the horizon? Perhaps every remarkable spice tells two stories at once. One is the story written by nature. The other is the story written by humanity. Nature writes with rain, sunlight, roots, flowers, and seeds. Humanity writes with curiosity, memory, exploration, culture, and imagination. Only when those two stories meet do spices become more than plants. They become symbols. Symbols of patience, symbols of discovery, symbols of gratitude, and symbols of the extraordinary beauty that can grow from the smallest gifts the earth has ever offered. As our journey continues, we will discover that many of the world's most treasured spices share one remarkable secret. Their greatest value has never come from rarity alone. It has come from the countless stories, traditions, and generations of human hands that transformed simple plants into timeless treasures. Carl Gustav Jung believed that beneath every conscious thought lies a deeper landscape, a quiet place where memories, emotions, instincts, and forgotten experiences continue to shape who we are. Most of the time, we cannot see that hidden world directly, yet its presence is everywhere. Perhaps ginger offers us a gentle image of that invisible reality. What we commonly call the ginger root is, in fact, a rhizome, a thick underground stem that quietly grows beneath the soil. Hidden from view, it stores energy, nourishes new shoots, and allows the plant to continue growing season after season. Everything visible above the ground depends upon what remains unseen below it. There is something profoundly human about that image. Our character is often built in exactly the same way. The world notices our words, our achievements, our smiles. But beneath all of those lie the experiences that shaped us, the quiet moments no one witnessed, the lessons learned through difficulty, the memories that continue to nourish us long after they have faded from conscious thought. Like the rhizome beneath the earth, the deepest parts of ourselves often work silently. Carl Jung called this hidden realm the unconscious. He believed that the unconscious was not an empty darkness, but a living foundation from which creativity, resilience, intuition, and transformation continually emerge. Perhaps ginger quietly reminds us that what cannot be seen is not necessarily less important. Sometimes, it is the source of everything else. Nature seems to repeat this lesson again and again. The tallest tree depends upon roots buried deep underground. The brightest flower depends upon invisible processes unfolding inside every cell. The sweetest fruit begins as a blossom that few people ever notice. And the warming aroma of ginger begins its journey beneath the soil, where sunlight never reaches. When we slice fresh ginger, its fragrance rises immediately into the air, warm, bright, fresh, almost awakening every sense at once. Modern science tells us that ginger's distinctive character comes from naturally occurring compounds such as gingerols, which contribute to its familiar flavor and aroma. As ginger is dried or heated, some of these compounds gradually transform, creating the deeper, warmer notes that many people associate with baked foods and comforting teas. Even chemistry, it seems, tells a story of transformation. Carl Jung often suggested that transformation is one of the deepest patterns woven throughout life. Nothing truly meaningful remains unchanged forever. Children become adults. Seeds become forests. Experiences become wisdom. Fresh ginger slowly develops new aromatic qualities through time and gentle change. Perhaps that is why its fragrance feels so comforting. It reminds us that change does not always mean losing something. Sometimes, change allows hidden qualities to emerge. A cup of ginger tea on a rainy evening offers more than warmth. It offers reassurance, a feeling of being cared for, a quiet invitation to slow down. Perhaps that is why so many cultures have welcomed ginger into their kitchens for thousands of years. Not simply because of its flavor, but because it became woven into daily rituals of comfort and hospitality. There is something deeply moving about the way ordinary plants become companions across generations. A grandmother slices ginger into soup. Years later, her grandchildren instinctively repeat the same gentle movement. Recipes travel, traditions endure, memories quietly pass from one pair of hands to another. Carl Jung believed that symbols remain alive because they continue speaking across generations without requiring explanation. Perhaps ginger has become one of those timeless symbols, a symbol of warmth, of resilience, of quiet strength, of nourishment that begins beneath the surface. When we place cinnamon and ginger side by side, we discover two remarkably different teachers. Cinnamon teaches us that protection can become beauty. Its fragrant bark, once serving as part of the tree's natural defense, now fills homes with comfort and celebration. Ginger teaches us that the greatest strength often grows in places no one can see. Together, they remind us that nature never wastes anything. Every fragrance, every texture, every hidden structure, every season of growth, all become part of a larger harmony. Perhaps that harmony is what has always drawn humanity toward spices. Not simply their flavors, but the stories they carry. Stories of forests and rain, of patient farmers, of ancient trade routes, of families gathering around shared meals, of children growing into adults while familiar aromas quietly fill the kitchen. As the evening becomes stiller, perhaps you can almost imagine the gentle fragrance of cinnamon drifting through a warm room, while fresh ginger steeps quietly inside a cup of tea nearby. Neither aroma demands attention, neither competes with the other. Together, they create something greater than either could create alone. Perhaps people are meant to live that way as well, not by competing endlessly, but by contributing our own unique fragrance to the lives of those around us. Carl Jung once suggested that true wholeness is not achieved by becoming someone else. It comes from fully becoming who we already are. A cinnamon tree never tries to become ginger. A ginger plant never longs to become cinnamon. Each quietly offers its own gift to the world. Perhaps the same invitation is waiting for each of us. To grow patiently, to remain deeply rooted, to allow time to reveal our finest qualities, and to trust that even the quietest life can leave behind a fragrance that lingers far longer than we ever imagine. As our journey continues, another remarkable chapter quietly awaits us. For beyond the familiar warmth of cinnamon and ginger lies an even older story, one that stretches across deserts, mountain valleys, and ancient temples. There we will discover how spices became more than ingredients. They became medicine, ritual, symbols of healing, and companions in humanity's search for health, meaning, and hope. It is a story that reminds us once again that nature has never separated nourishment from wisdom. It has always offered both together: connection with nature, connection with other people, and perhaps most importantly, connection with the quiet parts of ourselves that we so often forget to visit. Maybe that is why the aroma of turmeric and cloves feels so comforting. They remind us that healing is rarely dramatic. It often begins in the smallest places: a warm kitchen, a shared meal, the gentle rhythm of someone preparing food with care, a fragrance drifting slowly through the evening air. Long before hospitals and laboratories, people gathered around fires, shared herbs, roots, spices, and stories. Knowledge traveled from one generation to the next, not only through books, but through hands that cooked together and families who remembered. Nature became one of humanity's first teachers, and spices became some of its earliest lessons. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the deepest wisdom rarely arrives through force. It unfolds quietly, patiently, like dawn, slowly replacing the darkness. Perhaps spices have always taught us in exactly that way, not by demanding attention, but by quietly becoming part of daily life, until one day, we suddenly realize how deeply they have shaped us. Turmeric stains the fingers of the cook with brilliant gold. Cloves release their fragrance only when warmed. Neither seeks recognition, yet both leave lasting impressions. Perhaps people are meant to live that way as well, not by trying to shine more brightly than everyone else, but by quietly bringing warmth wherever they happen to be. Nature never rushes. A tree does not bloom because another tree blooms first. A flower does not compare itself to the flowers beside it. Each follows its own season, its own rhythm, its own quiet purpose. Jung often suggested that psychological maturity begins when we stop measuring ourselves against others and begin listening to our own inner nature. Perhaps every spice whispers the same invitation. Cinnamon never wishes to become saffron. Ginger never envies vanilla. Turmeric does not try to smell like cloves. Each fulfills its own role in the larger harmony of the forest. Together, they create richness that none could create alone. There is something deeply reassuring about that thought. The world does not become beautiful because everything is the same. It becomes beautiful because every living thing contributes something uniquely its own. Perhaps human communities flourish for the very same reason. Different voices, different traditions, different memories, different gifts, all blending into something far richer than any individual contribution. This may explain why the history of spices is also the history of human connection. Trade routes carried more than precious cargo. They carried languages, ideas, songs, recipes, friendships, and sometimes even entirely new ways of seeing the world. A single spice crossing an ocean often carried an entire culture with it. Every meal became a meeting place. Every shared table became a bridge. Carl Jung believed that symbols have extraordinary power because they unite what appears separate. They connect past and present, the visible and the invisible, the individual and the collective. Perhaps spices have always served as such symbols. A pinch of turmeric connects today's meal with thousands of years of tradition. The fragrance of cloves links one family gathering to countless others across centuries and continents. Without realizing it, we participate in stories far older than ourselves. That thought carries a quiet kind of comfort. We are never entirely alone. The meals we prepare today continue conversations that humanity began thousands of years ago. Every familiar aroma is part of an inheritance that belongs not to one nation, but to all people. As the night grows quieter, perhaps you can imagine countless kitchens around the world. Somewhere, cinnamon is warming fresh bread. Elsewhere, ginger is gently simmering in tea. Turmeric colors a family meal with golden light. Cloves perfume a pot of slowly cooking stew. Different languages, different homes, different traditions. Yet the same fragrances quietly weave them together. Perhaps that is one of nature's greatest miracles. It teaches unity without demanding uniformity. Every spice remains completely itself, yet together they create harmony. The forest follows that wisdom. Perhaps humanity can learn from it as well. Carl Jung once observed that wholeness does not mean becoming perfect. It means bringing together every part of ourselves into a balanced whole. Nature has been demonstrating that truth since long before human history began. Every root, every leaf, every flower, every seed, every fragrance, each contributes something essential. None is complete alone. Together, they become life itself. Maybe that is the greatest lesson these precious spices leave behind. Their true value was never measured only by their rarity, nor by the fortunes they once commanded, nor by the empires they helped shape. Their greatest gift has always been something quieter, the ability to gather people, to preserve memories, to comfort hearts, to inspire gratitude, and to remind us that even the smallest gifts of nature can quietly transform the human spirit. As our journey continues, one final chapter gently awaits. There we will discover that the greatest treasure hidden within spices has never been their price, their fragrance, or even their remarkable history. It has always been their extraordinary ability to remind us of something easily forgotten, that the deepest forms of wealth are not found in what we possess, but in what we are able to appreciate. And perhaps, after traveling through forests, oceans, ancient civilizations, and the hidden landscapes of the human mind, we will discover that the richest spice of all is gratitude itself. Perhaps that is why the story of spices never truly ends. Every generation discovers them again in its own way. A child experiences the aroma of garlic sizzling in a pan for the first time. A traveler recognizes the familiar scent of ginger thousands of miles from home. An elderly person catches a hint of cinnamon in the air and suddenly remembers a winter from decades ago. The spices remain the same, only the people change. And yet, somehow, they continue to build the same invisible bridge between memory, family, and belonging. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the deepest symbols endure because they speak to something universal within us, not to our intellect alone, but to the oldest parts of the human soul. Perhaps this explains why a kitchen has always been more than a place where food is prepared. It is where stories are shared, where traditions are passed from one pair of hands to another, where children quietly learn what home feels like long before they understand the meaning of the word. A grandmother does not need to explain why she adds garlic before the onions, or why ginger is placed into the soup so gently. The lesson is carried through repetition, through aroma, through love expressed without words. Generation after generation, these simple rituals become part of the invisible inheritance every family leaves behind. Maybe that is one of the greatest miracles of spices. They preserve more than flavor. They preserve relationships. Every meal prepared with care becomes a memory waiting to be awakened years later by a familiar fragrance. Science tells us that smell has an unusually close connection to the parts of the brain involved in memory and emotion. Perhaps that is why a single aroma can travel farther through time than almost anything else. One breath, one familiar scent, and suddenly an entire chapter of life returns. Not because the spice remembers, but because we do. Carl Jung often suggested that memory is not simply a collection of facts, it is a living landscape. Every meaningful experience leaves its own quiet path. A familiar fragrance simply helps us find that path again. Garlic and onions may never have been worth their weight in gold. No kings built fleets to conquer their fields. No empires rose or fell because of their abundance. Yet they have accomplished something that no treasure could ever purchase. They have become companions to ordinary life, and perhaps ordinary life is where the greatest beauty has always lived. Not inside palaces, not aboard magnificent ships, but around modest tables where families gather at the end of the day, where laughter softens disappointment, where silence becomes comfortable, where forgiveness often arrives before anyone notices. There is a quiet wisdom hidden in that thought. History often celebrates extraordinary events, great discoveries, powerful rulers, epic voyages. Yet our own lives are shaped far more by ordinary evenings than extraordinary moments. A shared meal, a warm bowl of soup, someone asking how our day has been, someone remembering exactly how we like our tea. These are the moments that quietly build a lifetime. Perhaps spices understand this better than we do. They never demand attention. Rarely do they become the center of a meal. Instead, they help everything else become more complete. Maybe people are meant to live that way as well, not by constantly seeking to stand above everyone else, but by making the lives of those around them a little warmer, a little richer, a little more comforting. Carl Jung believed that true individuation does not isolate us from others. It allows us to participate more fully in life. The more deeply we understand ourselves, the more naturally we become capable of understanding others. Perhaps every shared meal is a quiet expression of that truth. No one eats entirely alone. Behind every ingredient stands a farmer, a harvest, a changing season, a marketplace, a cook, a family. Countless unseen hands make even the simplest dinner possible. Every clove of garlic carries the work of the earth. Every onion carries the patience of time. Every spice reminds us that human life has always been woven together through cooperation rather than isolation. That may be the greatest lesson hidden inside every kitchen. Nothing truly meaningful is created by only one person. Nature contributes its gifts. People contribute their care. Time contributes its patience. Love contributes its invisible presence. Only together does a simple meal become something unforgettable. Perhaps this is why, after traveling through ancient civilizations, distant oceans, forgotten trade routes, tropical forests, scientific discoveries, and the hidden landscapes of the human mind, we finally arrive back where we quietly began, home. Not because home is the end of the journey, but because every meaningful journey eventually teaches us how precious home has always been. Tonight, before you close your eyes, perhaps you will think differently about the quiet shelf where your spices, the garlic waiting beside the onions, the ginger resting beside the cinnamon, the pepper beside the turmeric. Each one carries far more than flavor. Each carries centuries of human curiosity, countless acts of kindness, the patience of nature, the resilience of civilizations, and the quiet hope that every shared meal might bring people a little closer together. Perhaps that has always been the greatest purpose of spices, not to impress us, not to make us wealthier, not even simply to make food taste better, but to remind us that the richest parts of life are often the simplest. A warm kitchen, a familiar fragrance, a family gathered together, a heart filled with gratitude. And as the night grows deeper and the world becomes quieter, may these gentle stories linger in your thoughts like the soft aroma of spices drifting through a peaceful home. May they remind you that wonder is never far away. Sometimes it waits inside a tiny seed, sometimes inside a humble clove of garlic, and sometimes it quietly lives within the ordinary moments we are fortunate enough to share with the people we love. Good night. Sleep peacefully. And if you have enjoyed traveling through the quiet history of spices with me tonight, I would be truly grateful if you subscribed to the channel, left a like, and shared this journey with someone who also enjoys peaceful stories before sleep. Until our next gentle journey, may your nights be calm, your heart be light, and your dreams be filled with the quiet beauty of nature, and the unconscious quietly completes the rest of the story. Perhaps that is why a single fragrance can move us more deeply than an entire conversation. It does not persuade. It does not explain. It simply reminds. Carl Gustav Jung believed that within every person exists a vast inner landscape, one far older than our conscious thoughts. Much of what shapes our lives lives quietly beneath awareness, waiting for the right symbol to bring it into the light. A familiar scent often becomes that symbol. Imagine walking through an old house you have not visited for many years. The furniture may have changed. The walls may have been painted. The photographs may no longer hang where they once did. Yet the moment you notice the faint aroma of cinnamon drifting from the kitchen, something stirs. Not in your thoughts first, but in your heart. For a brief moment, time seems to lose its meaning. You are no longer standing in the present. You are 8 years old again. Someone is smiling at you. Someone is preparing dinner. someone who may no longer even be here, and yet, through a single invisible thread of fragrance, they somehow return. Science offers part of the explanation. Because the pathways of smell are closely connected to regions of the brain involved in emotion and memory, certain aromas can trigger vivid recollections with remarkable speed. But science describes the mechanism. It does not fully describe the experience. That experience belongs to something much deeper. Perhaps this is what Jung meant when he spoke of symbols that bridge the conscious and unconscious mind. A fragrance does not retrieve a memory the way a photograph does. A photograph reminds us of what we already know. A fragrance often reminds us of what we had forgotten we remembered. There is a quiet difference between those two things. One is recognition, the other is rediscovery. Maybe that is why smell feels almost magical. It reaches places that words rarely find. Think for a moment about the scent of freshly baked bread, or garlic gently browning in olive oil, or ginger steeping in hot tea on a rainy afternoon. Perhaps none of these aromas belong to the same culture. Perhaps they belong to different families, different countries, different generations. And yet each has the extraordinary ability to say the same thing without speaking. You are safe. You are home. You are loved. No dictionary could ever translate those messages, because they are written in feeling rather than language. Carl Gustav Jung often suggested that the human soul recognizes truth long before the intellect can explain it. Perhaps fragrance is one of the oldest languages through which that truth still speaks. Long before written history, people remembered edible plants by their smell. Long before recipes were recorded, aromas guided families toward nourishment, comfort, and community. The nose became one of humanity's earliest storytellers. Every forest carried its own vocabulary, every season its own chapter, every spice its own quiet sentence. Nature never wrote these stories with ink. It wrote them with molecules carried gently upon the wind. And generation after generation, humanity learned how to read them. Perhaps that is why spices never truly disappear from our lives. Even when fashions change, even when cities grow, even when technology transforms almost everything around us, the fragrance of cinnamon still comforts. Fresh ginger still feels warm. Black pepper still awakens the senses. Garlic still announces that dinner is almost ready. Some experiences remain timeless because they belong not only to history, but to human nature itself. Jung believed that healing often begins when we reconnect with forgotten parts of ourselves. Perhaps familiar aromas quietly help us begin that journey, not by changing who we are, but by reminding us who we have always been. Every fragrance becomes a gentle invitation to slow down, to remember, to belong once more. As the evening grows quieter, perhaps you can imagine all the invisible fragrances drifting through homes around the world. Some rise from simmering soups, some from warm bread fresh from the oven, some from tea prepared for a loved one. Though no one can see these delicate currents moving through the air, they carry something far more valuable than perfume. They carry memory, they carry comfort, they carry love. And perhaps that is the greatest secret hidden behind every spice. Its fragrance was never created merely to delight our senses. It became a bridge between past and present, between nature and humanity, between memory and emotion, between the conscious mind and the mysterious depths that Carl Gustav Jung spent his lifetime exploring. In the next part of our journey, we will follow those invisible aromatic pathways even deeper into the human brain, discovering why certain fragrances can awaken memories that seem lost forever, why scent can move us to tears without warning, and how nature quietly gave us one of the most powerful keys to the hidden world of the unconscious mind. A warm cup placed gently into waiting hands, a quiet reminder that someone cares. Perhaps this is why certain fragrances feel strangely familiar even when we encounter them in places we have never visited before. They speak not only to our personal memories, but also to patterns of experience shared across generations. Carl Gustav Jung believed that beneath our individual stories lies a deeper layer of human experience, a place where symbols acquire meanings that seem to transcend culture, language, and time. Whether we grow up in Asia, Europe, Africa, or the Americas, warmth often becomes a symbol of comfort. The fragrance of food becomes a symbol of care. A shared meal becomes a symbol of belonging. Perhaps spices have quietly carried these symbols through thousands of years of human history, not by teaching them, but by accompanying them. Think for a moment about a child sitting at a family table. The child may not understand history, may know nothing of ancient trade routes or tropical forests, yet the aroma rising from the meal becomes part of that child's inner world. Years later, the names of school lessons may have faded, faces may become less distinct, entire conversations may disappear, but the fragrance remains, waiting patiently. Carl Gustav Jung often described the unconscious as something living rather than passive. It does not simply store memories like objects in a box. It continues weaving them together throughout our lives, quietly connecting old experiences with new ones. Perhaps fragrance becomes one of the threads that allows this invisible weaving to continue. One familiar aroma does not merely remind us of a single moment. It often gathers dozens of moments together. The scent of cinnamon may recall holiday mornings, family laughter, warm kitchens, winter evenings, the feeling of safety, all arriving together in a single breath. This is why memory rarely returns as isolated facts. It returns as atmosphere, as emotion, as presence. Science suggests that smell has a remarkable ability to evoke autobiographical memories with unusual vividness. Jung might have described the same experience differently. He may have said that fragrance awakens living symbols, sleeping beneath consciousness. Perhaps both perspectives describe different sides of the same mystery. One explains how, the other asks why the experience feels so profoundly human. There is something deeply comforting in realizing that our memories are never entirely lost. Even those we can no longer reach with deliberate effort may continue resting quietly beneath awareness, patient, unhurried, waiting for the right key. A single clove, warming in tea, fresh ginger sliced on a wooden board, black pepper freshly ground over soup, mint leaves crushed between gentle fingers. Each fragrance carries the possibility of opening a forgotten doorway. Perhaps that is one of nature's most generous gifts. It allows the past to return softly, rather than all at once. Not through force, but through invitation. Carl Gustav Jung believed that healing often begins not by creating something new, but by reconnecting with what has quietly remained within us all along. Maybe fragrance performs this gentle work every day, without asking for recognition. It reminds us that we are more than the present moment, more than today's worries, more than tomorrow's plans. We are also every season we have lived, every person we have loved, every table where we once gathered, every home whose kitchen welcomed us with warmth. Perhaps this explains why homes are remembered less by their architecture than by their atmosphere. Years later, few people remember the exact color of the walls, but many remember the smell of bread baking before sunrise, the scent of garlic gently browning in butter, the warm sweetness of cinnamon filling the house during winter, the comforting aroma of ginger tea prepared during illness. These fragrances quietly become part of our emotional geography. Carl Jung suggested that symbols possess the remarkable ability to unite opposites, past and present, childhood and adulthood, absence and presence. Perhaps aromas accomplish exactly that. Someone we dearly loved may no longer be sitting beside us, yet one familiar fragrance can make their presence feel astonishingly close for a brief moment, not because the past returns, but because love has always existed beyond ordinary measurements of time. Perhaps that is why smell feels almost sacred. It reminds us that memory is not simply about remembering events. It is about preserving relationships. Every familiar fragrance carries invisible traces of the people who once shared those moments with us. In this way, spices become quiet guardians of human connection, not only connecting civilizations through trade, not only connecting cultures through cuisine, but connecting one heart to another across decades of life. As the evening grows still, perhaps you can imagine every fragrance floating gently through the air as a messenger, invisible, weightless, silent, yet carrying entire lifetimes within its delicate journey. And perhaps that is the most beautiful secret hidden inside every spice. It does not simply season food, it quietly seasons memory itself. In the next chapter, we will continue following these invisible pathways even deeper, discovering how the brain transforms fragrance into emotion, why certain aromas become lifelong companions, and how nature has quietly given humanity one of its most extraordinary ways of remembering not only the places we have lived, but the people who helped us become who we are. There is life here. There are families. There are stories being passed from one generation to the next. Perhaps this is why every culture eventually develops its own familiar aromas. Not because one fragrance is objectively better than another, but because each becomes woven into the emotional fabric of everyday life. Carl Gustav Jung believed that symbols gain their deepest meaning through repeated human experience. A simple object becomes sacred not because of what it is made of, but because of the countless lives that have quietly gathered around it. Perhaps spices become symbols in exactly this way. A cinnamon stick is still only bark. A piece of ginger remains only a rhizome. A peppercorn is simply a dried fruit. Yet when they enter our homes, they become something more. They become part of birthdays, holiday meals, family celebrations, quiet evenings, ordinary Tuesdays that later become precious memories. Over time, they stop belonging only to nature. They begin belonging to our lives. Perhaps this is why traveling can feel so emotional. Sometimes, we arrive in a country where almost everything appears unfamiliar. The language is different. The streets are different. The buildings look unlike anything we have known. Then, unexpectedly, a familiar aroma drifts through the air. Fresh ginger simmering in tea, garlic gently sizzling in oil, black pepper rising from warm soup. Suddenly, something inside us relaxes. For just a moment, we are no longer strangers, not because the place has changed, because our hearts have found something they recognize. Science suggests that the brain constantly combines incoming sensory information with previous experience to interpret the world. Jung might have described this as consciousness meeting the unconscious. Together, they create the reality each of us experiences. Perhaps this explains why no two people ever encounter exactly the same world, even standing side by side, even sharing the same meal, even breathing the same fragrance. Each person carries a different lifetime into that single moment. There is something deeply comforting about this realization. It reminds us that differences in taste are not problems to solve. They are stories to understand. When someone treasures the aroma of a spice we hardly notice, they are often protecting a memory we cannot see. A grandmother's kitchen, a celebration from childhood, a homeland left many years ago, a loved one whose presence still lingers through fragrance alone. Perhaps this invites us to become gentler with one another. Instead of asking why someone loves a certain aroma, we might wonder what beautiful chapter of life it quietly represents. Carl Gustav Jung often encouraged people to approach both themselves and others with curiosity rather than judgment. The same wisdom seems to belong in every kitchen, every table, every shared meal. Food has always been about more than nourishment. It is one of humanity's oldest conversations, not spoken through words, but through fragrance, texture, warmth, generosity, and the silent language of sharing. Perhaps this is why preparing food for another person feels so meaningful. When we season a meal, we are rarely adding only flavor. We are adding attention, care, patience, a hope that someone else will feel comforted. Nature provides the spices, Human beings provide the love. Together they create something neither could accomplish alone. Perhaps that is the quiet miracle hidden inside every meal. As the evening becomes still once more, imagine a single kitchen somewhere in the world. A gentle light shines through the window. Someone stirs a warm pot, while soft aromas slowly fill the room. Outside, the world continues its endless movement. Inside, time seems to slow. Family members gather. Conversations begin. Laughter rises. Memories are quietly being created, although no one realizes it yet. Years from now, the details of that evening may fade. The weather may be forgotten. The date may disappear. Even the conversation may become difficult to recall. But one familiar fragrance may remain, waiting patiently, ready to bring that entire evening back with a single breath. Perhaps this is the greatest gift spices have offered humanity across thousands of years. Not only richer flavors, not only healthier traditions, but invisible bridges connecting people across time, connecting childhood with adulthood, home with distant journeys, nature with civilization, and memory with love. In the next chapter, we will explore one final mystery: why certain aromas can calm the nervous system, soften anxious thoughts, and create a profound sense of peace, even when no specific memory appears. Together, neuroscience, psychology, and the timeless reflections of Carl Gustav Jung will help us discover why fragrance may be one of nature's gentlest pathways toward healing the human heart. Perhaps life itself teaches us in much the same way, not through force, not through haste, but through gentle warmth. Imagine a quiet kitchen just before sunrise. Outside, the world is still wrapped in silence. A small pan rests upon the stove. A thin layer of oil begins to shimmer almost imperceptibly. Then, someone reaches for a handful of whole spices, perhaps cumin seeds, perhaps coriander, perhaps mustard seeds, or a few peppercorns. For a brief moment, nothing happens. The spices simply rest in the warm oil. Then, a soft crackle, tiny bubbles begin to dance around each seed. The room slowly fills with fragrance, not because something entirely new has appeared, but because heat has gently unlocked what was hidden all along. Nature had carefully stored countless aromatic compounds within each tiny seed. Warm oil simply became the key. Modern food science helps us understand why this happens. Many of the molecules responsible for the aromas of spices dissolve more readily in fats than in water. As spices warm in oil, some aromatic compounds are released and spread more efficiently throughout the dish. Others become easier for our noses to detect as they evaporate into the air. This is why a simple step that lasts only a few seconds can transform an entire meal. To an observer, it may seem like cooking, yet perhaps it is something closer to a quiet conversation. The fire speaks, the oil listens, the spices respond. Carl Gustav Jung often suggested that true transformation rarely comes from violence. It comes from creating the right conditions. A seed cannot be forced to bloom. A person cannot be forced to become whole. Growth appears when the environment quietly invites it. Perhaps spices understand this better than we do. Too much heat, and delicate aromas disappear. Too little warmth, and they remain asleep. Only balance allows their fullest character to emerge. There is something profoundly peaceful about that idea. How many things in our own lives flourish only when treated gently? Friendship, trust, creativity, love. None of them respond well to force. They unfold when given patience. When I watch spices bloom in warm oil, I often think about people. Many of us carry gifts that remain invisible for years, not because they are absent, but because life has not yet offered the warmth needed to awaken them. Some discover their purpose in youth, others much later. Neither journey is wrong. Every spice has its own moment. Every person does as well. Perhaps this is one of the quiet lessons hidden inside every kitchen. Cooking is not about overpowering ingredients. It is about helping each one reveal its true nature. A skilled cook rarely asks, "How can I change this spice?" Instead, the question becomes, what does this spice need in order to become fully itself? Jung believed that the same question belongs to every human soul. Not, "Who should I become?" but, "Who have I always been beneath everything else?" The answer often arrives slowly, like fragrance rising from a warm pan. Invisible, patient, certain. There is another beautiful lesson hidden in the order of cooking. Across many culinary traditions, spices are added at different moments for different reasons. Some meet the heat first, others are stirred in near the very end. Delicate herbs may appear only after the fire has been turned off. Each has its own perfect timing, not because one spice is more important than another, but because every ingredient tells its story differently. Perhaps life follows the same rhythm. Some lessons arrive early, others require decades before they make sense. Some dreams bloom quickly, others wait quietly beneath the surface until the moment is finally right. Nature never seems anxious about timing, only people are. Carl Jung reminded us that wisdom often means trusting the rhythm of becoming, not rushing toward tomorrow, not clinging to yesterday, simply allowing each stage to unfold when it is ready. Perhaps a kitchen offers one of the simplest places to witness that wisdom. Nothing can be hurried without consequence. Oil must warm gradually. Seeds must toast gently. Fragrance must be given time to rise. Patience is not delaying the meal. Patience is part of creating it. Tonight, as you imagine that quiet pan resting over a gentle flame, perhaps you will also think about your own life. Maybe there are dreams still resting like whole spices. Maybe there are talents waiting for the warmth of the right opportunity. Maybe there are gentle parts of your heart that have not yet revealed their fragrance. That does not mean they are missing. Like every spice before it is awakened, they are simply waiting for the right moment, the right warmth, the right season. And perhaps that is one of nature's most comforting promises. Nothing beautiful is truly lost while it waits. Sometimes it is simply gathering the quiet strength it will need before filling the world with its fragrance. In the next part of our journey, we will discover another subtle secret that great cooks have understood for centuries. Why do some spices thrive when added at the very beginning of cooking, while others reveal their greatest beauty only at the very end? Together, we will explore how timing itself becomes an invisible ingredient, one that transforms simple recipes into unforgettable meals, and perhaps teaches us something equally profound about the rhythm of life itself. Gentle, patient, almost as if the water itself were listening. Modern food science tells us that different aromatic compounds behave differently depending on the medium that surrounds them. Some dissolve more readily in water, others are much more soluble in fats and oils. This is one of the quiet reasons why the same spice can tell entirely different stories in different recipes. A cinnamon stick, slowly steeped in warm tea, offers a fragrance unlike the cinnamon gently bloomed in butter for a dessert. The spice has not changed. Its companion has. Perhaps this is one of nature's simplest lessons. We reveal different parts of ourselves in different relationships. Carl Gustav Jung believed that no human being exists in isolation. Much of who we become is shaped through encounters with others, not because our essence changes, but because different circumstances invite different qualities to emerge. A quiet friend may discover courage when someone needs comfort. A reserved teacher may reveal warmth in the presence of children. A traveler may discover resilience only after leaving home. Perhaps spices live by the same quiet truth. Imagine now that same cinnamon stick resting in a small pan of warm butter. The aroma feels different, richer, rounder, more comforting somehow. The fragrant molecules that love fat slowly dissolve into the butter, allowing them to spread gently throughout the entire dish. The result is not stronger, it is simply different, more complete in its own way. Water and oil never compete. Each offers hospitality to different guests. There is something deeply beautiful about that. Nature never insists that one path is the only path. It simply allows each element to contribute according to its own nature. Perhaps this is also what wisdom looks like. Not forcing everyone into the same role, but understanding where each person flourishes best. Jung often reminded us that true maturity comes from recognizing differences without trying to erase them. A forest is beautiful precisely because every tree grows differently. A symphony becomes rich because every instrument has its own voice. A meal becomes memorable because every ingredient contributes something unique. The kitchen quietly teaches the same philosophy. Not every spice belongs at the beginning. Not every herb should cook for an hour. Some ingredients reveal their greatest beauty only after the heat has faded. Fresh basil, tender parsley, delicate mint. If they remain over the fire for too long, much of their bright fragrance quietly disappears. Others, however, seem almost grateful for patience. A cinnamon stick resting in soup, whole cloves slowly steeping in broth, star anise gently releasing its sweetness over time. They ask for nothing more than a slow conversation. Cooking, perhaps, is simply learning to listen. Science explains that many aromatic compounds are volatile. They evaporate easily into the air, especially when exposed to prolonged heat. That is why timing becomes an invisible ingredient. Adding a spice only a few minutes earlier or later can completely transform the final aroma. Experienced cooks know this almost instinctively. They are not only following recipes, they are listening to fragrance. They notice when the spices begin to speak, and they know when it is time for silence. There is something remarkably similar in human life. Not every truth needs to be spoken immediately. Not every dream should be pursued at once. Not every season asks us to bloom. Carl Gustav Jung believed that psychological growth follows its own rhythm. Trying to hurry that rhythm often creates unnecessary suffering. Like spices left too long over the fire, beauty can be diminished when we refuse to respect timing. Nature seems wonderfully patient with itself. Seeds wait, trees wait, flowers wait, even fragrance waits. Nothing appears before its proper moment. Perhaps we, too, are allowed to unfold that way. As evening grows quieter, imagine a pot resting gently on the stove. Steam rises slowly into the cool night air. A cinnamon stick drifts lazily beneath the surface. Slices of ginger release their warmth one gentle breath at a time. A few peppercorns quietly share their hidden aromas with the broth. No one inside the pot seems hurried. No ingredient struggles to become another. Each simply offers what it was created to give. Perhaps that is why homemade food carries such quiet comfort. Not because it is complicated, but because it honors time. It honors patience. It honors the natural rhythm of every ingredient. Carl Jung once suggested that the deepest wisdom rarely arrives as sudden revelation. More often, it comes like dawn, so gradually that we hardly notice darkness becoming light. Perhaps spices teach us exactly the same lesson. They never rush to reveal themselves. Their finest aromas appear little by little, breath by breath, moment by moment, until suddenly, almost without realizing it, an ordinary kitchen has become filled with warmth, and perhaps the human heart grows in exactly the same way. Not all at once, but quietly, patiently, one gentle moment after another. In the next part of our journey, we will discover one final secret hidden within the art of seasoning. Why do master chefs so often speak of balance rather than intensity? Together we will explore how sweetness, acidity, bitterness, saltiness, and aroma do not compete with one another, but cooperate, revealing one last lesson that nature has been quietly teaching us all along. True harmony is never created by one voice alone, but by many voices learning to sing together. It simply helps every other ingredient become more fully itself. Perhaps that is one of the quietest forms of wisdom. Modern food science tells us that our perception of flavor is never created by a single ingredient alone. Salt can soften bitterness while enhancing many savory notes. A small amount of sweetness can round harsh edges and bring different flavors into harmony. Acidity from lemon juice, vinegar, or other sour ingredients often brightens a dish, making aromas seem fresher and more vibrant. None of these ingredients seek attention for themselves. Instead, they quietly reveal the beauty that was already present. Carl Gustav Jung often suggested that the healthiest personality is not one dominated by a single quality. It is one in which different parts of the self have learned to live together. Strength without compassion can become cruelty. Kindness without courage may become helplessness. Logic without feeling grows cold. Emotion without reflection becomes overwhelming. Wisdom is not choosing one side. Wisdom is learning how they belong together. Perhaps every good meal quietly tells the same story. Imagine the cook lifting a spoon to taste the soup. He does not immediately reach for more pepper, or more cinnamon, or more ginger. Instead, he pauses. He listens. Perhaps only a small pinch of salt is needed. Perhaps a single drop of lemon. Perhaps nothing at all. Cooking, at its finest, becomes an act of attention, not of excess. Nature seems to favor this principle everywhere. Too much rain floods the fields. Too little leaves them dry. Too much sunlight scorches young leaves. Too little prevents them from growing. Life itself appears to flourish between extremes. Perhaps this is why balance feels so peaceful. It reflects the rhythm of the natural world. Jung believed that much of human suffering comes from identifying too completely with only one part of ourselves. Some people spend their lives chasing achievement while forgetting rest. Others seek comfort but avoid challenge. Some hide behind reason. Others become lost inside emotion. Yet wholeness asks something different. Not perfection, balance. The kitchen quietly teaches this lesson every single day. No single spice should overwhelm every other voice. No ingredient should silence the rest. Each contributes something essential. None tells the entire story alone. Imagine now a simple bowl of soup resting on a wooden table. Steam rises slowly into the evening air. The warmth of ginger is there. The gentle sweetness of cinnamon lingers softly beneath the surface. Freshly ground pepper adds quiet depth. A touch of salt brings everything into focus. A few drops of lemon brighten the entire experience without announcing themselves. No ingredient asks to become the hero. Together, they create something larger than themselves. Perhaps human communities are meant to work the same way. Families, friendships, neighborhoods, cultures. Each person contributes a different gift. Listening, encouragement, patience, creativity, humor, compassion. When everyone insists on being the loudest voice, harmony disappears. When each voice finds its proper place, something beautiful begins to emerge. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that the journey toward wholeness is not about becoming flawless. It is about becoming complete, accepting both our strengths and our vulnerabilities, honoring both light and shadow, allowing every part of ourselves to sit together at the same table. Perhaps every well-balanced meal quietly rehearses that lesson before we ever recognize it. There is another comforting thought hidden inside this idea. Balance is never permanent. A cook tastes the soup again. The seasons change. Fresh vegetables differ from one harvest to the next. Even the same recipe asks for small adjustments. Life works much the same way. We do not achieve balance once and keep it forever. We return to it again and again. With every new season, every new challenge, every new chapter. Perhaps that is not failure. Perhaps it is simply how living things remain alive. Nature is always adjusting, always responding, always finding equilibrium once more. As this chapter gently comes to its close, perhaps you will never look at a small bowl of salt, a spoonful of sugar, or a slice of lemon in quite the same way. They may seem ordinary, yet they quietly remind us that greatness rarely comes from adding more. More often, it comes from knowing what is enough, knowing when to soften, when to brighten, when to wait, when to stop. Perhaps that is the final lesson every spice has been trying to teach us all along. The richest flavors are not created by excess. They are created by harmony. And perhaps the richest lives are, too. As the night grows quieter and the last aromas drift gently through the kitchen, let this thought remain with you. Nature has never rushed to become beautiful. It simply learned how every part belonged to every other part. Perhaps we are learning the very same lesson. One quiet day, one shared meal, one gentle breath at a time. Have you ever noticed that there are certain aromas you cannot separate into individual ingredients? You breathe them in. You recognize them instantly. Yet if someone asks, "What exactly am I smelling?" the answer becomes surprisingly difficult. Perhaps there is cinnamon, perhaps cumin, a whisper of coriander, maybe black pepper, a hint of cloves. And still, what reaches us is not a collection of separate spices. It is one new voice, one new story, one new identity. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful lessons hidden inside the world's great spice blends. They remind us that harmony does not erase individuality. It transforms it. Carl Gustav Jung believed that becoming whole never meant becoming identical. Each part of the personality retains its own nature. Yet something new emerges when those parts begin working together instead of competing. Perhaps spice blends quietly express the same truth. For thousands of years, nearly every civilization discovered that certain spices seemed to understand one another, not because anyone instructed them to, but because generations of careful observation slowly revealed combinations that felt naturally complete. One family mixed cumin with coriander. Another added cinnamon and cloves. Elsewhere, black pepper found companions in cardamom, fennel, nutmeg, or turmeric. Across continents separated by mountains and oceans, people kept arriving at the same remarkable realization. Sometimes beauty grows larger when many voices sing together. Consider curry powder. Contrary to what many people imagine, curry powder is not a single ancient recipe shared by all of India. Rather, it is a family of spice blends that developed through different culinary traditions and later evolved into many regional and international variations. Its exact ingredients vary widely. Turmeric often provides its warm golden color. Coriander contributes gentle citrus notes. Cumin offers earthy depth. Fenugreek adds quiet complexity. Black pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, mustard seed, or chili may appear in different proportions depending on the recipe. No single ingredient defines the blend. Instead, every ingredient gently supports the others. Perhaps that is why curry feels so comforting. Its richness comes from conversation rather than competition. Then there is garam masala. Interestingly, despite its name meaning warming spices, the warmth refers less to physical temperature than to the traditional warming qualities long associated with many of its ingredients. Cardamom, cinnamon, cloves, black pepper, cumin, nutmeg. Each contributes something unique. Unlike many spice mixtures that are cooked for long periods, garam masala is often added near the end of cooking. This helps preserve many of its delicate aromatic compounds, allowing the fragrance to remain vivid and layered. It arrives like the final notes of a symphony, quiet yet unforgettable. Carl Jung often suggested that the final stage of psychological growth is not becoming louder, it is becoming more integrated. Perhaps garam masala whispers exactly that lesson. Its purpose is not domination, its purpose is completion. Travel eastward, and another remarkable blend appears: Chinese 5-spice. At first glance, the recipe seems wonderfully simple. Traditionally, it combines 5 characteristic flavor elements through spices such as star anise, cinnamon, fennel seed, cloves, and Sichuan pepper. Although regional variations certainly exist: sweetness, warmth, fragrance, gentle bitterness, the tingling sensation of Sichuan pepper. Each contributes a different dimension. Together, they create remarkable balance. Many people associate this blend with the ancient philosophical idea that harmony arises when complementary forces exist together rather than against one another. Whether in cooking or in life, balance often creates greater beauty than uniformity. Perhaps this is why the aroma of Chinese five-spice feels so complete. No single note overwhelms the rest. Each waits patiently for its moment. Further west across North Africa, another extraordinary blend tells a different story. Its name is Ras el Hanout. In Arabic, the phrase is often translated as head of the shop, suggesting the finest mixture a spice merchant could offer. Unlike standardized recipes, Ras el Hanout may contain 10, 20, or even more carefully selected spices, depending on regional traditions and the individual spice maker. Cinnamon, cumin, ginger, turmeric, black pepper, nutmeg, cardamom, cloves, paprika, coriander, and sometimes many others. Every merchant guarded a slightly different composition. Each blend became a signature, a personal expression. No two stories were exactly alike. Carl Jung believed that every individual ultimately creates a unique pattern from universal human experiences. Perhaps Ras el Hanout expresses that beautifully. The same ingredients may exist in many hands, yet every person creates something unmistakably their own. When I think about these remarkable spice blends, I rarely think first about recipes. Instead, I think about orchestras. No orchestra asks every musician to play the violin. There are flutes, sellos, trumpets, oboes, percussion, silence between the notes. Only together does the music become complete. Nature seems to compose itself in much the same way. Forests flourish through diversity. Coral reefs thrive because countless species support one another. Even the human brain depends upon billions of specialized cells cooperating every moment. Perhaps harmony has always been nature's preferred language. Carl Gustav Jung spent his life reminding us that wholeness is never achieved by eliminating differences. It emerges by giving every part its rightful place. Perhaps every great spice blend has quietly understood that truth for centuries. No ingredient loses its identity. Each discovers its highest purpose through relationship. As the fragrance of these ancient blends slowly fills the quiet kitchen, perhaps we begin to recognize something deeper than culinary tradition. Every civilization eventually discovered that cooperation creates richness impossible to achieve alone. Perhaps families grow this way, friendships, communities, even the human heart. No single quality can carry an entire life. Courage needs kindness. Wisdom needs curiosity. Strength needs compassion. Patience needs hope. Only together do they become something complete. Perhaps that is why these remarkable spice blends continue to endure across generations. They are not simply recipes. They are quiet reminders that the most beautiful harmonies are rarely built from sameness. They are built from differences that have learned how to belong together. And perhaps that is one of the oldest lessons both nature and humanity have ever shared. A new identity, a new story. Perhaps that is why, thousands of years ago, people across many civilizations began blending different spices together, not to hide the nature of each spice, but to allow every spice to bring out the beauty of the others. In the modern world, perhaps the best-known name is curry powder. At the mere mention of those two words, many people immediately picture its golden color, warm aroma, and deeply flavorful dishes. But what is truly fascinating is that curry powder is not a single ancient recipe from India. The name emerged during the colonial period, when the British sought to create a convenient spice blend that captured the flavors of many South Asian curry dishes. Over time, it became popular around the world, while within India itself, every region, and often every family, continued to prepare its own unique combinations of spices. That thought always brings a smile to my face. Human beings love giving things names. We enjoy gathering something wonderfully complex into one simple idea. Nature, however, does not. Nature delights in diversity. Perhaps if you wandered through a spice market in northern India, and then, a few days later, visited another market in the south, you would discover that the aromas are never exactly the same. Some places use more turmeric, others favor cumin, some rely heavily on mustard seeds, others highlight coriander, fenugreek, or fennel. There is no single recipe, no perfect version, only different stories. How much that resembles humanity. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps no two people are ever exactly alike, just as no two spice blends tell precisely the same story. Even when both carry the name curry powder, even when they contain nearly identical ingredients, a slightly different proportion, a touch more turmeric, a little less cumin, or roasting the spices just a little longer, and suddenly, the entire symphony of aromas changes. Isn't life much the same? One small experience, one unexpected meeting, one word of encouragement, one painful setback. Sometimes that alone is enough to change an entire person. Jung believed that identity is not something we receive once and keep forever. It is a process, a journey. Like a cook who patiently adjusts a spice blend until perfect balance is found, human beings spend their lives discovering the truest version of themselves. There is something deeply beautiful that I always notice when I look at bowls filled with blended spices. Viewed separately, none of the ingredients seems extraordinary. A little turmeric, some coriander, a touch of cumin, a few black peppercorns, a pinch of dried ginger. But once they come together, no one tries to separate them anymore. Not because they have disappeared, but because they have become something greater than themselves. Jung called this wholeness, not sameness, not making every part identical, but allowing many different parts to create one harmonious whole. Perhaps that is the quiet story curry powder has always been telling us. Difference is not something to erase, it is something to listen to. A spice blend would become poor if it contained only one aroma. A forest would be unbearably lonely if it held only one species of tree. A piece of music would lose its beauty if it contained only a single note. And perhaps a human being can never truly mature while living from only one small part of who they are. Tonight, as you think about a small spoonful of curry powder, perhaps you will no longer see only its familiar golden color. You will see centuries of cultural exchange, trade routes connecting distant continents, bustling markets filled with fragrant spices, kitchens where countless generations quietly adjusted every handful of seasoning with experience, patience, and love. And perhaps you will also recognize a gentle lesson that nature has been whispering all along. The greatest beauty does not come from becoming the same. It comes from preserving your own identity while learning to live in harmony with differences, creating something far greater together than any of us could ever become alone. Yet the story of spice blends has only just begun. For if curry powder represents the meeting of many cultures, India still holds another spice blend whose meaning reaches even deeper. It is shaped not only by ingredients, but by family memories, by stone mortars passed down through generations, and by the hands of mothers and grandmothers who quietly preserved the flavor of home. In the next part of our journey, we will meet garam masala, a spice blend in which every family has its own story to tell. After exploring curry powder, a blend that has become a symbol of cultural exchange, we now step into a quieter kitchen, a kitchen that was never made famous by great trade routes, one that never sailed across oceans aboard merchant ships. Instead, it lives inside the memories of millions of families. There, every morning begins with the gentle sound of a stone mortar, the soft rhythm of spices striking one another, the steady movement of a pestle guided by hands that have repeated the same motion for many years. There is no recipe hanging on the wall, no digital scale, no cookbook lying open beside the stove. There is only memory. only experience, and only one aroma that every family quietly believes is unique. This is what home smells like. That aroma is garam masala. Roughly translated, garam means warm or warming, while masala simply means a blend of spices. Yet the warmth in its name refers not merely to temperature, but to the comforting sensation traditionally associated with many of its spices throughout South Asian cuisine. How wonderful that even its name carries something so gentle. Not heat, not intensity, but warmth. Perhaps nature has always understood that what human beings need most is not constant excitement. Sometimes, we simply need warmth. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that deep within every human soul lives an archetypal image of home, not a house built of stone and wood, but a place where we feel safe, loved, accepted, free to be ourselves. Perhaps garam masala is one of those aromas that embodies home itself. The most remarkable thing about garam masala is that there is no single authentic recipe. Some blends include cinnamon, cardamom, cloves, black pepper, and cumin. Others add coriander seeds. Some include nutmeg or bay leaves. Some families roast the spices deeply. Others roast them only lightly. Some grind them into a fine powder. Others leave them slightly coarse. They all carry the same name. Yet no two aromas are ever exactly alike. That always reminds me of people. We all belong to the same species. We are all called, simply, human. Yet behind that single word are billions of entirely different stories. No two people share the same childhood. No two people carry the same memories. No two lives unfold in exactly the same way. Carl Gustav Jung called this the journey of individuation. He believed that every person must walk a unique path in order to discover who they truly are. No one can live another person's life, just as no family can borrow another family's memories to create its own garam masala. That thought always brings a beautiful image to mind. Imagine a grandmother sitting beside an old stone mortar. The afternoon sunlight falls softly through the window. She reaches for each spice in turn: a cinnamon stick, a few peppercorns, several green cardamom pods, a handful of cloves. There are no measuring spoons, no written instructions. Her hands remember everything, not through calculation, but through feeling. Even today, many experienced cooks say that the finest garam masala is not the one whose recipe has been copied perfectly. It is the one that has been passed from one generation to the next through lived experience. Every roasting, every breath of aroma, every taste becomes another small adjustment, another lesson, another memory. That always reminds me of Jung. He believed that the most important things in life cannot be learned from books alone. They must be lived. They must be experienced. They must be passed from one heart to another. Perhaps that is why garam masala is more than just a spice blend. It is memory ground into powder. It is time preserved inside a small jar. It is love quietly shared through the most ordinary family meals. There is something about it that has always moved me deeply. Many people who leave their homeland carry with them a small jar of garam masala, prepared by their mother or grandmother. The jar is not large. It is not heavy, yet it carries so much. The moment the lid is opened, the aroma gently fills the air, and suddenly, a kitchen in a distant country feels a little more like home. Carl Gustav Jung once said that symbols possess their power because they connect the present moment with the deepest layers of the unconscious. Perhaps garam masala is one of those symbols. It carries more than fragrance. It carries a sense of belonging. It carries family dinners, laughter around the table, the quiet presence of those we love. The remarkable thing is that the very same spice blend tells a different story to every person. One remembers their mother. Another remembers their grandmother. Someone recalls evenings when the whole family gathered together. Someone else remembers the little kitchen where childhood quietly unfolded. Garam masala does not create those memories. It simply opens the door. The heart does the rest. Jung called this The power of the unconscious. The things that truly matter never disappear. They simply wait for the right symbol to awaken them. Perhaps fragrance is the gentlest symbol of all. There is a question I often ask myself. What truly creates the flavor of a family? Is it the recipe? Or is it the person who cooks? Perhaps it is both, but there is something more. Love. A meal can be prepared with perfect precision, yet without care, it somehow feels different. A spice blend can be recreated almost exactly, yet without memory, it remains only a mixture of ingredients. Perhaps that is the quiet story garam masala has always wanted to tell. Some values cannot be measured. They cannot be bought or sold. They can only be passed on. Carl Gustav Jung believed that maturity is not found in accumulating more and more. It is found in learning how to connect with ourselves, to connect with others, and to reconnect with the things that quietly nurtured us from the very beginning. Tonight, when you think of garam masala, perhaps you will no longer think only of a spice blend. You will think of patient hands roasting each spice, stone mortars turning through generations, small kitchens filled with laughter, and the people who silently passed their love from one meal to the next. Perhaps that is what is truly precious. Not the recipe, but the story. Not the spices themselves, but the people who brought them together. Yet another remarkable doorway still awaits us in the story of spice blends. This time, we leave the kitchens of South Asia and journey eastward, where just 5 spices became the symbol of a philosophy that has endured for thousands of years. In the next part of our journey, we will discover Chinese 5 spice, a blend in which every aroma represents more than an ingredient. Together, they reflect humanity's longing for balance between people and nature, an idea remarkably close to what Carl Gustav Jung described as the wholeness of the human soul. After leaving the warm kitchen where garam masala was passed from a grandmother's hands to a mother's, and from a mother to the generations that followed, our journey now continues toward the east. This story does not begin with a trade route, nor with ships crossing vast oceans. Instead, it begins with an idea that has accompanied humanity for thousands of years, the belief that all life in the universe is sustained through balance. Perhaps, if you were to gaze at the night sky on a quiet evening, you could feel that truth. No star struggles to outshine every other star. Spring never lasts forever. There is no day without night. No breath in without a breath out. Nature seems to whisper that everything becomes truly beautiful only when it exists in balance with everything else. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years reflecting upon this very idea. He believed that human beings reach wholeness only when they learn to embrace the opposing parts within themselves: reason and emotion, strength and vulnerability, light and shadow, not so that one may conquer the other, but so that both may exist together in harmony. It is fascinating that thousands of years earlier, many Eastern philosophers were contemplating remarkably similar ideas. They observed nature. They watched the changing seasons. They studied the rivers. They witnessed the quiet growth of trees. And they realized that the world is not sustained by a single force. It flourishes through balance. Perhaps it was from this spirit that one of the world's most famous spice blends was born. Chinese 5 spice. Even its name carries a quiet sense of meaning. Not 3 spices, not 7, but 5. For centuries, the number 5 has held deep significance in many Eastern philosophical traditions through the concept of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. In Chinese culinary tradition, 5 spice is often seen as a harmonious combination of complementary aromas and flavors, although the exact recipe varies from region to region and from one cook to another. What makes it especially charming is that, much like garam masala, Chinese 5 spice has no single definitive recipe. Many versions combine star anise, cinnamon, fennel seed, cloves, and Sichuan peppercorn. Some alter the proportions, others replace one ingredient with another, yet the goal always remains the same: not to allow one aroma to dominate, but to let every aroma have its own voice. Imagine an orchestra. If it consisted only of drums, it would certainly be powerful, yet it would soon become monotonous. If it contained only flutes, it would sound delicate, yet it would lack depth. Only when strings, woodwinds, percussion, and bells perform together does the music become complete. Perhaps Chinese five-spice works in much the same way. Star anise offers gentle sweetness and remarkable depth. Cinnamon contributes warmth. Cloves provide richness. Sichuan pepper adds its unmistakable tingling character. Fennel brings the fragrance of earth, warmed by sunlight. None attempts to overpower the others. Each simply does what it does best. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries." Perhaps no everyday example illustrates that truth more beautifully than a spice blend. Remove one ingredient, and the story changes. Add too much of another, and the balance disappears. Life often unfolds the same way. Sometimes we want only strength, never vulnerability, only logic, never emotion, only success, never failure. Yet Jung believed that the very parts of ourselves we most often try to avoid are essential pieces of becoming whole. Nature has never created a forest made entirely of light. Great trees require shade. Spring must follow winter. Dawn cannot exist without night. Perhaps that is why five-spice never tries to make every aroma identical. Instead, it allows each ingredient to remain true to itself, then gently teaches them how to exist together. That is not only the art of cooking, it is the art of living. There is something I have always loved watching in experienced chefs who cook with Chinese five-spice. We are not born to become copies of one another. We are born to discover our own unique fragrance, to bring our own gifts, to contribute our own note to the great symphony of life. Perhaps that is the quiet lesson every spice blend has been teaching us all along. Individuality does not disappear when it joins a greater whole. It becomes even more meaningful. A single spice has its own beauty. A blend reveals a new kind of beauty, one that could never exist without harmony. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the deepest purpose of life is not perfection, it is wholeness. Not becoming someone else, but becoming more completely ourselves, while learning to live in harmony with others. Perhaps that is why spice blends feel strangely familiar, even when we encounter them for the first time. They remind us that difference is not something to fear, it is something to celebrate. Every culture has discovered this truth in its own way. Every family has expressed it through its own recipes. Every generation has quietly added its own chapter to the story. And somehow, all of those stories continue to meet around a shared table. There is something profoundly comforting about that thought. For thousands of years, people who spoke different languages, believed different traditions, and lived beneath different skies have all gathered around meals seasoned with spices. The ingredients were never exactly the same. The techniques were often different. The names changed from one land to another, yet the intention remained remarkably similar: to nourish, to welcome, to celebrate, to heal, to remember. Perhaps food has always spoken a language older than words, a language carried by warmth, by aroma, by generosity, by the simple act of sharing. Jung often suggested that beneath our differences lies a deeper layer that all human beings share, a place where universal symbols continue to live. Perhaps the kitchen has always been one of those sacred places, not because of luxury, not because of perfection, but because it reminds us of something essential, that every human being longs to belong, every heart longs to be understood, every soul hopes to leave behind something meaningful. And perhaps every meal prepared with care quietly fulfills that hope. When someone patiently measures spices into a pot, they are rarely thinking only about chemistry. They are thinking about the people who will gather around the table, about conversations yet to happen, about laughter that has not yet been heard, about memories that have not yet been created. The spices simply become part of something much greater, Perhaps that is why the greatest recipes are never written only with ingredients. They are written with attention, with patience, with kindness, with love. Tonight, as our journey through the world's most remarkable spice blends gently comes to an end, perhaps you will never look at them in quite the same way again. You may see the crowded markets of North Africa, the quiet family kitchens of India, the philosophical traditions of East Asia, the ships that crossed distant oceans, the caravans that moved across endless deserts, the farmers who patiently harvested each precious ingredient, the merchants who carried their fragrances across continents, the grandparents who passed treasured recipes from one generation to the next. And above all, you may see humanity itself, learning, sharing, listening, growing together. Perhaps that has always been the true story of spices, not simply the story of flavor, but the story of connection between people and nature, between memory and the present, between one culture and another, between generations, between strangers who gradually become friends. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps spices have been demonstrating that truth for thousands of years. Every meeting changes something. Every exchange creates something new. Every act of sharing leaves the world a little richer than before. And perhaps that is why the fragrance of a well-balanced spice blend feels so deeply satisfying. It is not only because of what we smell, it is because, somewhere deep within us, we recognize harmony, we recognize cooperation, we recognize the quiet beauty that appears when many different voices choose to create one song together. Tonight, as you gently close the lid of your spice jar, perhaps you will smile, not because it contains extraordinary ingredients, but because it contains extraordinary stories. Stories carried across mountains and oceans, stories preserved by families, stories whispered through generations, stories that continue every time someone prepares a meal with care. Perhaps, in the end, that is what every spice has always wanted to teach us, that life becomes richer when we remain true to ourselves while making room for others. That diversity is not the opposite of unity, it is the path toward it. And that, like the finest spice blends ever created, the most beautiful human lives are not those that shine alone, but those that quietly help create something greater than themselves. They become part of our wisdom. Perhaps black lime tells that story more gently than almost any other spice. It does not try to hide the marks left by time. Its wrinkled skin is not a flaw. It is the record of a journey. The fresh lime has brightness. The dried lime has depth. Neither is better. They simply belong to different chapters of the same life. Perhaps people are much the same. There are seasons when we shine with youthful energy. There are seasons when experience quietly replaces speed. The laughter becomes softer. The words become fewer. But often, they carry greater meaning. Carl Gustav Jung believed that maturity is not the loss of innocence. It is the integration of experience, not forgetting who we once were, but allowing every chapter of life to become part of a larger whole. Perhaps that is why black lime feels strangely comforting. Its beauty is not immediate. It reveals itself slowly, just like many of the most meaningful people we meet. As the evening carries us farther across the world, another remarkable spice quietly waits to tell its story. This time, our journey leads us to the forests of West Africa. There, hidden among dense green trees, grows a seed unlike almost any other. It is known as grains of paradise. At first glance, the small reddish-brown seeds resemble black pepper. For centuries, travelers even compared the two, yet their personalities could not be more different. Grains of paradise offers a warm, peppery flavor, layered with gentle notes of citrus, herbs, and subtle floral aromas. Its complexity surprises almost everyone who tastes it for the first time. For centuries, this remarkable spice traveled across the great trade routes, linking Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. In medieval Europe, it became highly valued as both a seasoning and a luxury commodity. before black pepper became more widely available. Once again, history reminds us that every culture discovers beauty in its own way. Carl Gustav Jung often suggested that our first impressions rarely reveal the complete truth. Only patience allows us to see what lies beneath the surface. Grains of Paradise seems to whisper exactly the same lesson. It asks us not to judge too quickly. Not everything that resembles pepper is pepper. Not every unfamiliar experience should be measured by what we already know. Sometimes the world invites us to expand our understanding rather than defend our expectations. Perhaps personal growth always begins with curiosity, not certainty. Curiosity. As our journey continues, the forests gradually give way to cool mountain valleys. The air becomes crisp. Wild herbs sway gently beneath the wind. Among them grows another remarkable spice that has quietly shaped the cuisine of the Himalayas for generations. Its name is Timur pepper. Despite its name, Timur is not a true pepper. It belongs to the same botanical family as Sichuan pepper. When gently crushed between the fingers, it releases bright aromas reminiscent of grapefruit, lemon peel, and wildflowers. On the tongue, it creates a gentle tingling sensation, similar to its Chinese relative, yet with its own unmistakable personality. The people who have lived among those mountains for centuries have learned that even the harshest landscapes can produce extraordinary gifts. Perhaps that is another lesson nature never grows tired of repeating. Beauty does not always emerge from easy places. Sometimes it grows where conditions seem almost impossible. Carl Gustav Jung believed that within every difficulty lies the possibility of transformation. The mountain does not prevent the flower from blooming. It teaches the flower how to become resilient. Perhaps every unique spice carries the memory of the landscape that shaped it. The desert teaches endurance. The rainforest teaches abundance. The mountains teach resilience. The sea teaches movement. And each environment leaves its own signature upon every seed, every leaf, every root, and every fruit. The more we travel through the world of spices, the more we begin to notice something remarkable. Nature never repeats itself. It prefers endless variation. Every valley develops its own fragrance. Every climate creates its own chemistry. Every culture discovers its own way of listening to those fragrances. Perhaps humanity mirrors that same creativity. Every person carries a different combination of memories, different hopes, different fears, different dreams, different ways of loving, different ways of healing. And just as no spice needs to apologize for its unique flavor, perhaps no human being needs to apologize for being authentically themselves. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that the privilege of a lifetime is becoming who we truly are, not a copy, not an imitation, but the most honest expression of our own nature. Tonight, after meeting sumac, tamarind, black lime, grains of paradise, and Timur pepper, perhaps you will see that the world's greatest treasure has never been uniformity. It has always been diversity. Every unfamiliar spice expands our understanding of flavor. Every unfamiliar culture expands our understanding of humanity. Every unfamiliar person expands our understanding of ourselves. Perhaps that is the quiet miracle hidden within every journey. The farther we travel into the world, the closer we come to understanding who we are. Perhaps that is one of nature's quietest miracles. The smallest things often carry the deepest stories. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that the human soul resembles a vast landscape. What we notice at first is only the surface. The deeper we are willing to explore, the more unexpected beauty we discover. Perhaps these lesser-known spices invite us to make that same journey, not only across continents, but inward. Our first companion on this path is mace. At first glance, many people mistake it for an entirely separate spice. Yet its story begins inside the very same fruit that gives us nutmeg. When the fruit naturally splits open, it reveals a glossy brown seed wrapped in a delicate crimson lace. That beautiful outer covering is carefully removed, dried, and becomes the spice known as mace. The seed itself becomes nutmeg. Two spices, one fruit, two personalities born from the same beginning. Mace carries a fragrance that feels lighter and more delicate than nutmeg, warm, gently sweet, with subtle floral notes and a graceful complexity all its own. For centuries, it has quietly enriched pastries, sauces, soups, and festive dishes across many cultures. It has never tried to compete with nutmeg. It has simply offered something different. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that people who share the same origins do not need to become the same person. Brothers and sisters grow beneath the same roof. Students learn from the same teacher. Friends walk the same roads. Yet every life unfolds in its own direction. Perhaps mace and nutmeg whisper exactly that lesson. We may come from the same place, but we are still meant to become ourselves. As the journey continues, another remarkable spice waits among the evergreen forests of Europe. Its fragrance feels almost like walking through cool mountain air after rain. Juniper berries. Although commonly called berries, they are actually the seed cones of certain juniper trees. Small, blue-purple, covered with a soft, silvery bloom. When gently crushed, they release aromas of pine forests, citrus peel, fresh herbs, and cool mountain breezes. There is something wonderfully refreshing about their fragrance. Not loud, not overwhelming, simply clean, clear, alive. For centuries, juniper berries have flavored traditional dishes throughout northern and central Europe. They have also become closely associated with the distinctive character of gin, where their resinous aroma forms the spirit's unmistakable signature. Whenever I think about juniper, I imagine walking through an ancient forest just after dawn. The air is cool. Mist drifts quietly between tall trees. Every breath feels fresh enough to awaken both body and mind. Carl Gustav Jung believed that nature reflects the landscapes within ourselves. Perhaps forests remind us of inner stillness. Mountains remind us of resilience. Rivers remind us that life is always moving. Juniper seems to carry the memory of forests wherever it goes. Its fragrance teaches us that even something as small as a single cone can preserve the spirit of an entire landscape. Not far from those forests grows another gentle storyteller, caraway. At first glance, its tiny curved seeds are easily mistaken for cumin, yet their personalities are completely different. Caraway offers warm, earthy aromas, balanced by delicate notes of anise, citrus, and gentle sweetness. For centuries, it has flavored breads, cheeses, vegetables, and comforting family meals throughout Europe and Western Asia. Its fragrance rarely demands attention. Instead, it quietly supports everything around it. Perhaps that is why I always think of kindness whenever I smell caraway. Some people enter a room and immediately become the center of attention. Others quietly make everyone else feel welcome. Neither role is more important. Both are necessary. Carl Gustav Jung often suggested that true maturity is not measured by how brightly we shine alone. It is measured by how honestly we contribute to the whole. Caraway seems perfectly content with that wisdom. It never competes. It complements. It never dominates. It harmonizes. The farther we travel through the world of uncommon spices, the more clearly a beautiful pattern begins to emerge. Nature never repeats itself. Every seed carries a different story. Every aroma expresses a different landscape. Every culture discovers different forms of beauty. Perhaps humanity was always meant to learn from that diversity. The more deeply we understand the world, the less we feel the need to compare. The more we appreciate difference, the more we recognize that uniqueness is not separation. It is contribution. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every individual carries something that no one else can offer, not because one life is greater than another, but because every life reveals a different facet of the same mystery. Perhaps spices have been quietly teaching that lesson for thousands of years. Mace does not wish to become juniper. Juniper does not envy caraway. Every one of them fulfills its own purpose with quiet confidence. Tonight, after meeting these gentle companions, perhaps you will begin to see that the rarest treasures are not always the loudest. Sometimes they are the ones waiting patiently to be discovered, just like hidden strengths within ourselves. The deeper we are willing to look, the more beauty we find. Perhaps nature has always loved doing that. It rarely places its greatest treasures where they are easiest to find. A tiny seed may contain an entire forest. A single drop of water can reflect the whole sky, and a small spice can carry the history of an entire land. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that what we see is only a small part of reality. Beneath every surface lies another layer waiting to be discovered. That is true of people, and perhaps it is just as true of spices. The first spice on tonight's journey has a very simple name: pink pepper. At first glance, many people assume it is simply another variety of black pepper. The small pink berries certainly resemble peppercorns, but appearances can be wonderfully misleading. In fact, pink pepper does not come from the same plant as true black pepper. Instead, it grows on several species of trees native to South America, particularly in regions of Brazil, Peru, and Argentina. Its delicate pink berries are harvested, dried, and used as a spice with a flavor all their own. Their taste is gentle, slightly sweet, lightly fruity, with soft, peppery notes that never overwhelm. There is something graceful about pink pepper. It does not compete for attention. It simply adds brightness wherever it appears. Whenever I think about pink pepper, I remember one of Jung's most comforting ideas. He believed that every person possesses a unique way of expressing beauty. Not every voice is meant to be loud. Not every light is meant to shine like the sun. Some are more like candlelight, quiet, warm, enough to make an entire room feel safe. Perhaps pink pepper tells the same story. It never tries to imitate black pepper. It has discovered the quiet strength of being exactly what it is. How often do we forget that lesson ourselves? We spend so much of life comparing, trying to become someone else, trying to meet expectations that were never truly our own. Yet nature never asks an oak tree to bloom like a cherry blossom, nor does it ask the moon to shine like the sun. Every living thing fulfills its purpose by remaining true to its own nature. Pink pepper seems to whisper exactly that. You do not need to become someone else to be beautiful. You only need the courage to become yourself. As our journey gently approaches its final destination, another remarkable companion quietly waits for us. Its appearance is almost the opposite of pink pepper. Tiny, black, unassuming, easy to overlook. Its name is nigella, often called black cumin or black seed, although it is different from both cumin and black sesame. For thousands of years, these tiny black seeds have traveled through the kitchens of the Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, and parts of Europe. They have been sprinkled over bread, folded into pastries, added to vegetable dishes, mixed into spice blends. Their flavor is difficult to describe with a single word: slightly nutty, a little peppery, with hints of onion, oregano, and gentle earthiness. It is a flavor that reveals itself slowly, not all at once. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that some truths cannot be understood in a single moment. They unfold gradually, only through patience, only through experience. Perhaps nigella carries that same wisdom. It asks us to slow down, to pay attention, to notice what first impressions often miss. I have always loved imagining an old baker scattering tiny nigella seeds across fresh bread before placing it into a warm oven. The seeds seem almost invisible, yet once the bread is baked, their aroma quietly becomes part of the entire loaf. No single seed demands recognition, but together they create something unforgettable. Perhaps life works in much the same way. Our smallest acts of kindness, our quietest words, our unnoticed moments of generosity. They may seem insignificant today, yet over time, they become part of someone's memory, part of someone's healing, part of someone's story. Jung believed that wholeness is built not only through extraordinary moments, but also through countless ordinary ones. Perhaps Nigella has always understood that. Its beauty has never depended on being the largest, or the brightest, or the rarest. Its beauty lies in quiet contribution. Now, as our journey through the world's most unusual spices gently comes to an end, perhaps we can see a beautiful pattern emerging. Mace reminded us that every life contains hidden layers. Allspice taught us that no one can be reduced to a single label. Juniper carried the memory of entire forests inside a tiny berry. Pink pepper showed us the quiet confidence of authenticity. Nigella revealed the extraordinary power of small things. Different lands, different aromas, different stories. Yet every one of them quietly speaks the same truth. Nature has never repeated itself. Neither should we. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that becoming ourselves is the greatest privilege of a human life. Perhaps spices have been teaching that lesson for thousands of years. Each one grows from different soil, under different skies, shaped by different winds. Yet each becomes beautiful in its own way. Tonight, when you look at the small jars resting quietly on your kitchen shelf, perhaps you will no longer see only spices. You will see distant forests, ancient trade routes, patient hands that harvested each seed, generations of families who preserved their traditions. And perhaps you will also see yourself, a person still growing, still discovering hidden layers, still learning that true beauty has never been about becoming someone else. It has always been about becoming more fully yourself. But our story has not quite reached its final page. For after discovering the remarkable diversity of spices themselves, one last question quietly remains. Why has nature created so many different aromas, flavors, and forms in the first place? And what might that extraordinary diversity reveal about life itself? In the next chapter, we will step back from individual spices and look at the bigger picture, exploring how biodiversity, evolution, and human culture have woven together one of the richest stories on Earth. Perhaps, by the end of that journey, we will realize that every spice, every plant, and every human soul is simply another unique expression of the same magnificent living world. Just from its name, many people assume that pink pepper is simply another kind of pepper, but the truth is a little more surprising. Pink pepper is usually the dried berry of several tree species in the Chinus genus. Although its small round shape resembles black peppercorns, it is not closely related to true black pepper, Piper nigrum. Its flavor is much gentler, offering a mild, peppery warmth with delicate notes of fruit and resin. There is something wonderfully fascinating about that. At first glance, we are so quick to believe we already understand, simply because something looks familiar. But the deeper we look, the more we discover that nature is always more complex than appearances suggest. Carl Gustav Jung believed that one of humanity's greatest mistakes is our tendency to label too quickly. We see a face and believe we understand an entire life. We hear a single sentence and think we know an entire person. Yet the human soul has never been that simple. Pink pepper feels like a quiet reminder. Do not let appearances tell the whole story. Some things can only be discovered through patience. Some forms of beauty reveal themselves only when we are willing to spend a little more time listening. What I love most about pink pepper is not simply its color, but the way it exists. Among the bold strength of black pepper, the quiet depth of white pepper, pink pepper brings a soft blush of rose. It never struggles to stand out, yet it never hides who it truly is. It is like a tiny wildflower blooming in the middle of a forest, not competing, simply existing. A quote often attributed to Carl Gustav Jung says, "The flower does not think of competing with the flower next to it. It just blooms." Although this popular quote is not an authentic quotation from Jung, the idea closely reflects the spirit of his writings about becoming one's true self. Perhaps pink pepper lives exactly that way, It does not try to become black pepper. It does not wish to become chili. It has nothing to prove. It simply becomes itself. And then, the final companion of tonight's journey quietly arrives. A spice with an exceptionally humble appearance. Tiny black seeds. Light as grains of sand. Easy to overlook. Its name is nigella, sometimes called nigella seed or black seed, and in some contexts referred to as black cumin, although it should not be confused with other seeds that carry similar names across different cultures. Nigella comes from the plant Nigella sativa and has accompanied human civilization for thousands of years in both cooking and traditional practices. These tiny seeds carry an aroma, often described as a combination of onion, pepper, herbs, and roasted nutty notes, creating a character entirely their own. What moves me most about nigella is its history. Archaeologists have discovered nigella seeds at numerous ancient sites, suggesting that people have known and used them for thousands of years. Quietly, these tiny seeds have traveled through civilizations, harvests, journeys, and countless family kitchens. It has never been the most famous spice, nor the rarest, nor the most expensive, yet it has endured. It has been preserved. It has remained loved. Whenever I think about that, I think of countless ordinary people, people whose names never appear in newspapers, people the world may never know, yet they raise children, care for their families, go quietly to work every single day, just like the tiny nigella seeds. Silent, yet essential. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every human being carries a value that is entirely unique, not because they are better than anyone else, but because no one else can ever be exactly who they are. Perhaps nature has never created two nigella seeds that are perfectly identical, just as it has never created two identical lives. If we pause for a moment and look back over the journey we have shared throughout this chapter, perhaps a beautiful pattern begins to appear. Sumac taught us that even sourness can touch the heart in countless different ways. Tamarind told the story of growing older with grace. Black lime became a meditation on time itself. Asafoetida reminded us not to judge what feels unfamiliar. Long pepper revealed that one flavor can contain many emotional layers. Grains of paradise whispered that we never need to imitate anyone else to become valuable. Mace spoke of the hidden layers within every identity. Allspice showed how something small can contain remarkable complexity. Juniper carried an entire forest inside a single berry. Pink pepper reminded us never to let appearances deceive us. And nigella quietly taught us that silence has its own kind of beauty. At first glance, they are simply 11 spices. But if we truly listen, perhaps they are 11 stories about being human. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to exploring what he called the process of individuation. He believed that we do not come into this world to become copies of someone else. We come here to discover the unique nature that already lives within us. Nature has been practicing that lesson for millions of years. No two aromas are identical. No two spices are exactly alike. No two landscapes are the same. And no two souls have ever been identical. Perhaps that is why the world is so beautiful. Not because it is perfect, but because it is wonderfully diverse. A forest is beautiful because it contains hundreds of different trees. A symphony is beautiful because many instruments play together. The night sky is beautiful because it holds countless stars. And humanity is beautiful because every person carries a fragrance of the spirit unlike any other. Tonight, as we gently close this chapter about the world's most remarkable spices, perhaps you will remember something far greater than the names sumac or nigella. Perhaps you will remember the quiet message they have been whispering all along. You do not need to become someone else in order to have value. You do not need to hide your true nature in order to be loved. You do not need to resemble anyone else for your life to matter. For just as every spice has been created with an aroma that can never be replaced, every human being carries a gift that no one else can offer to the world. And perhaps that is the gentlest lesson Carl Gustav Jung would smile to hear told through the story of these tiny spices. But our exploration of the world of spices is far from over. Now that we have witnessed the astonishing diversity nature has created, another question quietly emerges. If spicy food makes our mouths burn, and sometimes even brings tears to our eyes, why do millions of people around the world love that sensation? Why do they actively seek foods that are even hotter than before? In our next chapter, we will step into a fascinating meeting place between neuroscience and human psychology, exploring why the brain can transform what seems like discomfort into pleasure, a paradox that Carl Gustav Jung might have seen as another beautiful expression of instinct and the lifelong journey of discovering ourselves. Why do humans love spicy food? After traveling through lands where every spice told its own unique story about identity and individuality, perhaps tonight we pause before something almost everyone has experienced. A small slice of chili, a spoonful of chili paste, a pinch of black pepper. At first, they seem like ordinary parts of an ordinary meal. But only a few seconds after they touch the tongue, something extraordinary begins to happen. Your mouth grows warm. Your heart beats a little faster. Some people blush. Some begin to tear up. Others quickly reach for a glass of water. And yet, curiously, many people smile. And the next time, they willingly choose spicy food all over again. Perhaps this is one of humanity's most fascinating paradoxes. Why do we enjoy a sensation that our own bodies seem to warn us against? When something extremely hot touches our skin, we instantly pull away. When smoke enters our eyes, we blink. When we hear a sudden loud noise, we jump. Our bodies are designed to protect us from potential harm. So why is it that after eating an intensely hot chili pepper, so many people simply say, "That was delicious"? Carl Gustav Jung spent many years reflecting on paradoxes like this. He believed that deep within, every person lives a remarkable desire, the desire to explore the boundaries of our own experience. Not because we enjoy suffering, but because overcoming even a small challenge often leaves us feeling a little more alive. Perhaps spicy food is one such journey. Today, science helps us understand what is really happening. The first surprising discovery is that spiciness is not actually a taste like sweetness, saltiness, sourness, bitterness, or umami. The burning sensation comes primarily from compounds such as capsaicin, found in chili peppers. Capsaicin binds to heat and pain-sensitive receptors called TRPV1, causing the brain to interpret the mouth as though it were being exposed to intense heat, even though its actual temperature has not increased at all. How extraordinary. There is no real fire, no burning coal, no scalding steam, only an incredibly tiny molecule. And yet the brain becomes convinced that the mouth is on fire. Perhaps that reminds us of a deeper truth. Human beings do not live entirely inside an objective world. We do not live entirely in the objective world. We live in the world as our brains interpret it. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what we experience is not always reality itself. It is our mind's interpretation of reality. One person looks at the ocean and feels peace. Another looks at the very same sea and remembers a violent storm. The ocean has not changed. The observer has. Spiciness works in much the same way. Capsaicin carries no actual fire. It is the brain that creates the sensation of heat, but the story does not end there. Because if all we experienced were burning pain, very few people would ever choose spicy food a second time. Something remarkable happens next. When the brain realizes that the body is facing a strong stimulus, without suffering real injury, it can activate several protective responses. One of these is the release of endorphins, natural chemicals produced by the body that help reduce the perception of pain. Research also suggests that the brain's reward system may become more active by increasing dopamine signaling, contributing to the pleasurable or even euphoric feeling that some people experience after eating spicy food. Perhaps this is one of nature's most beautiful gifts. The body does not merely know how to warn us, it also knows how to comfort us. After the burning comes relief. After a small challenge comes a quiet reward. Perhaps that is why so many people laugh after eating an especially spicy meal. Not because the burning has disappeared, but because somewhere deep inside, the brain quietly whispers, "Everything is all right." Carl Gustav Jung believed that every journey toward maturity passes through challenges, not because suffering is the goal, but because challenges awaken strengths that would otherwise remain asleep. Patience, courage, adaptability. These qualities rarely appear when life is effortless. They often emerge only after we have moved through something that once seemed difficult. A chili pepper does not make us stronger, but it tells the same story. Sometimes, beyond a moment of discomfort, lies an experience worth having. There is an image I have always loved when thinking about this. Imagine that your brain is a devoted gatekeeper. Every single day, this gatekeeper watches over you. Is there danger? Does the body need protection? The moment capsaicin arrives, the alarm bell rings. It's burning. Be careful. But only a few moments later, the gatekeeper notices something important. There are no burns, no real injuries. So the alarm slowly fades. Instead, another door opens. The door of relaxation, the door of safety, the quiet satisfaction that comes after overcoming a challenge. Perhaps that is why so many people describe the feeling after eating spicy food as a unique kind of pleasure, not overwhelming, not long-lasting, yet memorable enough to make them want to experience it again. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings seek more than safety. We also seek growth. If we remain forever inside what feels comfortable, we may never discover how far we are capable of going. A little spice, a little challenge, a small step beyond our comfort zone. Sometimes those tiny experiences remind us most clearly that we are alive. Tonight, when you think about a single chili pepper, perhaps you will no longer see only its brilliant red color. Perhaps you will see a remarkable conversation between nature and the brain, a tiny molecule awakening the nervous system, a brilliant brain that first sounds an alarm, then gently offers reassurance. And finally, a human being smiling at what only moments before felt like fire. Perhaps that is the most beautiful part of all, not because we love pain, but because both body and mind possess an extraordinary ability to transform a small challenge into an opportunity to understand ourselves a little better. But if the brain can learn to enjoy spicy food, another fascinating question naturally appears. Why is it that some people find even a tiny slice of chili unbearably hot, while others happily enjoy dishes so fiery that first-time diners can hardly believe it? Are we simply born different? Or have the brain and the body quietly learned to adapt over time? That is the journey we will explore next, where modern science and the reflections of Carl Gustav Jung come together once again to tell the remarkable story of humanity's extraordinary ability to change itself. If, in the last chapter, we explored the beautiful paradox of spicy food, that something our bodies initially interpret as danger can eventually become a source of pleasure, then tonight our journey continues with an even more fascinating question. Why does one person desperately reach for a glass of water after biting into a tiny slice of chili, while another calmly enjoys an entire bowl of noodles covered with chili peppers, as though the heat were an old friend? What creates that difference? Is it a gift that nature grants only to a fortunate few? Or is it something every one of us quietly learns over time? Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that human beings are not fixed creatures. We are always changing, not simply because time passes, but because every experience leaves behind a small imprint upon the soul. At first, we barely notice it, but years later, when we look back, we realize we have become someone entirely different. Perhaps the brain grows in exactly the same way, quietly, patiently, one small step at a time. Try to remember the very first time you ate something truly spicy. Perhaps it was a small slice of chili floating in a bowl of pho, an extra spoonful of hot sauce, or a dish enthusiastically recommended by friends. Your eyes probably watered, your lips began to burn, tears slowly appeared, and you may have told yourself, "I'm never eating spicy food again." But then, a few months later, or perhaps a few years later, you decided to try once more. This time, something felt different. The heat was still there, but it no longer felt overwhelming. You began noticing that hidden beneath the burn was something unexpectedly enjoyable. Gradually, you added one slice of chili, then two, until one day, without even realizing it, you found yourself asking, "Could I have some extra chili, please?" What happened? Did your tongue change? Or did the chili somehow become less spicy? The answer lies in the remarkable adaptability of both the body and the brain. Research shows that repeated exposure to capsaicin can reduce the perceived intensity of spiciness in some people over time. Scientists believe this reflects several adaptive processes within the nervous system, including changes in how sensory receptors respond and how the brain interprets those signals. Capsaicin itself has not become weaker, the body has simply learned to respond differently to the very same stimulus. How extraordinary. The brain does not simply experience the world, it learns from it. Carl Gustav Jung believed that one of humanity's greatest abilities is transformation. We do not merely live, we learn through living. Every experience quietly changes the way we see the world. Perhaps spicy food is one of life's most patient teachers. It never forces us, it never rushes us. It simply appears, again and again, until eventually the brain begins to understand, this isn't as dangerous as I once believed. I have always loved that image, because it reminds me of so many other moments in life. The first time we stand before an audience to speak, our hearts race. The first time we travel somewhere alone, everything feels uncertain. The first day at a new job, nothing seems familiar. Yet if we remain patient, the things that once frightened us gradually become ordinary. Not because the world has changed, but because we have. Carl Gustav Jung described this as part of the soul's journey toward maturity, not eliminating fear, but expanding ourselves until fear no longer occupies all the space within us. Perhaps that is exactly what spicy food has been quietly teaching us all along. Not to conquer the burning sensation. It is not about conquering the burning. It is about learning how to live with it. There is something deeply fascinating about this. Not everyone adapts in the same way. Some people become comfortable after only a few attempts. Others need years. And some never grow to enjoy spicy food at all. And that is perfectly normal. Because every body carries its own history. Every brain carries its own collection of experiences. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that no two journeys toward growth are ever identical. What helps one person become stronger may not be what another person needs. What brings happiness to one heart may leave another completely untouched. Nature has never expected every seed to sprout on the same day. So why do we so often expect ourselves to grow exactly like everyone else? Perhaps the heat of chili peppers is quietly whispering the same lesson. You do not have to love everything. You only need to allow yourself to learn at your own pace. That thought always reminds me of many older people I have met. Some of them never enjoyed spicy food when they were young, yet years later, they find great comfort in a warm bowl of noodle soup with a few slices of bright red chili, not because they forced themselves to change, but because life gently expanded their ability to appreciate something new. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "What matters is not where you begin, but who you are becoming." Perhaps the brain is always becoming a new version of itself as well. Every day, every experience, every lesson learned, leaves behind a tiny mark. If we look only at a single day, we hardly notice any change. But when we look back after many years, we discover an entire journey, like a river, always flowing, yet never losing its essential nature. Tonight, when you think about our ability to adapt to spicy food, perhaps you will no longer see only the story of a meal. Perhaps you will recognize one of life's greatest miracles. the ability to change, the ability to learn, the ability to grow without losing who we truly are. Perhaps that is what makes human beings so extraordinary. We are not imprisoned by our first reactions. We can always learn, always understand a little more, always expand the world within us. And just as the brain slowly learns to smile at the heat of chili peppers, the human soul can also learn to face life's challenges with quiet calm. But when it comes to spicy food, one final mystery has fascinated scientists for many years. If humans must gradually learn to tolerate capsaicin, why is there an entire group of living creatures that seems never to have needed that lesson at all? They can eat bright red chili peppers as naturally as we might eat grapes, without experiencing the burning sensation that we do. They are birds. Why did nature create such an extraordinary difference? And could there be an evolutionary story far more elegant than we ever imagined? That is the journey we will explore next. After discovering how the human brain slowly learns to embrace spicy food, tonight we pause before another mystery, one that has surprised biologists for decades, a mystery that belongs not only to human beings, but to the chili pepper itself. Imagine placing a ripe red chili pepper before a person, and another before a small bird. Two completely different stories are likely to unfold. The person takes one bite. Within seconds, their lips begin to burn. Their tongue feels as though it has caught fire. Some reach desperately for a glass of water. Some laugh. Others make the unmistakable face of someone who instantly regrets their decision. But if a bird eats that very same chili, it remains completely calm. It does not jump. It does not open its beak in distress. It shows no sign of discomfort. It simply swallows the pepper and continues its flight. What is happening? Are birds somehow tougher than humans? Or does the chili pepper treat them differently? Carl Gustav Jung believed that nature rarely creates anything by accident. What first appears to be coincidence often turns out to be the result of millions of years of quiet refinement. Perhaps the chili pepper tells exactly that kind of story. Modern biology offers a fascinating explanation. In humans and many other mammals, capsaicin binds to heat and pain-sensing receptors, known as TRPV1, creating the familiar burning sensation. In many bird species, however, these receptors differ in structure, so capsaicin does not trigger the same response. As a result, birds experience little or none of the burning sensation that humans do. How remarkable! The chili pepper remains exactly the same. Capsaicin remains exactly the same molecule. Yet because of one tiny biological difference, an entirely different world of experience emerges. That always reminds me of Carl Gustav Jung. He believed that every person views the world through the unique structure of their own mind. We often believe we are seeing reality itself, yet what we actually perceive is reality passing through the lens of our own inner world. One person watches the rain and feels sadness. Another watches the same rain and feels peace. One hears the sound of ocean waves and feels loneliness. Another hears those same waves and feels healed. The world has not changed. The observer has. Humans and birds are no different. One experiences fire. The other simply enjoys a meal. Perhaps what I love most about this story is not the difference itself, but the purpose behind it. If we see the world through the eyes of a chili plant, everything suddenly makes perfect sense. A plant cannot run. It cannot carry its own seeds across the landscape. It needs partners, and birds happen to be among its greatest allies. When many birds eat chili peppers, they swallow both the fruit and the seeds. Later, the seeds pass through the digestive tract and are dispersed into new places. Many mammals, on the other hand, tend to chew and damage the seeds, making successful dispersal less likely. Scientists believe capsaicin may have evolved, in part, to discourage certain seed-eating mammals, while allowing birds to continue spreading chili plants over great distances. It is astonishing. What we call spiciness may never have evolved simply to make humans' mouths burn. It is part of an ancient conversation between plants and the living world around them. Carl Gustav Jung believed that if we observe nature deeply enough, we begin to realize that every form of life exists through relationships. Nothing truly lives alone. Trees need insects. Flowers need bees. Forests need rain. Rivers need mountains. And chili peppers need wings. Perhaps nature has never asked, who wins? Who loses? It seeks something far more beautiful: balance. If every animal crushed the seeds, the chili plant would struggle to spread. If every animal avoided chili peppers altogether, the seeds would never travel. So nature chose an elegant solution. Let the birds continue eating. Encourage many mammals to hesitate. No battles, no force, only a tiny molecule. The more I learn about nature, the more I admire its quiet intelligence. Its greatest achievements are rarely built through power. They are built through subtlety. Carl Gustav Jung believed that true wisdom does not lie in controlling everything. It lies in creating harmony. Perhaps that is exactly how the chili plant lives. It does not fight every creature. It simply finds the companions it needs. There is an image I often return to: a small bird resting on a branch. It pecks at a bright red chili, then takes flight. Across open fields, across winding rivers, across distant forests. Far away, one tiny seed falls gently to the ground. Months later, a new chili plant begins to grow. Perhaps that entire journey began with one simple truth: the bird never felt the heat. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the smallest things often begin the greatest transformations. A meeting, a conversation, a decision, a single seed. Any one of them may begin a journey whose destination we can never predict. The chili plant never knows where its seeds will one day grow, yet it entrusts them to the wings of birds. Perhaps we could learn something from that, to trust that the kindness we plant today may blossom somewhere far beyond our sight, even if we never live to witness it ourselves. Tonight, when you think about a tiny chili pepper, perhaps you will no longer see only its fiery heat. Perhaps you will see a conversation that has continued for millions of years between plants and animals. A masterpiece of evolution, a reminder that nature rarely wastes anything. And just as no human being can truly understand the world from only one perspective, every living creature experiences that same world in its own unique way. Perhaps this is exactly what Carl Gustav Jung hoped we would remember. Each of us carries our own lens through which we see reality. If we truly wish to understand the world, we must first accept that others may be seeing an entirely different one. Yet the story of spiciness still holds one final mystery. Perhaps you have noticed that the very same dish can seem overwhelmingly spicy one day, yet surprisingly mild on another. The chili pepper has not changed. The amount of seasoning is almost identical. So what has? In the next chapter, we will explore how mood, health, body temperature, and many other subtle factors quietly shape our experience of spicy food, and discover that we do not taste only with our tongues, but with our entire body, our memories, and the ever-changing landscape of the human mind. Spices in the history of humanity. As the night settles a little deeper, and the fragrances of spices from every corner of the world continue to linger quietly in our minds, perhaps it is time for us to travel even farther back, beyond the great sailing ships, beyond the bustling marketplaces, beyond the mighty empires that once ruled the world's trade routes, back to the very dawn of human civilization. There is something truly remarkable about us. Human beings have always needed food in order to survive. Yet from the moment the first civilizations began to emerge, we started searching for something more. We did not simply want to eat. We wanted to feel, to remember, to connect. And sometimes, the faintest fragrance became a bridge between the human heart and something sacred. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that deep within every human soul live symbols, not merely images or objects, but gateways leading into the deepest layers of the collective unconscious: a flame, a river, a tree, or even the gentle curl of rising incense smoke. Each can carry meanings far greater than itself. Perhaps that is why, throughout history, precious aromatics and spices were never regarded as mere ingredients. They were prayers, faith, hope, a way for human beings to speak with something greater than themselves. Imagine standing beside the Nile River more than 3,000 years ago. The sun rises slowly over the horizon. Its first light washes across the enormous stone temples. The air is perfectly still. Only the quiet footsteps of priests echo through the sacred halls. Then, a thin ribbon of white smoke begins to rise. It does not rush. It does not twist wildly. It simply drifts upward, dissolving into the morning sky. That gentle fragrance comes from frankincense, the fragrant resin we know today by that name. Unlike cinnamon or black pepper, frankincense is not a culinary spice. It is an aromatic resin harvested from several species of boswellia trees. When burned, it releases a distinctive fragrance, which is why, for thousands of years, it has been used in religious ceremonies and cultural traditions throughout ancient Egypt, Western Asia, and many other parts of the world. Perhaps what moved ancient people was not merely the fragrance itself, but the movement of the smoke. Smoke always rises, leaving the earth, reaching toward the heavens, like a prayer that needs no words. Carl Gustav Jung believed that people across cultures create remarkably similar symbols, not because they copied one another, but because they all share a common layer of the human psyche. He called it the collective unconscious. Perhaps incense smoke is one of humanity's oldest symbols. Whether in Egypt, Mesopotamia, or countless other civilizations, people saw in that rising smoke a bridge connecting the visible world with the invisible. How extraordinary! A tiny drop of tree resin, touched by human hands, becomes a symbol of the sacred. Beside frankincense stood another remarkable companion, myrrh. Like frankincense, myrrh is an aromatic resin collected from several species of coniferous trees. Since ancient times, it has been highly valued for perfumes, traditional medicinal preparations, and especially for the embalming practices of ancient Egypt. That thought always makes me pause. The people of the ancient world understood that life could not last forever, yet they treated life's final journey with extraordinary reverence. Not because they wished to preserve the body forever, but because they wished to express gratitude, to preserve memory, to say farewell with deep respect. Perhaps that is why the fragrance of myrrh became something greater than perfume. It became remembrance, gratitude, a bridge between the past and the present. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what allows human beings to face the fear of mortality is not denying death, but discovering meaning within life itself. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians were searching for exactly that. Through ritual, through symbols, through fragrance, there is one image I always return to whenever I think of ancient Egypt. A quiet chamber inside a temple. Sunlight slips through narrow stone openings. The room is filled with stillness. A priest gently places small pieces of frankincense onto glowing charcoal. White smoke slowly rises. No one speaks. Yet somehow, everyone seems to be listening. Not listening to sound, but listening to silence itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that our deepest conversations with ourselves often happen in moments of complete silence. Perhaps fragrance does the very same thing. It never argues. It never explains. It never forces. It simply exists and quietly awakens something deep within memory. Perhaps that is why, for thousands of years, frankincense and myrrh were never simply precious commodities. They became symbols of the sacred, of reverence, of humanity's longing to discover meaning beyond everyday life. What moves me most is realizing that despite thousands of years passing, we are not so different from those ancient people. We still light candles in remembrance. A familiar fragrance can still carry us back to childhood. We still find peace when entering a softly scented room. Technology has changed. Cities have changed. but the human heart still possesses the same remarkable ability to connect memory with fragrance. Carl Gustav Jung once observed that symbols never truly grow old. They simply appear in new forms as each age unfolds. Long ago, they were clouds of frankincense drifting through temple halls. Today, they may be the scent of cinnamon filling a family kitchen, or the comforting aroma of fresh ginger rising from a warm cup of tea. Yet the peace they awaken remains surprisingly unchanged. Tonight, when you think about ancient Egypt, perhaps you will no longer picture only towering pyramids or magnificent stone statues. Perhaps you will remember a delicate ribbon of smoke slowly rising into the morning light, a drop of fragrant resin that has traveled across thousands of years of history, and one gentle truth. From the very beginning of civilization, human beings were never searching only for nourishment for the body. We were also searching for nourishment for the soul. Perhaps that is why spices and aromatic resins have never been mere commodities. They are preserved memories. Symbols passed from one generation to the next. Quiet whispers connecting humanity with something sacred. Yet the story of spices throughout human history has only just begun. As these sacred fragrances gradually left the temples and entered everyday life, they took on another remarkable role: healing. In the next chapter, we will discover how physicians of the Middle Ages viewed spices as gifts from nature for the human body, and how some of the earliest cookbooks transformed the kitchen into a meeting place where science, experience, and the art of living quietly came together. After walking together through the ancient temples of Egypt, where the smoke of frankincense and myrrh drifted upward like silent prayers, perhaps it is now time for us to continue our journey into another remarkable age. An age when the world had not yet known modern hospitals, no microscopes, no laboratories. Humanity was still learning, day by day, how to listen to nature, learning from plants, learning from rivers, learning from tiny seeds of spice. Perhaps throughout history, before we became cooks, we were first observers. We observed what happened after drinking a cup of ginger tea. We noticed the comforting aroma of cinnamon on cold winter days. We paid attention to the quiet sense of well-being that certain herbs seem to bring. Not every conclusion our ancestors reached agrees with modern science. Yet what I have always admired is their spirit of curiosity. They never stopped asking questions, never stopped recording what they saw, never stopped passing their observations on to those who came after them. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that from the earliest days, human beings have carried within themselves a profound longing, the longing to heal, not only to heal the body, but also to heal the soul. Perhaps those two have never truly been separate. If a heart is burdened with anxiety, even the most delicious meal can seem tasteless. But if a person lives in peace, even a simple bowl of soup can feel like a gift. Perhaps that is why, in many ancient civilizations, and throughout the Middle Ages, the kitchen and the healer's room were often not very far apart. Today, looking back through history, we know that many medieval physicians used spices and herbs as part of the medical practices of their time. Those remedies reflected the knowledge and beliefs of their era, even though modern science has not confirmed the effectiveness of every treatment. There is something beautiful about that, not because every method was correct, but because humanity never stopped trying to understand itself. They observed, they experimented, they learned from success, and they learned from failure as well. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the search for knowledge is also the search for oneself. For every question we ask about the world is, in some way, also a question about who we are. I often imagine a small room in Europe many centuries ago. Outside the window, winter has settled over the land. A gentle wind moves through the trees. Inside, a physician carefully unties one cloth pouch after another. Cinnamon, cloves, ginger, black pepper. Small earthen jars stand neatly upon wooden shelves. The room is filled with fragrance. He does not simply look at each spice. He smells it, feels its texture, studies its color, and quietly writes down what he believes may be useful. Perhaps what moves me is not the knowledge he possessed, but his patience. Human beings have always learned through patience. Nature has always taught through patience. No seed becomes a tree overnight. No wisdom appears in a single day. Jung believed that the growth of the soul always requires time. No one can force a flower to bloom before its season arrives. Perhaps humanity's knowledge has grown in exactly the same way, little by little, across thousands of years. There is another fascinating part of this story. Alongside medicine, spices gradually entered another remarkable world, the world of cooking. Today, historians know that many early civilizations recorded recipes for preparing food. These manuscripts did more than explain how to cook. They also preserved the ingredients, customs, and daily lives of their cultures, offering us remarkable windows into how people experienced flavor in the past. Perhaps that is why I have always loved ancient cookbooks. They are not only about food, they are about people. A recipe does more than tell us how much cinnamon to add, how much pepper, how much ginger. It also tells us what a people once loved, what they cherished, what they considered precious. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every culture leaves traces of itself through its symbols. Perhaps food is one of those symbols. A loaf of bread, a pot of soup, a cup of tea. Each tells the story of the place where it was born. Some recipes have survived for hundreds of years. Some families still prepare the very same meal during the same holiday generation after generation. At first glance, it seems like nothing more than tradition. But if we look a little deeper, it becomes memory, continuity, a way for one generation to quietly tell the next, we were here, this is how we lived, and this is what we hope to preserve. That thought always reminds me of Jung. He believed that memory does not exist only within individuals. Part of memory is carried through culture, through stories, through rituals, and perhaps through food as well. A mother teaches her child to toast the cinnamon before adding it to the pot. A father shows exactly when the ginger should be added. A grandmother passes down her family's treasured spice blend. These lessons may never appear in a book, yet they are carefully preserved. From one pair of hands to another, from one generation to the next. Perhaps the kitchen is one of humanity's oldest libraries. Not a library made of paper, but a library built from memory, where every fragrance is another page, every meal another chapter, every spice another line of history that time has never managed to erase. Carl Gustav Jung believed that what gives people the feeling of belonging is not merely a place, but the symbols connected to that place. For many people, the aroma of cinnamon, a slice of fresh ginger, or the smell of warm bread just pulled from the oven can instantly carry them back to childhood. No map required, no train ticket, only a single fragrance. Perhaps that is the greatest miracle spices have always carried. They do not simply enrich our food. They preserve memory, they preserve identity, and they preserve the things that words alone can never fully express. Tonight, as you think about the physicians of the Middle Ages and the earliest cookbooks, perhaps you will no longer see only faded recipes written on ancient pages. Perhaps you will see humanity's beautiful longing, the longing to understand nature, to understand the human body, and to understand life itself, and to understand ourselves. Perhaps that is what Carl Gustav Jung was always reminding us. Every journey into the world, whether it begins with a leaf, a peppercorn, or an old book, eventually brings us back to the most important questions of all. Who am I? And what is this world teaching me? Yet the story of spices did not remain confined to kitchens and apothecaries. Soon they would leave those quiet rooms behind. They would travel dusty roads, cross vast deserts, sail across endless seas, and arrive in bustling cities along the shores of the Mediterranean. In the next chapter, we will follow the spice routes themselves, discovering how tiny peppercorns connected civilizations helped transform Venice into one of the world's greatest centers of commerce and quietly shaped the course of human history. After spending time in the small rooms where medieval physicians patiently ground spices with stone mortars, and in the first kitchens where recipes were carefully recorded for future generations, perhaps it is now time to leave those humble homes behind. Let us open the door and step into the wider world, a world where tiny peppercorns began a journey far longer than anyone could have imagined. Perhaps human history was never written only by kings, nor only by great battles. Sometimes, it was written by things so small they could rest quietly in the palm of a hand. A single peppercorn, a cinnamon stick, a dried clove. These ordinary-looking treasures inspired people to cross deserts, sail across oceans, and discover roads that had never existed before. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that within every human being lives an ancient archetype. He called it the wanderer, the part of the soul that longs to leave familiar places in search of the unknown, not only to discover new land, but to discover itself. Perhaps that is why the history of spices has never been merely the history of trade. It is also the history of curiosity, of courage, and of humanity's endless desire to explore. Imagine an early morning, thousands of years ago. The sun slowly rises above distant mountains. A caravan of camels begins to move. Small bells hanging from their necks ring softly with every step. No one is in a hurry, because everyone knows the journey ahead will last for months, sometimes even years. They carry silk, precious stones, fine textiles. But among all those valuable goods, there are always small leather bags filled with spices: black pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg. These tiny treasures are so valuable they are guarded as carefully as gold. Today, historians use the term the spice routes to describe the vast network of overland and maritime trade routes that connected South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Europe over many centuries. Rather than a single road, it was an immense trading system through which spices became some of the most valuable commodities in the world. What moves me is not the distance these travelers covered, but the meaning behind those journeys. People did not travel thousands of miles merely to transport fragrance. They carried entire civilizations, languages, stories, ways of seeing the world. Carl Gustav Jung believed that when two cultures meet, more than goods are exchanged. The human soul itself expands. A merchant may leave home intending only to sell pepper. Yet along the way, he learns another language, tastes unfamiliar food, hears songs he has never heard before, and eventually returns home as a different person. Perhaps every journey is, in its own quiet way, a journey of transformation. I often imagine the evenings in the desert. After a long day's travel, the caravan finally comes to rest. A fire is lit. Bags of spices are placed beside jars of water. Travelers gather around the flames. Few words are spoken. Only the scent of cinnamon mingles with burning wood. The aroma of pepper rises gently from a simmering pot of soup. Above them stretches a sky overflowing with stars. Perhaps it was in peaceful moments like these that the first stories of distant lands were told. Those stories traveled with the spices, and the spices traveled with the stories. As centuries passed, these great trade routes eventually brought us to an extraordinary city, a city built upon the water, Venice. If you have ever seen Venice in the quiet light of early morning, you may understand why it captivated so many generations. Its canals lie as still as glass. Boats drift silently across the water. Stone bridges connect narrow streets. And beneath all of that beauty, there is something most visitors never notice: the fragrance. For centuries, Venice became one of Europe's most important trading centers, serving as a major hub for distributing spices arriving from the east throughout the continent. Its strategic location and sophisticated trading networks helped shape its remarkable prosperity. Perhaps every morning in Venice carried the fragrance of the entire world. A ship arrives at the harbor, its cargo filled with cinnamon from distant lands. Warehouse doors swing open, revealing mountains of black pepper. A merchant crosses an old stone bridge, the faint aroma of cloves still clinging to his clothes. What made Venice wealthy was not simply its merchandise, it was its ability to connect. Carl Gustav Jung believed that we truly grow only when we dare to step beyond the small world we already know. Perhaps Venice grew in much the same way. It never isolated itself. It opened its doors. It listened. It welcomed strangers. And in doing so, it became a meeting place for countless cultures. There is a question I often find myself asking. What was truly being transported along the spice routes? Was it only pepper? Only cinnamon? Or was it something much greater? Perhaps every sack of spices carried invisible treasures as well. A recipe, a folk tale, an ancient remedy, a prayer, a song, a belief. Spices became silent storytellers. They never spoke, yet everywhere they traveled, they left something behind. Carl Gustav Jung believed that humanity's memory does not live only in books. It also survives in symbols, in rituals, in cultures, and perhaps even in food. A curry in India, a slow-cooked stew in Europe, a cup of cinnamon tea, a loaf of bread scented with cloves. Each carries a story that traveled a very long way before finally reaching our kitchens. That realization fills me with gratitude. Gratitude for the travelers, for the sailors, for the countless people who devoted their lives to dangerous journeys so that the world could understand itself a little better. Perhaps they were never exchanging only goods. They were exchanging curiosity, trust, hope. Tonight, when you think about the spice routes and the city of Venice, perhaps you will no longer picture only faded maps or great sailing ships. Perhaps you will see people, footsteps, unexpected encounters, meals shared by strangers speaking different languages, and perhaps you will realize that history is not always changed by great empires. Sometimes, it is changed by tiny spices that quietly connect the world. Perhaps this is what Carl Gustav Jung hoped we would remember. Every outward journey reflects an inward one. Every new land we discover also reveals new landscapes within ourselves, and every genuine human encounter makes the world inside us a little larger. Yet the journey of spices does not end with caravans or bustling port cities. As Europe's appetite for spices continued to grow, powerful nations began searching for new ways to control their supply. Through newly discovered sea routes and trading organizations unlike anything the world had seen before. In the next chapter, we will explore the rise of the Dutch East India Company, an era when spices helped shape the foundations of modern global commerce, while leaving behind profound lessons about exploration, ambition, power, and the darker side of human greed. The science of preserving spices. After traveling together through thousands of years of human history, from the ancient temples of Egypt, across the great spice routes, to the bustling trading ports of Europe, perhaps it is time to return somewhere much closer to home. A small kitchen, a wooden shelf, a few clear glass jars, black peppercorns, a stick of cinnamon, a handful of cloves. Perhaps they have been sitting there for a very long time, quietly, patiently, waiting for the day they will awaken inside a meal. Then one evening, you open the familiar spice jar, you bring it close to your nose, and suddenly, you realize something. The aroma is no longer what it once was. It is the same spice, the same jar, yet something has changed. Perhaps this is one of nature's gentlest secrets. Every fragrance has a life of its own. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that nothing in life remains completely unchanged forever. Even our clearest memories evolve with time, not because they disappear, but because we ourselves have changed. Perhaps spices live by the same quiet law. At first glance, a peppercorn appears perfectly still. A cinnamon stick seems unchanged for months. A dried clove rests peacefully inside its tiny glass jar. Yet inside, a remarkably active world continues to unfold. Today, science tells us that the aroma of spices comes from hundreds of naturally occurring aromatic compounds, most of them essential oils and volatile molecules. These compounds create the distinctive fragrance of cinnamon, pepper, cloves, cumin, and countless other spices. Over time, many of these delicate molecules gradually evaporate or chemically change, causing spices to lose their aroma little by little. That realization never fails to amaze me. A fragrance, something completely invisible, turns out to be one of the most delicate things in existence. You cannot hold it. You cannot grasp it tightly. It simply appears, then quietly changes. Like morning mist, like dawn, like youth itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the most precious things in life are often not the things we possess. They are the things we experience. A meaningful conversation, a peaceful moment, a familiar scent. They all arrive and eventually drift away. Perhaps that is precisely why they become so precious. Maybe nature whispers this truth through every spice jar. But what causes these fragrances to slowly disappear? Is time alone responsible? Not entirely. Time is only the river. Several silent companions travel beside it. Light, heat, and oxygen. Imagine a jar of black pepper sitting beside a sunny window. Every morning, gentle sunlight pours through the glass. At first glance, it seems beautiful, yet for the fragile aromatic compounds hidden inside, it becomes a quiet challenge. Strong light over long periods, along with high temperatures and oxygen in the air, can accelerate the breakdown and oxidation of many aroma-producing compounds. As a result, spices stored under unsuitable conditions gradually lose both their fragrance and flavor. How fascinating! The very things that nourish life in one place can quietly transform something else in another. Sunlight helps plants grow, yet too much sunlight slowly steals the fragrance from spices. Not because sunlight is bad, but because everything in nature depends upon balance. Carl Gustav Jung believed every strength carries two sides. Reason gives us clarity, yet reason alone can leave the heart dry. Emotion allows us to love, yet emotion alone can easily lead us astray. Nothing is completely good. Nothing is completely bad. What matters is harmony. Perhaps spices live by this same wisdom. Then there is heat. A warm kitchen feels comforting. But if a spice jar spends months beside a hot stove, the warmth quietly begins changing its precious essential oils. There is no sound, no dramatic warning. Only one day, you lift the lid and realize something beautiful has quietly slipped away. How many things in life fade in exactly the same way? A relationship, a dream, a deeply held belief. They rarely disappear overnight. Instead, they change so gradually that we hardly notice. Carl Gustav Jung reminded us that the greatest dangers are often not dramatic events. They are the tiny changes happening every day while we are no longer paying attention. Then there is oxygen, perhaps the quietest storyteller of all. We need oxygen to live. Without it, life could not exist. Yet the same oxygen, when it spends months interacting with aromatic molecules inside spices, slowly contributes to oxidation, gently transforming their fragrance. That thought always makes me smile. Nature never creates anything with only one purpose. Everything both builds and transforms. Everything begins and eventually changes. Perhaps that is simply the nature of life. Carl Gustav Jung believed people often fear change. Yet change is exactly what gives life its meaning. If every fragrance lasted forever, perhaps we would stop appreciating it. If every season was spring, spring would no longer feel extraordinary. There is an image I have always loved. An elderly chef opens a jar of cinnamon. He inhales softly, smiles, then gently shakes his head. Not because the cinnamon has spoiled, but because he understands time has quietly carried away part of its soul. There is no anger, no regret. He simply replaces it with a fresh cinnamon stick. Just as a gardener knows when it is time to plant new seeds, just as autumn gracefully makes room for winter, perhaps wisdom always arrives hand in hand with acceptance. Tonight, when you think about a simple jar of spices, perhaps you will no longer see only peppercorns or cinnamon sticks. Perhaps you will see one of nature's gentlest lessons. That beautiful things deserve to be cared for, not because they are weak, but because their very fragility gives them value. The fragrance of spice never disappears in a single moment. It simply slips away quietly, like a sunset, like the final notes of a melody, like the passing years of youth. And perhaps it is only because everything is temporary that we learn to treasure every moment we are given. But once we understand why the fragrance slowly fades, another question naturally appears. Can we do anything to preserve these delicate gifts of nature a little longer? Is a tightly sealed jar enough? Or have generations of cooks quietly passed down simple secrets that help protect these precious aromas? In the next chapter, we will explore the gentle art of preserving spices, discovering that caring for nature's fragrances may not be so different from caring for the most beautiful parts of our own hearts. After listening to the quiet story of aromas slowly changing with time, perhaps we now arrive at a very gentle question. If nature has given every spice such a precious fragrance, what can we do to preserve that gift for a little longer? At first, this may seem like a question meant only for the kitchen, but the longer I reflect on it, the more it feels like a question about life itself. For how many beautiful things in our lives are just as fragile as the fragrance of spices? A friendship, trust, a memory, a quiet place within the soul. If we do not care for them, they rarely disappear all at once. Instead, they slowly fade. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that the greatest treasures of our inner life are not the things we acquire, but the things we learn to nurture. Perhaps the fragrance of spices asks for the very same kind of care, not through magic, but through understanding. Imagine a small glass jar sitting before you. Inside, are freshly harvested black peppercorns. If that jar is kept tightly sealed, stored somewhere cool, dry, protected from direct sunlight, those peppercorns will preserve their aroma for much longer, not because time has stopped, but because we have gently helped nature slow down. Today, food scientists generally recommend storing spices in airtight containers, kept in a cool, dry place away from direct light and sources of heat. These conditions help reduce the effects of oxygen, warmth, and light on the aromatic compounds responsible for their fragrance, allowing spices to retain their flavor for a longer time. That thought always makes me smile, because perhaps sometimes the best way to protect something precious is not by doing more, but by quietly avoiding the things that slowly harm it. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the human soul also has places that deserve protection. If we spend every day surrounded by noise, constant hurry, endless worries, the quiet part within us gradually loses its own fragrance. Perhaps that is why Jung so often spoke about the importance of silence, not to escape the world, but to keep the inner world from being washed away. I have always loved the image of an old kitchen. Nothing extravagant, nothing modern, just a few glass jars standing neatly on a wooden shelf, each one carefully sealed, not to hide what is inside, but to protect it. Perhaps love works in much the same way. We do not preserve something by locking it away. We preserve it by giving it the right environment in which to keep living. There is one tiny detail that many people overlook: steam. Imagine you are preparing a pot of hot soup. Steam rises gently into the air. You open the spice jar directly above the pot. At first, nothing seems to happen, yet tiny droplets of moisture quietly drift inside the jar. Over time, that extra humidity can reduce the quality of many spices, causing them to clump together and, in some cases, lose their fragrance more quickly. That is why experienced cooks often recommend pouring spices into a dry spoon or dry hand before adding them to a dish, rather than holding the container over hot steam. Such a small detail, yet one capable of making a remarkable difference. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that life is rarely transformed by dramatic events. More often, it is shaped by small habits repeated every day. A kind word, one quiet minute of listening, a little time spent with yourself, or simply remembering to keep a spice jar away from rising steam. Perhaps wisdom has always begun with ordinary things. Then there is light. We love sunshine. We love windows filled with morning light. But spices are different. The place that protects their fragrance best is often a cool, dark cupboard. It sounds almost like a contradiction. Yet nature has always been full of gentle paradoxes. Seeds need darkness before they begin to sprout. Night prepares many flowers for the coming dawn, and the delicate aromas of spices remain strongest when sheltered from intense light. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years speaking about the shadow, but the darkness he described was not always something negative. Sometimes, stillness, silence, moments spent alone become the very places where the soul rests and quietly renews itself. Perhaps the spice cabinet is a beautiful symbol, not a place that hides precious things, but a place that helps preserve them. There is something I have always admired about experienced chefs. They rarely buy large quantities of spices all at once. Not because they have no need for them, but because they understand that the finest fragrance is always the freshest one. Perhaps the same is true in life. We spend so much energy trying to hold on to more possessions, more plans, more worries. Yet sometimes, life becomes lighter when we simply learn to keep enough. Carl Gustav Jung believed that maturity is not measured by how much we accumulate, but by recognizing what truly deserves to be valued. Perhaps the humble spice jar tells exactly the same story. It does not need to be filled to the very top. As long as its fragrance remains alive, it is already a treasure. Tonight, when you look at the spice shelf in your own kitchen, perhaps you will no longer see only glass jars. Perhaps you will see nature's quiet lessons, that everything precious deserves a place where it can be protected. A space peaceful enough that it will not slowly wear away. A silence deep enough that it can remain true to itself. Perhaps the human soul is no different. We cannot spend every moment surrounded by noise and expect our inner fragrance to remain untouched. Sometimes, the kindest thing we can do for ourselves is simply to find one peaceful corner, gently close the door, and allow the soul to rest, like the peppercorns, the cinnamon sticks, and the cloves, quietly waiting for the day they are called upon once again. But learning how to preserve spices is only half the story. Another fascinating question still remains. How can we tell whether a jar of spices is still truly fresh? Is looking at it enough? Or has nature left behind more delicate signs for those willing to pay attention? In the next chapter, we will explore how to recognize whether a spice's fragrance is still alive or has quietly faded with time. And perhaps we will discover that, just like people, every living thing is constantly sending gentle signals to those patient enough to truly listen. After discovering how we can help preserve the delicate fragrance of spices against the quiet passage of time, perhaps tonight we arrive at another fascinating question. If a jar of spices has been resting on the kitchen shelf for many months, how do we know whether its aroma is still alive? Can we simply look at the expiration date? Or has nature left behind subtler signs for those who know how to observe? Perhaps this question is not only about spices. Perhaps it is also about ourselves. Because in life, some things can never be understood simply by appearances. A smile does not always mean happiness. Silence does not always mean distance. A calm face may quietly hold an entire world of emotion. Carl Gustav Jung spent his life reminding us that what matters most usually lies beneath the surface. If you wish to understand another person, do not merely look, learn to listen. And if you wish to understand nature, do not simply observe, learn to feel. Perhaps spices are quietly inviting us to experience the world with all of our senses. Today, when chefs and food experts evaluate the freshness of spices, They rarely rely only on the packaging date. Instead, they pay attention to many different clues: aroma, color, appearance, and sometimes even the feeling of rubbing or crushing the spice between their fingers. Together, these signs offer a much clearer picture of its quality. I have always loved that idea, because nature rarely speaks to us in only one language. It tells its story through many gentle signs at once. Let us begin with our eyes. A fresh cinnamon stick usually has a warm brown color and a surface that still holds its distinctive character. Fresh cloves often appear full and plump. Freshly ground turmeric glows with a vibrant golden yellow. Fresh chili powder usually keeps its rich red color. Over time, many spices gradually lose some of their color as natural pigments slowly break down under the influence of light, heat, and oxygen. Color alone cannot tell the whole story, but it is often one of the first signs that a spice has begun to change. How fascinating! Even colors grow old. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that time always leaves its marks, not to make things less beautiful, but to tell the story of the journey they have lived. A tree carries its growth rings. A human face carries its wrinkles. A spice carries the gentle traces of passing years. Perhaps there is nothing sad about that, because everything alive is always in motion. Then comes the sense of smell, perhaps our most honest companion. You open the jar, bring it gently toward your nose. Take a slow breath. If the fragrance immediately fills the air, perhaps nature is still quietly whispering inside that little jar. If almost no aroma remains, or the fragrance feels faint, it is often a sign that many of the aromatic compounds have gradually faded over time. I have always found that moment deeply beautiful. No machines, no instruments, just one quiet breath. And suddenly, a conversation begins between human beings and nature. Carl Gustav Jung believed that intuition is a very special form of wisdom, not guesswork, but the ability to recognize subtle signals that pure logic sometimes overlooks. Perhaps when we smell a peppercorn or a stick of cinnamon, we are using that very gift, not analyzing, simply listening. There is another simple practice that many experienced chefs have followed for years. They do not only smell their spices, they gently rub them between their fingertips. A whole peppercorn, a pinch of dried oregano, a sprig of rosemary. When the surface of a spice is crushed or rubbed, some of the essential oils trapped inside are released into the air, making the fragrance much easier to notice. It is one of the simplest ways to discover whether a spice is still rich in its natural aroma. That always reminds me of people. Some individuals reveal their finest qualities only after life has tested them. Courage, patience, compassion, like a peppercorn. Only after it is crushed does it tell its entire story. Carl Gustav Jung believed that many of our greatest strengths emerge only when we are willing to step into unfamiliar experiences. Challenges do not create our true nature. They simply reveal what has been there all along. Perhaps spices live by that same quiet truth. Then we arrive at a question that almost every home cook has asked. Should we buy whole spices or pre-ground ones? Today, many food experts agree that whole spices generally preserve their aroma longer because their natural outer layer protects the precious essential oils inside. Once spices are ground, much more of their surface is exposed to the air, allowing aromatic compounds to evaporate and change much more quickly. How remarkable, such a tiny shell, yet capable of protecting an entire world of fragrance. Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that people also need protective layers of their own, not to hide who they are, but to safeguard the most delicate parts within them: faith, kindness, sincerity. If these precious things are left exposed to every wound, perhaps they too slowly lose their fragrance. Yet that protective shell is never meant to last forever. Sooner or later, pepper must be ground, coffee beans must be milled, cinnamon must be broken. Only then can their fragrance awaken. Perhaps human beings are much the same. Eventually, we must open our hearts. We must dare to live. We must dare to love, so that the finest parts of ourselves can finally spread into the world. There is one image I have always cherished. An elderly chef holds several peppercorns in his hand. He does not look at the clock. He does not read the label. He simply crushes them gently, raises them to his nose, smiles, then whispers softly, "They're still alive today." I have always loved those words. Still alive. Not because the peppercorn itself is alive like a living creature, but because nature's fragrance is still breathing within it. Carl Gustav Jung believed that a beautiful life is not measured by how long it lasts, but by whether the soul remains alive within it. Perhaps spices remind us of the same truth. Do not simply exist. Keep your own fragrance alive. Tonight, when you open a spice jar, perhaps you will no longer ask only whether it is still usable. Perhaps you will pause for a few moments to observe, to breathe, to feel, and you may discover that nature has always been fair. It never hides its changes. It simply whispers very softly to those who are patient enough to listen. But our journey into fragrance still holds one final surprise. Why does the very same peppercorn create such a different experience when coarsely crushed compared with being ground into a fine powder? Why do so many chefs wait until the very last moment before reaching for their mortar and pestle? In the next chapter, we will discover the art of awakening, the fragrance of spices, and perhaps realize that, much like people, many hidden gifts shine brightest only when they are awakened at exactly the right moment. After learning how to recognize the quiet signs nature leaves behind in every spice, perhaps tonight we arrive at the final chapter of our journey through preservation. It begins with a question that seems to belong only to those who love cooking. Yet the more I reflect upon it, the more it feels like a lesson about life itself. Why do so many experienced chefs avoid grinding their spices weeks in advance? Why do they wait until the very moment they begin cooking, only then placing a few peppercorns into a mortar, or breaking a stick of cinnamon into the grinder? It takes only a few seconds, yet somehow it feels like a quiet ritual, a ritual of awakening fragrance. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote that every human being carries hidden potential waiting to be revealed. It never disappears. It simply waits patiently for the right moment to awaken. Perhaps the fragrance inside spices lives the same way. While protected within their natural shell, it is still there, quietly, patiently, waiting to be released. Today, food science explains that much of the aromatic essential oil in spices is stored inside the cells of their seeds, bark, or fruit. When spices are crushed or ground, those cells break open, releasing fragrant compounds into the air. That is why many spices smell their strongest immediately after they have been freshly ground. It is such a brief moment, yet an unforgettable one. You place a few peppercorns into the mortar. The wooden pestle touches them gently. A soft sound echoes through the kitchen, and then, suddenly, the entire room fills with fragrance, as though those tiny peppercorns have just awakened from a very long sleep. I have always felt this to be one of nature's simplest miracles. No fire, no water, only the gentlest touch, and an entire hidden world opens before us. Carl Gustav Jung believed that every person carries abilities they have not yet discovered. We often imagine we already know ourselves, yet only when we encounter a new circumstance, a new challenge, or an unexpected opportunity, do entirely new qualities begin to appear, not because they have just been created, but because they have always been there, waiting. Perhaps the peppercorn is telling exactly the same story. What I love most about old stone mortars is not their appearance, it is their rhythm. An experienced cook never rushes. He slowly turns the pestle, listening to the sound of spices breaking apart, breathing in the aroma spreading through the air. Everything unfolds like a quiet conversation between humanity and nature. There is no hurry, no noise, only presence. Carl Gustav Jung believed that when we are fully present in each moment, even the most ordinary experiences become deeply meaningful. A cup of tea, a quiet morning, a gentle rain, or simply crushing a few peppercorns. Each can become a way of reconnecting with life. Today, many modern kitchens use electric grinders instead of the traditional mortar and pestle. That is perfectly natural. Electric grinders save time, especially when preparing larger amounts of spices. Whether we use a mortar and pestle or an electric grinder, the most important principle remains the same. Grind spices just before using them, if you want to enjoy their fullest aroma. The choice between the two tools depends on your needs, the type of spice, and your personal habits, not because one method is always better than the other. That reminds me of something Carl Gustav Jung often suggested. He never believed there was only one correct path. Every human being has a journey uniquely their own. What matters is not how you travel, but whether you are truly awake while walking your path. Some people love an old stone mortar because it invites them to slow down. Others prefer an electric grinder because it offers convenience. Both have value, as long as they awaken nature's fragrance at the right moment. And there is another detail that I have always found fascinating: the size of the ground spice. At first glance, a finely ground peppercorn and a coarsely cracked one seem different only in appearance. Yet once they enter a dish, they tell two completely different stories. The size of ground spices influences how quickly their flavors and aromas are released. Finely ground spices disperse more evenly throughout a dish, creating a balanced flavor, while coarsely cracked spices release their aromas more gradually, offering little bursts of fragrance with each bite. How remarkable. The very same peppercorn, yet simply changing its size, creates an entirely different experience. It always makes me think about people. Some words should be spoken softly, others need to be spoken with strength. Sometimes we should move quickly. Sometimes we should slow down completely. Not because one way is better than another, but because every moment has its own rhythm. Carl Gustav Jung believed that wisdom